The game Aetherworld launched, gaining massive attention for its complex simulation system worldwide. Players controlled various characters, but some were inefficient and struggled to survive difficult scenarios. Among them, Baek possessed blink ability, considered weak compared to powerful magic users. In reality, Baek lived checking forums about Aetherworld updates during routine day. He noticed discussions about strange boss mechanics and rumors of characters being deleted online. Reading, he realized the final boss behaved abnormally, concluding nullifying magic abilities would break systems inside magical world completely. He reports deletion bug and identified hidden event linked to dark demon dragon appearance. Understanding situation, Baek prepared to act, believing event marked beginning of his involvement in Aetherworld. Cult dark demonic humans aimed summoning Persona Gate into reality. Successfully, their ritual succeeded, opening void and causing catastrophic emergence of dark demon dragon entity. The dragon's appearance marked beginning of destruction. Baek analyzed situation, realizing most continents were already overtaken by Persona Gate forces. He understood the lore changed drastically, making previous strategies useless against evolving dangerous threats. Facing unavoidable conflict, he selected option to confront Dark Demon Dragon. Baek activated game, determined to demonstrate skills he developed over 10 years' experience. He entered battlefield, confronting massive dragon while relying only on blink ability for survival. Despite lacking magic, he remained unique player, preparing strategy others abandoned due to difficulty. Baek was weaker than extras, possessing only one limited magic ability in game. He activated his single spell, releasing unstable energy that distorted surrounding space violently outward. The power surged uncontrollably as he preparing to utilize its risky nature. Baek used Blink spell, instantly moving across battlefield. His movement appeared unpredictable, allowing him to evade attacks and reposition near enemy quickly. Blink allowed rapid travel, but distance randomness made every movement dangerous and difficult to control. The uncontrolled direction caused violent impact, risking immediate death if movement ended incorrectly anywhere. Additionally, heavy mana cost and delay penalties made continuous usage extremely inefficient for players. Despite disadvantages, Baek preparing to exploit Blink ability beyond normal limitations. Baek mastered Blink, controlling direction and distance while removing penalties entirely through practice. Blink required no mana, allowing constant movement unlike other spells limited by resources systems. He trained relentlessly, obsessed becoming strongest player using non-magic combat methods alone. Using perfected Blink, he attacked relentlessly, overwhelming Dark Demon Dragon with precise, unpredictable movements. His continuous strikes dismantled dragon defenses, exploiting openings faster. Eventually, Baek defeated final boss, ending battle thought impossible by all players worldwide. After victory, he questioned result, unsure whether defeating dragon truly happened within system properly. Despite using powerful items, he still believed his character remained fundamentally weak compared to others. Satisfied, he prepared sharing achievement online, planning to reveal defeating Dark Demon Dragon publicly. Baek suddenly gasped, sensing something wrong as his surroundings began shifting. He found himself falling into unfamiliar space, losing balance as environment changed. Confused, he struggled to understand situation, questioning where he was and what happened suddenly. He noticed reflection, realizing unfamiliar appearance, staring back from mirror inside strange enclosed room. As he touched surface, shock grew when reflection revealed identity-matching Baek character. The realization struck him deeply, confirming he had taken form of in-game persona. Suddenly, system activated, presenting message indicating beginning of special episode scenario within environment. Baek looked around cautiously. Understanding situation resembled introduction sequence of new storyline quest. He realized current situation marked prologue quest, forcing him to survive within transformed reality. Baek panicked, unable to accept reality as he examined unfamiliar situations surrounding him. Searching belongings, he discovered certificate proving admission to Stella Academy. Shock intensified as evidence confirmed circumstances, forcing him to accept impossible transformation. He concluded, logically, that he entered Aetherworld, becoming Baek within game system. Recalling information, he realized objective involved reaching non-existent true ending. Despite confusion, Baek attempted organizing thoughts. Understanding situation required careful planning. He questioned possibility, recalling no player achieved true ending during entire 10 years gameplay. Realizing urgency, he stopped hesitation, deciding situation, demanded immediate action instead of overthinking risks. Determined, Bayek Yusel trusting memory knowledge to guide survival within world. After waking, Bayek Yusel sensed danger as unknown figures suddenly approached his location rapidly. The pursuers entered area aggressively, searching for him. Realizing they already arrived, Bayek Yusel prepared himself while hiding inside building, cautiously observing outside. Leader spotted hut, ordering subordinates to search immediately and capture target. The group moved quickly through snow, surrounding area while narrowing down Bayek Yusel's possible escape. Inside, Bayek Yusel remained tense. Realizing time was limited, he concluded he could neither escape forever nor confront enemies directly with current abilities. While thinking, sudden system message appeared informing him he could use blink skill again. Surprised, Bayek Yusel realized his only ability was available, offering chance to survive situation. The system displayed blink skill reminding Bayek Yusel of ability he mastered through years. Despite lacking mana, blink remained his only reliable method to survive dangerous situations here. He focused on using blink skill to escape approaching enemies quickly. Bayek Yusel, realizing real-world execution differed from controlling character through keyboard inputs. Outside, pursuers rushed rapidly through snow, closing distance and preparing to capture him immediately. Seeing their approach, fear rose as he understood danger was now unavoidable and immediate. Bayek Yusel realized enemies arrived, leaving no time to hesitate. With urgency increasing, he accepted situation and prepared himself mentally for risky blink attempt. Determined to survive, Bayek Yusel resolved to act, trusting only his mastered blink ability. The pursuers spotted Bayek Yusel and immediately began chasing him through the heavy snowstorm. They shouted and rushed forward, determined to capture him before he could escape further. Bayek Yusel ran desperately, realizing tutorial objective required evading enemies using blink ability alone. He noticed pursuers moved faster using magic-enhanced equipment. Understanding situation, he concluded blink was only method to escape. He steadied himself, recalling countless practice sessions and trusting instinct ingrained within his body. The enemies quickly caught up, reducing distance and preparing to strike him down immediately. He remembered blink's danger, knowing failure to control direction could cause fatal collision instantly. Despite risk, Bayek Yusel prepared activating blink. He focusing intensely as he executed movement differently from previous attempts. His body shifted instantly, avoiding attacks while repositioning midair with precise controlled teleportation timing. Landing successfully, he realized he achieved stable blink usage, surprising enemies. The pursuers reacted quickly, expecting paralysis effect after blink usage to give them advantage. However, Bayek Yusel continued moving freely, eliminating expected delay and confusing enemies. He accelerated forward, using blink repeatedly while widening distance. Bayek Yusel carefully adjusted movements, using uneven terrain to guide blink direction safely forward. He applied experience, controlling timing precisely while avoiding obstacles that could cause fatal collisions. Understanding mechanics deeply, he ensuring survival while progressing through dangerous tutorial sequence. Most players failed tutorial, unable to control blink distance and continuous movement under pressure situations. Bayek Yusel used blink repeatedly, combining movement with terrain awareness to avoid incoming attacks. Meanwhile, enemies prepared magic attacks, targeting him from distance while coordinating movements. Bayek Yusel noticed second phase beginning, requiring him to dodge incoming magic projectiles using blink. Unlike game environment, real-world limited visibility made predicting attacks significantly more difficult than before. He relied on instinct, attempting to evade attacks despite lacking clear perception of incoming threats. Suddenly, system-enhancing senses and accelerating cognition beyond normal limits temporarily. With improved perception, Bayek Yusel could track trajectories. He moved swiftly, dodging attacks while maintaining control over blink movement timing. Bayek Yusel moved through attacks, avoiding multiple incoming magic projectiles. He focused intensely, recognizing correct moment to activate blink for maximum escape effectiveness forward. Activating blink, he vanished instantly, escaping attack range. He reappeared sliding across snow, barely avoiding impact as attacks struck previous location violently. The ground shattered behind him, showing how close he came to being struck fatally. Without stopping, Bayek Yusel continued running while preparing for next challenge ahead. He entered final tutorial phase, sprinting forward while conserving energy for upcoming difficult movement task ahead. A wide canyon appeared, requiring precise blink usage to cross dangerous gaps safely. Bayek Yusel approached edge cautiously, preparing to execute blink while calculating distance across canyon gap. He calculating blink distance carefully to cross canyon without error. Understood success required perfect timing. He canceling blink midair to land on floating boulders. Failure meant instant death, as missing even once would result in falling into abyss. He judged challenge manageable but noticed pursuers already approaching. Baek analyzing terrain and enemies while preparing next decisive action carefully. The enemies quickly spotted him, closing distance. Baek realizing blink cooldown limited his options due to short interval between uses. With enemies closing, he determined escape alone was impossible under current dangerous circumstances ahead. Accepting reality, Baek decided eliminating pursuers was necessary for survival in this situation. Baek realizing environment matched dangerous region from Aether World scenario. He recalling knowledge about terrain and enemies tracking him relentlessly. Understanding reality, he concluded situation followed no rules. Gripping weapon, Baek accepted necessity of combat, despite unfamiliar feeling toward killing enemies. He noticed pursuers approaching quickly, confirming enemies had already located his position. Confidence grew as he analyzed situation, believing victory possible through strategy and experience gained previously. Facing enemies directly, Baek prepared stance, holding blade while observing their movements carefully. The group recognized him instantly, shouting and rushing forward to capture him without hesitation. As they attacked together, Baek stood ready, anticipating their movements to counter effectively. The enemy mocked Baek believing he was isolated and unable to escape danger. Baek calculated distance precisely, activating blink skill to close gap. The sudden movement shocked opponent, disrupting their attack timing and creating opening for counterattack. Appearing behind enemy, Baek struck decisively, delivering fatal blow with controlled precision. Blood splattered as enemy collapsed while Baek remained focused. He recognized sensation clearly, realizing he felt no guilt after taking enemy's life directly. Continuing battle, Baek engaged multiple enemies, cutting through them with efficient movements. His actions remained calculated, justifying violence as necessary response to survive overwhelming hostile situation. Despite injuries, he pushed forward, enduring attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. The enemies realized Baek was escaping, quickly preparing to continue. Baek ran through snow rapidly, maintaining distance. The pursuers shouted orders, determined to capture him as they chased relentlessly across terrain. Baek realizing next attacks would be harder and more coordinated than before. Sudden silence alerted him, making him suspect enemies changed strategy instead of abandoning pursuit entirely. He detected magical presence nearby, understanding enemies prepared ambush rather than direct confrontation approach. Enemies launched sudden attacks surrounding Baek with powerful flames, caught within explosion. Baek endured impact while struggling. Despite damage, he remained conscious, realizing survival required immediate action against continuous incoming attacks. Baek struggled against flames, realizing enemy magic power exceeded his expectations. Spotting escape route, he focused intensely, preparing precise blink activation toward distant cliff edge. He activated blink, vanishing instantly as explosion consumed previous position. The ground shattered violently, leaving enemies believing Baek failed escape. One enemy mocked confidently, assuming Baek arrogance caused his downfall. However, confusion spread as they noticed no remains, suggesting target disappeared unexpectedly. The leader sensed something wrong, realizing Baek had not been eliminated as expected. Above them, Baek reappeared mid-air using blink strategically to reposition. The leader reacted with shock, finally understanding Baek unpredictable movement. Baek understood blink maintained momentum, allowing continuous motion before and after teleportation usage. Using this principle, he accelerated mid-air, preserving speed toward enemy target. He struck swiftly, combining momentum and teleportation to deliver powerful attack against unprepared opponent. The enemies became confused, unable to comprehend sudden attack that bypassed their awareness completely. Baek continued assault, eliminating another enemy with precise movement and calculated lethal strikes. The leader, realizing Baek combat ability exceeded their expectations. Breathing heavily, Baek assessed battlefield, confirming only 2 enemies remained. He planned quickly, understanding he must finish remaining enemies before reinforcements could arrive soon. With determination, Baek prepared next move, tightening grip on weapon and advancing forward. The enemy, recognizing Baek unusual speed and reaction beyond typical mage abilities. Baek remained calm, recovering slightly from previous intense combat encounter. He realized his reaction speed advantage applied only within game-like conditions. Understanding limitations, Baek decided to finish battle quickly before enemies overwhelmed him completely. The enemy advanced aggressively, attempting to overpower him using superior strength and combat experience. Baek Yuseol relied on blink and dagger, avoiding attacks while targeting weak points carefully. The enemy unleashed powerful ice magic, attempting to trap Baek Yuseol within freezing attack. Baek Yuseol activated blink instantly, escaping attack and repositioning before enemy could react. The leader anticipated movement, preparing follow-up attack as battle intensity increased significantly further. He grew frustrated, struggling to track Baek Yuseol's unpredictable movements. Baek Yuseol countered swiftly, striking enemy and forcing him into defensive position. The leader retaliated angrily, realizing Baek Yuseol's fighting style had changed drastically since earlier encounter. Baek Yuseol acknowledged improvement, maintaining focus on remaining opponent before him. He smirked slightly, recognizing leader unintentionally helped him adapt and refine combat abilities further. The leader became enraged, refusing to accept defeat and preparing to launch final aggressive assault. He swinging weapon with force, determined to overpower Baek Yuseol completely. Baek Yuseol dashed forward simultaneously, using speed and precision to intercept attack effectively mid-charge. With decisive strike, Baek Yuseol executed final attack, aiming to end battle immediately without hesitation. The leader advanced cautiously, predicting Baek Yuseol's blink. Baek Yuseol attacked head-on, exploiting expectation and forcing opponent to commit defensive movement prematurely. Using momentum, he redirected strike mid-action, breaking through guard and creating decisive opening instantly. The leader realized mistake, understanding Baek Yuseol planned frontal attack from the beginning carefully. Baek Yuseol overpowering opponent and ending resistance with precise calculated execution. With enemy defeated, the encounter concluded, marking completion of intense escape and pursuit scenario successfully. After surviving a brutal fight, the young man collapsed into the snow, his breath ragged. The system message confirmed his growth. He had gained experience and advanced a hidden skill related to teleportation magic. His body ached, hands trembling as he processed what had just occurred. Blood clung to his clothes and a dull blade rested near him, proof of his desperate struggle. The scene of battle replayed in his mind. He had taken a life for the first time. It wasn't a dream. It was his first victory, but also his first kill. The realization weighed heavily on him, staining both his thoughts and his hands. The snowstorm around him offered no comfort as he sat there, motionless, until his will to survive urged him forward, standing again. He decided to leave the area as he turned to go. Something caught his attention. He returned to the bloodied corpse, hesitated, then rummaged through the body. Though it felt distasteful, he had no resources. Eventually, he discovered a pouch containing gold coins, about 2 million won in value. He moved on, but a new obstacle blocked his path, a massive cliff. Winds howled across the gap. Determined, he steadied himself and called out into the white void, hoping anyone might answer. The boy spotted movement across the cliff, an organized group of mages, familiar from his tutorial memories. Their presence confirmed he was on the right path. Hearing his shout, the mages responded, surprised he had survived this far. However, there was no bridge nearby, and they questioned if he could cross. One commented that such a feat would require the physical skill of a third-class knight, doubting the boy's capability. Ignoring their doubts, the boy braced himself. In a flash of golden light, he used his unique skill blink to teleport across the wide chasm. His landing was rough but successful, astonishing the observing mages, confused by the nature of the move. They debated whether it was jump magic. One of them, recognizing the spell, confirmed it as blink, but they were shocked. Blink normally lacks precision, and yet he had controlled both distance and direction. As the boy prepared to join the group, two other unknown figures appeared behind him, drawing attention and suspicion. A female mage questioned if they were with him before the situation could be clarified. A hidden assailant in a hooded cloak began casting a destructive spell. A massive wave of fiery magic erupted toward them. One of the mages shouted a warning, but it was too late. The boy's eyes widened in alarm as the attack descended. As the fiery explosion erupted, the boy instinctively activated blink, narrowly avoiding the full blast. He reappeared some distance away, breath sharp and eyes wide. Watching the destruction below, he realized the enemy was connected to a mercenary group he had encountered earlier. The attack wasn't random, it was targeted, but with Blink's cooldown at 3 seconds, he couldn't rely on it to evade every spell. Knowing he needed mobility, he scanned the area for another foothold. Floating stones scattered across the canyon. He had to time everything precisely. Meanwhile, the enemy launched another wave of dark energy. The spell streaked through the air with terrifying speed. He jumped away just in time but was grazed midair, the impact knocking him off balance. His body twisted as he lost footing. Spiraling toward the ground, panic surged. The floating stones were too far to reach directly. Desperately, he aimed to blink again, despite the danger of poor timing. His vision blurred, but he focused on a single hope to land on just one stone. In mid-fall, he successfully triggered Blink. Golden light enveloped him as he teleported one last time, landing hard on the edge of a floating rock. His hands gripped the icy surface, fingers digging into the snow as he held on, barely avoiding a fatal plunge. Dangling from the edge of the floating rock, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He had survived, but the moment was short-lived. Another blast of fire magic surged toward him, forcing him to leap away. Panic rose in his chest as he faced another wave of death. For an instant, he was sure it would end there. Suddenly, a powerful burst of blue magic collided with the fire spell, neutralizing it. The force scattered across the sky, leaving the area silent in its aftermath. From his position, the boy watched in shock. That wasn't just ordinary lightning. It was magic with precise calculation, unleashed without him sensing any mana buildup. He scanned the field and quickly noticed a figure among the mages, cloaked in white, staff in hand, emitting a faint glow. His thoughts raced. The one who cast that spell did so effortlessly. It defied logic. Even the enemies watching couldn't believe it. Their confidence cracked as they screamed and retreated. Pulling himself back onto solid ground, the boy descended to meet the group. He offered thanks to the mysterious girl, but she coldly dismissed his gratitude. Though her voice struck him as beautiful, she clearly preferred distance. As he watched her walk away, he shifted focus. His eyes narrowed toward the other figures nearby. Something about them wasn't right. The boy recalled the rumors surrounding the so-called bandits who attacked nearby villages. In truth, those acts of destruction were orchestrated by the Dark Demon Cult, an elusive, dangerous faction operating from the shadows. He realized their pursuit had escalated because he had survived the earlier chaos, but he had a goal: escape the cliffs and enter the mages' territory. Once he crossed that boundary, the cult would no longer be able to track or interfere with him. Reaching the designated zone, the system acknowledged his progress. A message appeared: Episode 2, Enroll in the Stella Academy. Confused at first, he questioned whether this was truly the next stage of his journey. Still recovering from life and death combat, the idea of something as mundane as school felt surreal. He muttered in disbelief. The name Stella Academy echoed with weight and importance, yet his mind focused on a single practical concern: enrolling at his age. He never imagined he'd be going back to a student lifestyle, especially in a magic academy filled with geniuses. Despite the absurdity, this was now his path. The boy exhaled, no time to hesitate. From hunted survivor to academy student, his journey had only just begun, one step away from danger and into a world filled with new trials. As night fell over the snowy mountains, the group set up camp inside one of the wagons. The boy sat in silence, resting after the chaos. Fatigue overwhelmed him, and as he leaned against the wooden wall, his eyelids fell shut. In his sleep, memories flooded back. He saw his younger self, bright-eyed and eager. Running to his mother, he declared his dream to become a mage. She smiled warmly and supported him, telling him she believed in him. He studied hard, determined to make his parents proud. But the memory shifted. He recalled the day the doctor gave them the diagnosis: mana leakage syndrome. His mother's voice trembled with disbelief. He, too, refused to accept it. The vividness of these memories left him uncertain. Were they Baekhyuseol's or his own? Torn between identities, he jolted awake, heart racing. Morning had arrived. Outside, the caravan was already on the move. A fellow traveler greeted him and informed him they were nearing the satellite city of Arcanium, the gateway to Stella Academy. The group paused to rest, and he took in the snowy landscape. Tension remained, but he pushed it aside. There was no turning back. His goal lay ahead, and so did his questions about himself, his past, and the path he was now bound to walk. As the group prepared to depart, the boy exchanged a brief glance with the quiet blue-haired girl. She offered no words, only a cold stare before turning away. He sighed, acknowledging her distant demeanor. Still, things were progressing well. The modern elements of this world, such as flying ships and magical infrastructure, gave him hope that it wouldn't be a primitive, medieval struggle. In Aetherworld, magic had advanced civilization. Trains, flying ships, and warp gates enabled efficient travel between regions. Their destination, Lazoica, was a checkpoint en route to Arcanium, the famed city of magic. From there, they would reach Stella Academy, the most elite school for mages in the world. As they traveled, the boy reflected on his odds. Stella Academy was home to top-tier students and teachers, and admission was already a miracle for someone like him. He hadn't even fully reviewed his abilities yet. Pulling up his system interface, he analyzed his skill data. Though cursed with mana leakage syndrome, it granted him a unique sixth sense, allowing him to perceive mana and detect attacks, abilities that gave him an edge in combat. However, these skills demanded high mental stamina. He couldn't use them carelessly. Checking his stats next, he was surprised they were better than expected, somehow influenced by the character build he had developed before entering this world. After years of playing the game, the boy understood the stat system well. The highest anyone could reach was 9 stars, though it was considered impossible. Despite over a decade of effort, he had only achieved 5 stars in stamina and sensitivity. Facing the looming threat of death due to mana leakage syndrome, he decided to invest in sensitivity, first to enhance his sixth sense and reaction time. With that settled, he reminded himself that other stats could be improved later through different methods. However, his condition was critical. The syndrome, if left untreated, would shorten his life drastically to survive. He had to evolve his body into the secrets of nature physique. The only known cure and training method existed within Stella Academy. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to travel there, both to find a cure and prevent a disastrous ending threatening the world. While preparing for departure, a hidden notification system suddenly activated, revealing missed messages. He couldn't check them immediately and moved to board a waiting wagon, where a hooded girl silently observed him. Later, aboard an airship to Arcanium, the boy was surrounded by elite students. His unfamiliarity with such travel drew ridicule. Dismissed as a peasant, he endured the stares, quietly determined to prove he belonged. Although the boy tried to ignore the arrogant students on the ship, his sigh caught the attention of one of them. Offended, the purple-haired noble lashed out, demanding an explanation. The commotion drew eyes, but something caused the boy to stop. The air shifted. A sudden silence fell as a new figure entered, the princess of the Adolitic Kingdom, Hong Bian. Her presence instantly subdued the room. The moment she appeared, even the loud noble who had mocked others moments before stood frozen, stammering with fear and respect. The boy, unfamiliar with this timeline's flow, was surprised. He had recognized the name Bian from the game's lore. Hong Bian was one of the core characters of the game world. She wasn't the heroine, but rather the designated villainess. In every ending, she met a tragic fate. Whether through public disgrace, brutal death, or exile, the game never showed her a moment of mercy. It seemed like her role was only to suffer no matter what route the player chose. Watching her now, confident yet solitary, the boy realized her story hadn't yet begun to unravel. He pondered if it would follow the same cruel path. But for now, his focus shifted. He was hungry and needed to prepare for what lay ahead. Tempted by the sight of fresh bread and desserts, the boy reached for food, only to realize the prices were beyond his means. Discouraged, he clutched a small drink and quietly stepped away. Everything on board the airship was expensive, and with limited funds, he decided to wait until they arrived at Arcanium before eating. As he wandered the halls, an announcement echoed through the ship. A refined voice instructed passengers to prepare for arrival, prompting everyone to move toward the first floor. Curious, but still hungry, he paused and listened. The message repeated they would reach Arcanium in 10 minutes. All around, other students began packing up or making their way forward. The boy sat in quiet thought, feeling the pressure settle in. This was it, the beginning of his new life. He clenched his fists slightly until now. He had been merely preparing, observing, and adapting. But now, the true test was about to begin. Everything ahead, Stella Academy, the syndrome, the villainess, and the hidden roots of this world would be his to face. With a steady breath, he reminded himself that this wasn't a game anymore. It was his new reality. Rising from his seat, he set his expression with resolve. Let's do this. Although determined earlier, doubt began to creep into the boy's thoughts. Standing silently, he wondered if he could truly survive in Stella Academy, let alone in a world filled with monsters and chaos. The looming threats beyond the school, creatures in shadow and malevolent forces, made it clear. This was not a game anymore. Remembering a system notification he had ignored earlier, he finally checked it. The screen offered him a reward for progress made so far, listing rare items and powerful skills. Tempted by options like hyperspace blink and praise of the Flash, he quickly learned that most of them were too advanced for his current state. His narrative power was too low, limiting access. Instead, the system offered him the option to enhance his basic blink skill and choose a utility item. Disappointed but realistic, he selected the bulbul glasses, a simple yet useful item he remembered from his time playing the game. These glasses stored all the information he had previously collected while playing. In this world, where memory and reference were unreliable, such an item was essential. It gave him back access to everything he once knew about monsters, magic, and quest paths. With the glasses now equipped, he felt a renewed sense of preparation. This time, he wouldn't move blindly. With the bulbul glasses now active, The boy accessed a personal archive of game knowledge he had built over years. The item allowed him to instantly retrieve stored data, monster types, dungeon routes, quest paths, and character profiles. This gave him a significant advantage in the real version of the game world, even if he could no longer grind for stats like before. As he adjusted to his surroundings, he overheard gossip about a noble girl nearby. Turning, he saw Azel Mulf, a figure surrounded by whispers and judgment. Using the glasses profile scan feature, he confirmed her identity, the fake heroine, daughter of a disgraced noble. Despite her powerful ice-lightning magic, she was marked by her family's betrayal. To understand her place in the world, he recalled the game's origin. Aetherworld had been based on a romance fantasy novel titled Don't Love the Princess, where Azel was the heroine. But the game adaptation added a new character, Flame, who became the real heroine and took Azel's place. No matter how players tried, Azel never survived any major route. The protagonist noted that while these events had nothing to do with him, the lines between fiction and reality were blurring fast. As he walked away, he couldn't shake the feeling. Maybe it wasn't just imagination. As the boy watched Azel walk past, a strange sense of familiarity lingered, though he couldn't place it. Shaking the thought away, he focused on the task ahead, his arrival at Stella Academy. The grand campus stood tall before him, a symbol of magical excellence and perilous competition. Inside, new students gathered in their uniforms, listening to the headmaster's speech. He spoke of demonic humans, mages who embraced forbidden power and transformed into monsters. These beings continued to threaten the world through ancient dungeons and dimensional gates. The students' role, he explained, was to stop this spread of darkness. Yet, not everyone took the speech seriously. Some whispered complaints, already dismissing the weight of the Academy's mission. The ceremony soon transitioned to introducing elite freshmen, those who entered with top scores and overwhelming potential. Among them stood the most radiant, Ma Yu-song. With a flawless appearance and unmatched magic status, he was a prodigy bordering on divine. The boy recognized him immediately. Yu-song's future paths determined many major endings in the game. If the boy couldn't reach the best outcome, he at least had to prevent the worst. That meant keeping Ma Yu-song on the right path, but everything now depended on another character, Flame. Her actions would tip the balance, and he had to prepare for that. The boy reflected on his situation. He wasn't just a stranger in a magical school, but a game possessor inside a world meant for a romance novel possessor like Flame. His role, at best, was equivalent to a background NPC in a small village shop. Still, he acknowledged his position and vowed to support the main characters from the sidelines. Flame, the heroine, wasn't just strong, she possessed a divine skill that could purify dark demonic beings. However, being near her came with a cost. Her presence disrupted the lives of those around her, often dragging them into tragic circumstances. The boy realized staying too close could ruin his own chances of survival. His plan was simple: stay informed, stay cautious, and help shift the story's direction by avoiding the worst-case scenarios. As the entrance ceremony continued, the boy reminded himself to observe from a distance while occasionally guiding the narrative through subtle influence. The event concluded with loud applause. Students cheered, and the formal start of their academy life was marked. For the boy, it was more than a ceremony. It was confirmation. The story had begun, and his mission was now official. With the system's alert confirming completion of his enrollment, he braced himself for what lay ahead. The day after the entrance ceremony, classes began at Stella Academy. The boy sat among other students in a grand lecture hall, feeling out of place. Though he looked like a teenager, his memories were those of a university graduate. Returning to student life, especially high school, felt strange, but holding the official Stella pocket watch reminded him. This was no ordinary school. The pocket watch wasn't just a timepiece. It was proof of status within Stella Academy, granting the bearer privileges even higher than most certified warriors. Proud to own it, the boy was eager to make use of its benefits. His thoughts were interrupted by the stern voice of the professor. Students were ordered to put away all non-writing items as the first exam was about to begin. On the very first day, they were being tested. The boy learned that Stella's curriculum was far more demanding than any Korean university he'd known. This wasn't just a routine test. It was the class organization exam, designed to sort students into ranks from S to F. Unlike the entrance exam, this test was notorious for its brutal difficulty. The boy's anxiety rose. As someone who had entered last place, his default rank would be F. He considered submitting a blank page, already overwhelmed by the pressure. As the class placement exam progressed, the boy glanced at Ma Yu-song, seated a few rows ahead. Without surprise, he saw Yu-song had already finished his paper and looked completely uninterested, known for being the top genius born into the strongest family. Everything came easily to Yushang. His nature was defined by boredom, and the heroine's influence would determine whether he sided with good or turned toward evil. This made Yushang a prime target for the dark demonic humans. The boy knew from the game that if left unchecked, Yushang could become a powerful threat. Back at his desk, the boy stared at his blank test paper. The pressure of sitting beside prodigies weighed on him. In a moment of desperation, he remembered the bulbul glasses, a tool from the game that helped stack reading and learning abilities. He quietly pulled them out, thinking he had nothing to lose. Just as he began putting them on, the instructor noticed. The rule was clear. Any use of glasses required prior inspection. The instructor halted the exam to examine them. The boy panicked. If the magic within the glasses was discovered, he could face immediate expulsion. As tension rose, he could only watch the teacher's expression, hoping it wouldn't reveal the secret embedded in the tool. To his relief, the glasses passed the check since their magical signature was inactive. Once safe, he activated the magic, revealing all the test answers. He rushed to complete them, hopeful for top scores. But time slipped by faster than expected. The exam ended, and he had barely answered 3 questions. His hopes crushed. Now suspicious, the instructor confiscated the glasses and called for an expert inspection. A student at the Magic Academy had just submitted his test with confidence, having carefully written every answer to avoid suspicion. But something felt off. An instructor suddenly called him in for questioning. He began to panic, wondering if he had been caught despite his precautions. Behind closed doors, the test was under review. The academy had brought in Dr. Grayan, a renowned professor of magic engineering, to inspect the situation. The mystery wasn't just that the student solved the complex question. It was that he did so with impossible accuracy for someone his age and level. After a thorough inspection, Dr. Grayan confirmed no signs of magical tools or assistants were present. The glasses the student wore showed no magic signatures. Grayan concluded that the student had indeed solved the problem using his own ability. Impressed, he instructed another professor, Li Jinwen, to mentor the student closely. The investigator apologized for the misunderstanding. The student's expression softened, but internally he hid the truth. In reality, he had cheated. The tool he had used had lost its original function, saving him from detection by mere chance. As he smiled and accepted the apology, a thought crossed his mind. He was lucky this time. As long as he didn't get caught, he could keep playing the game. Under a clear sky, Stella Academy stood tall, its tower casting long shadows on the paved ground. It was the beginning of a new semester, and the building buzzed with quiet anticipation. Inside, room B-12 was filled with papers and tension. Professors reviewed a mountain of exam sheets, searching for talent among the freshmen. Among them, Professor Lee Hanwell carefully examined one sheet, his brow furrowed. A student had received a perfect score on one of the most difficult questions. Professor Adiltaman approached, noting the stack of test papers. They were this year's placement exams, specially designed to evaluate not just knowledge, but adaptability. Adiltaman remarked on the influx of exceptional students. His words weren't baseless. This year included Hong Bian, a fire mage princess from the Kingdom of Flames, Jeremy Scowen, the crown prince and magical prodigy, and Heis Mule, heir to the Magic Tower Master. Each carried the reputation of greatness, making it a challenging year to assess them all fairly. To address this, the exam had changed. The first 3 questions were meant to test how students handled unfamiliar material. Could they skip confidently or panic? Could they solve new problems creatively? Rote learning was no longer enough. The academy now sought minds capable of thinking quickly in real battle. The exam had been carefully crafted with unsolvable questions at the start, designed to test not intellect, but decision-making of the 1141 examinees. Over 1,000 left them blank. Only 100 attempted them, and nearly all failed. But 3 students got all 3 correct. 2 names were expected: Ma Yushang, a mysterious prodigy with unmatched raw talent and flame, a commoner accepted through the principal's personal recommendation. Then there was Baik Yusal, unexpected, unknown, and the lowest-ranked entrant. Professor Lee Hanwell couldn't understand it. Yusiel hadn't solved the easier questions, yet cleared the hardest ones perfectly. Even Professor Adiltaman was surprised, wondering if it was genius or coincidence they reviewed Yusiel's file. His admission came by principal's authority due to his rare affinity with the combat skill Blink. A student who specialized in such a limited spell had no place among high-tier magicians. Yet Yusiel had done something extraordinary. Whether it was luck or hidden skill, the professors would soon find out. Meanwhile, students gathered nervously in the hallway. Class placements had been posted. Many were anxious, some pressured by family expectations. Among them, Yusiel quietly approached the board, musing how easy it would have been to check in a game. But this world was no simulation, and his place in it was about to be revealed. As the students gathered before the glowing boards listing class placements, Baek Yu-seo quietly scanned the names. A few curious gazes turned toward him. Whispers spread. He was the one who scored a D in the practical test. Some doubted his worth, questioning how someone with such a low mark had entered Stella Academy at all. Ignoring the murmurs, Yu-seo stepped forward to find his name. He checked list after list, classes A, B, C, but his name was missing. His heart pounded, panic crept in. Had he failed entirely because he only answered 3 questions? Was this the end? Nearby students commented on nobles and elites getting their expected placements. Even those with top scores had landed in standard classes. Confused and unsettled, Yu-seo stepped back, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. Then, something unusual caught his eye. Off to the side was a separate list. S-0. His name appeared under it, Baek Yu-seo. Staring in disbelief, he struggled to process it. What was this S-0 designation? Why was his name isolated from the others? He had never seen this classification before, not in the game or anywhere else. Yu-seo's confusion deepened. This wasn't part of any scenario he remembered. Something was definitely different in this world. The glowing list revealed the truth. Baek Yu-seo had been placed in Class S, Stella Academy's most elite class known as the Grade of Legends. Class S was where the top 41 students gathered, hand-picked among thousands for their unique abilities and potential. Yu-seo stared at the board in disbelief. He had only answered 3 questions, and those alone had placed him among prodigies. It didn't make sense. Panic crept in, not because of failure, but because of too much attention. He knew the true weight of Class S. It was where major characters, destined heroes, and powerful families converged. Getting involved with them, especially knowing how the world worked from his previous life or game experience, was dangerous. He quietly muttered that he couldn't even change his class assignment. Resigned, Yu-seo decided to avoid attention at all costs. He would blend in, keep his head down, and survive. Passing through the crowd of students, he reminded himself to stay low profile. That was his best chance to survive this world without triggering unwanted events. I'll manage somehow, he thought. But as he walked, he unknowingly passed another student whose sharp eyes silently watched him. Someone who had already taken notice of his unusual presence in Class S. As the new day dawned over Stella Academy, tension simmered inside its walls. In a secluded training hall, a harsh scolding echoed. Professor Hong Veal, known for her intensity, was berating her daughter Hong Bian. Despite being a princess of the Flame Kingdom, she had only answered 2 questions correctly on the entrance exam. Veal's expectations were crushing. She demanded perfection, treating Bian's failure as a disgrace. To her, anything less than excellence was unacceptable. She compared her daughter to insects, stating even commoners had performed better. Bian stood silently, enduring the lecture, unable to meet her mother's gaze. Hong Veal reminded her daughter that she must not repeat her own failures. Bian was not just a student. She represented her royal bloodline. She had to outshine her sister, uphold her family's pride, and erase any sign of weakness. Although Bian nodded obediently, her mind was clouded. I don't understand, she thought. She had studied exactly as taught, yet unfamiliar magic and concepts had made the test feel impossible. Confused and frustrated, she hid her feelings behind silence. Meanwhile, in a different part of the academy, Baek Yu-seo sighed as he entered a large classroom. One look confirmed his fears. It was full of eccentric geniuses. He quietly muttered to himself, I'm screwed. As Baek Yu-seo took his seat in class, the whispers around him didn't stop. Other students questioned how someone like him had even made it into their class. Some parents had already lodged complaints asking why he was there. The academy's vague response, he passed, left everyone confused. Yu-seo overheard them, but remained calm. Well, looks like I'm the outcast. He thought, still. He reminded himself that class placement wasn't permanent. Students could move up or down depending on their performance, even in Class S. That gave him some relief, at least for now. As he looked around the room, he recognized several students. These weren't just classmates. They were powerful characters from the game world he knew. Future heroes and traitors alike sat within reach. Among them was Ma Yushang, one of the potential threats to the magic world. He also spotted Flame, a student whose presence could determine the balance of the future. Yu-seo silently hoped she would steer things in the right direction. Just then, Professor Lee Hanwol entered. The room went silent as the famous combat instructor introduced himself. Known for subduing hundreds of dark mages, he commanded instant respect. With a calm voice, he welcomed the students and urged them to give their best during their 3 rigorous years at Stella. As Professor Hanwol signaled the start of the lesson, The classroom door opened. Hong Bian entered late, her footsteps sharp in the silence. Yu Sale glanced at her in surprise. Of all students, she was known for rigidly following rules. Her lateness was out of character. Curious, Yu Sale discreetly activated his bulbu glasses, an artifact displaying key information about characters. The profile appeared: Hong Bian Adelibet Fey Fire Mage, villainous, guaranteed to die. He frowned. Her fate was sealed by the game's original timeline according to the information. Bian would die because of the involvement of both Flame and Azel. Even knowing this, Yu Sale hesitated. Saving her wasn't part of his plan. He wasn't a hero. He just wanted to survive. I'd like to help, but I'm not in a position to, he thought. He decided to stay distant. As he returned to his seat, Bian walked directly toward him. Without a word, she sat beside him. Yu Sale's mind raced. This was unexpected. She gave him a brief glance, one filled with complex emotions, and then turned away. He couldn't make sense of it, her presence, her timing. It all felt too coincidental. Then silently, she reached out and touched the desk, a small but deliberate movement. Yu Sale, unsure how to respond, whispered to himself. Hong Bian settled into the seat beside Baek Yu Sale without saying a word. Her expression was unreadable, poised, yet oddly serene. Yu Sale stiffened, unsure of what to make of the situation. Of all the seats available, she chose the one next to him. He didn't know if it was coincidence, defiance, or some unknown motive. He avoided looking at her directly, trying to act natural, but a cold sweat began to form on his forehead. His thoughts raced. This wasn't how the game's scenario had unfolded before. Bian had always remained aloof from others, especially someone like him, an outlier with a questionable admission. There was no mistake. From the way she sat to her silent glance earlier, something had shifted. This wasn't the script he remembered. The game's timeline was already diverging. A sinking feeling grew in his chest. If things were already changing from this early stage, then the future he thought he knew might not unfold the same way. The flags, the paths, the outcomes, all could become unpredictable. In that moment, Yu Sale realized survival in this world might be harder than he expected. Before the official lesson could begin, the instructor announced the upcoming staff succession ceremony, one of the Academy's most prestigious rites. The Asuna classes would participate together. Although it was a standard procedure, it held great significance at Stella Academy. It wasn't just a simple handover of magical tools, it was a rite of resonance, where the right staff would choose its rightful wielder through magical compatibility. Yu Sale felt mixed emotions. The event was slightly bothersome, yet he couldn't hide his curiosity. This was one of the few key turning points he remembered clearly from the game. He knew that although students were told to choose their staff, in reality, the staff would react only to those who resonated with them. Among the many staves prepared, ranging from common grade to high tier, Yu Sale had to find one that suited his specific needs. Normally, he would have aimed for a staff appropriate for an average mage, but now, being in Class S, the expectations were much higher. He carefully examined the options, leaning toward a wand, the preferred weapon for rapid-casting knight-type mages. Yet, he needed to ensure it resonated with his unique abilities. As students whispered around him, wondering what he'd choose, Yu Sale stepped forward, calm but calculating, ready for whatever the staff succession would reveal. At Stella Academy, only one elite class exists. Per G-Raid, Class S, made up of just 41 students. It's the most prestigious and mysterious division, home to the top magic users. Among the new students, one boy is shocked to find himself admitted to this class. Confused and concerned, he resolves to avoid attention and stay under the radar. Despite his cautious attitude, his presence doesn't go unnoticed. He awkwardly sits beside a cheerful pink-haired girl, feeling the pressure mount. The anxiety intensifies when the professor announces the start of the staff succession ceremony, a key event where students bond with magical staves. The students are brought to a majestic chamber filled with countless staves, ranging from basic to advanced. Although the teacher suggests freely choosing one, the truth is revealed. It's the staff that chooses the mage. Only those compatible with the staff's power can wield it. While carefully contemplating his pick, the boy encounters Uslek, a noble with an arrogant attitude. Uslek insults his commoner status and warns him not to cause problems. Annoyed but silent, the boy watches as Uslek confidently approaches and selects the most powerful staff in the room. The Edmerpi Etimir, a middle-high, class relic. The boy stares, realizing that this ceremony might be more than it seems. In a grand magical academy, students were gathered before a set of powerful staffs. The head instructor explained that a middle-high class staff was typically only for professional magic warriors. Students, no matter how talented, should stick to the middle-low class staffs reserved for them. However, there was a rare exception. Only one staff of higher class stood among them, the coveted Edmari Itamiri. The instructor then instructed the students to choose the staff that best suited them. Among the students, one by one, they approached the displays. Haewon was the first to step forward and choose a middle-class staff, the Hayden Amakoten. It was considered an unusual choice, but not entirely surprising for someone with potential. Prince Scalvin followed, picking up another middle-class staff, the Suavadar Lahavan. However, the real surprise came when Princess Hong Bian selected the middle-class staff with ease. The murmurs of the students grew louder, wondering how so many talented individuals could wield such powerful staffs, normally a feat only achieved by certified magicians. Meanwhile, a student, feeling frustrated by his own inability to choose a staff, stepped forward with determination. He attempted to resonate with a middle, high-class staff. Uselek, despite the odds. Watch carefully, he muttered, as his magical energy swirled around him. I'll show you what true talent looks like. The student, determined to wield the middle high-class staff, clenched his fist tightly as energy erupted around him. His body was surrounded by a brilliant light, and for a brief moment it seemed like he might succeed, but the force was too much for him to control. He staggered back, unable to resonate with the powerful staff, and collapsed to the ground in pain. His classmates stared in shock, realizing how difficult it was to master such a powerful weapon. He failed to resonate, someone murmured, concern in their voice. As the student struggled to get up, another voice called for a professor to intervene. The scene was chaotic as others around him expressed concern. I guess a middle, high-class staff is impossible, the fallen student muttered. Wincing from the strain, his body still ached from the failed attempt. Meanwhile, his rival, who had observed the entire ordeal, smirked. But the student, now recovering, clenched his jaw. His hands grasped a staff once more, and with unwavering determination, he stood. The owner of this staff has already been decided. Ma Yusong steps forward confidently, catching the attention of everyone around him. His presence alone radiates power as he prepares to make his move. One student looks on, wondering if Ma Yusong is about to take the powerful staff. The tension in the air is palpable as the crowd watches in anticipation. Another student expresses doubt, commenting that Ma Yusong might not be able to handle Edmari Edamiri, the staff's legendary power. This only adds to the suspense of the moment Ma Yusong moves forward, and his body is enveloped in a glowing aura. The magic within him is ready to unleash as he grasps the staff. A burst of light surrounds him as he struggles to control the energy. The raw power from the staff seems to push against him. Despite the strain on his face, Ma Yusong holds on, determined to prove his strength and to succeed in wielding the staff. Ma Yusong smirks, finally holding the staff with confidence. He looks satisfied with his success, showing his control over the immense energy. The surrounding students are in awe. They whisper about the impossible feat he just accomplished, taking a high-class staff with ease. One student asks whether this is even possible, amazed by Ma Yusong's unexpected triumph. Ma Yusong stands tall, savoring the moment. His victory will surely make him a known figure among the students. The students react with mixed emotions, some impressed, others unsure of how Ma Yusong managed such an incredible feat. Ma Yusong knows that this moment will draw much needed attention to his immense talent. Deep in thought, Ma Yusong reflects on the path ahead, wondering how this accomplishment will shape his future. He considers the possibilities, knowing his actions have opened new opportunities. With a quiet smile, he looks forward to the challenges that will arise. Understanding the gravity of the attention he has just drawn, the mage, Baek Yuziel, thinks to himself that he needs to use flame to bring Ma Yusong onto their side. This plan will be the key to winning over the powerful mage. Baek Yuziel spots something glowing in the distance, the Teravan sword, which is the key to his scheme. He finally locates it after searching. With a calm look, Baek Yuziel acknowledges that he has found Teravan, knowing it will lead to Ma Yusong's interest in flame. Baek Yuziel wonders aloud what Flame will do now that she's closer to Teravan. He hopes his plan will succeed. Flame walks towards the sword, unaware of Baek Yuziel's intentions. She seems lost in thought, unaware of the plan unfolding. Baek Yuziel whispers to himself, instructing Flame to grab Teravan, so Ma Yusong would take interest in her. Baek Yuziel is growing anxious as Flame shows no interest in Teravan. His plan begins to crumble in front of him. Realizing the situation is slipping, Baek Yuziel decides to adjust his approach. With no other choice, Baek Yuziel feels he must push Teravan onto Flame to force her hand. Baek Yuziel finally acts, pushing Teravan toward Flame. Using a surge of magical energy, the flash of light surrounds Flame, signaling the next phase of the plan. Baek Yuziel watches intently, prepared for whatever comes next. A flash of light surrounds Flame as she vanishes with Teravan, teleported by Baekhyuseol's magic, Blink Flame. Now disoriented, looks confused as she appears in a new location. Baekhyuseol smirks, happy that his plan has worked. Flame reacts with surprise and Baekhyuseol greets her. Hi Flame asks Baekhyuseol about which staff he will choose. Seeming genuinely curious, she looks at him expectantly, but he doesn't respond right away. Flame walks away, remarking that it is none of his business. Baekhyuseol, surprised, tries to stop her, feeling the pressure of the moment. He wonders why she's acting so cold. Baekhyuseol mumbles to himself, sensing that something is off. Flame's behavior is not what he expected from her. Baekhyuseol reflects on Flame's typically warm and sociable nature, but now she seems distant. He feels a deep sense of confusion over her cold reaction. Despite this, Baekhyuseol resolves not to give up. His life depends on winning her over. He calls out to her once again, trying to engage. Flame hesitates, then turns around. She insists that she really just wants to help him choose, further confusing Baekhyuseol as she keeps distancing herself. Baekhyuseol becomes more desperate, insisting that he doesn't need help. Flame still seems to be distracted by something, giving him an aloof response. Baekhyuseol's mind races. He wonders if there's something about Flame that he's missed. She shouldn't be behaving like this. Flame seems to hint at a deeper connection, suggesting that there's a staff she believes is perfect for him. Baekhyuseol is perplexed by the sudden cryptic words. Flame points to a staff in the distance, Teravan. The sight causes Baekhyuseol to panic, realizing that it's part of his plan. Baekhyuseol internally wonders what's happening, questioning why Flame seems to know so much. He's caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. Flame smiles faintly, not giving much away. Baekhyuseol is left stunned, contemplating the significance of her actions. Baekhyuseol acknowledges that Flame has pointed out Teravan, but he is wary. The tension heightens as he prepares to make his next move. Baekhyuseol feels a strange shift as Flame continues to observe. The air around them feels charged, signaling something is about to unfold. He starts hearing an odd noise and looks up, feeling a strange disturbance. Something isn't right as the atmosphere thickens with power. Baekhyuseol is confused as he finds Teravan in his hand. He wonders how it ended up there when Flame was supposed to take it. As Flame notices Teravan in his hand, her expression darkens. She asks, "Why?" in a tone full of suspicion. Baekhyuseol tries to brush it off, nervously stuttering that it is nothing. But inside, he feels a deep sense of dread. "I'm screwed," he thinks to himself. Realizing the situation is spiraling out of control, Flame continues to stare at Baekhyuseol, her expression growing colder. The tension between them thickens as she demands an explanation. Baekhyuseol panics, trying to come up with an excuse. His mind races, but the pressure is too much for him to handle. Ma Yusong and his classmates discuss the upcoming magic staff selection. 2 students are expected to successfully claim high-tier staffs. A student remarks that historically, only a few students manage to acquire such powerful staffs. The rarity of the opportunity adds to the pressure. The group is filled with anticipation. Only the strongest students will succeed, and the stakes are high for everyone involved. Later, Ma Yusong talks about a recent magic exam where one student used the blink ability, which is seen as basic magic, puzzling everyone. A second student questions how blink could be useful in such a serious exam. They don't understand how something so simple could hold any value. Ma Yusong wonders if something went wrong during the exam. Unsure if the results are what they seem, or if there's more to it. In a quiet study hall, the protagonist reflects on their own abilities, uncertain if their power is enough to succeed in the upcoming challenges. The pressure is overwhelming, but they push through, determined to face the challenges ahead. They resolve to continue, knowing they must rely on their skills and make the best of their situation. Another student, showing off their flame magic, attempts to prove their strength. They want to outshine everyone. The protagonist watches, feeling both impressed and frustrated. They still have much to learn to compete. Reflecting on the display, the protagonist realizes that true power isn't just about magic, but how you use it. A fellow student asks if the protagonist is going to study alone. The invitation to join them is extended. The protagonist smiles and declines, deciding to stay focused and study alone. With a renewed sense of determination, the protagonist prepares for the challenges ahead. Flame teases her classmates, asking if they think she's a nerd. One of them replies that she always says there's nothing to do but ends up studying. Anyway, Flame laughs and says it's not like that. She explains she calls them kids because she's always been treated as older wherever she came from. She adds that she recently realized she's living in a novel and can't act like a typical kid anymore. A student named Jackie, Noticing Flame's different attitude, asks if she's going to study alone again today. Flame responds she has a special supplementary meeting to attend. Jackie is curious but leaves while Flame reflects on her journey. She wonders why she always feels out of place. As Flame walks away, she thinks about how hard it is to be seen as a child at her age, feeling more mature than she appears. Flame stumbles slightly but catches herself. Hei Wonrang appears, asking if she's okay. Flame reassures him, saying she's fine. He looks at her, concerned, but says nothing more. Hei Wonrang asks if something's wrong, because her expression doesn't seem right. Flame brushes it off. Flame continues walking, saying she's headed to the self-study hall, while Hei Wonrang mentions he's going to the training hall again. Flame teases him, saying he can't afford to be lazy with his daily training, but he replies she's being too sincere. Flame smiles slightly, feeling amused but also thinking about how she needs to stay focused on her own path. Later, Flame is lost in thought when she suddenly bumps into someone, causing a small commotion. Flame apologizes, a bit embarrassed, before looking up to see the other student. She realizes she might have missed something important. The student seems intrigued by her reaction, and Flame quickly adjusts, ready to move forward with her day. Hei Wonrang glances at Flame with a slightly amused look. She turns to him, clearly confused by his expression. He lets out a small laugh, the sound teasing, as Flame continues to watch him in silent curiosity. Flame doesn't know what to make of his behavior, but she waves it off and heads in the opposite direction, wondering what he meant. Before Flame can leave, Hei Wonrang casually says, "See you later then." Flame walks away, muttering under her breath about how bland his farewell was. She pauses for a moment, hearing him in the distance but dismissing it as unimportant. She focuses on the task ahead. As Flame enters the self-study hall, she notices Jackie lingering behind, making her wonder why she's still there. Flame quickly shakes it off, reminding herself that it's not something worth thinking about at the moment. She refocuses on her goal, walking inside the study hall, determined to get through her meeting. Inside the hall, the setting is quiet and Flame can sense the importance of the upcoming meeting. She reflects on the characters involved, those pivotal to the story, knowing this meeting will change things for her. Flame takes a seat, ready for the meeting to begin, with all important characters gathered around. As the meeting progresses, Flame remains observant, noting the behavior of each person in the room. Her eyes narrow with focus. She knows she must navigate carefully in this gathering of influential figures. With a determined look, Flame prepares herself for whatever comes next. Ready to take on the challenges ahead, Flame observes the host for the supplementary meeting, surprised to see it's a class student Kyle. She hadn't expected him to be in charge. She thinks to herself that with how elite the S-class students are, it makes sense. Kyle would be leading the meeting. The situation is serious, and she feels the weight of it. Flame sighs, focused on the work ahead. She wonders what Kyle's intentions are, but she knows she'll need to keep her attention sharp for what's next. Nearby, a group of students, including one who looks like Ma Yusong, whispers among themselves. They're surprised to see someone as important as him here. The others talk about how Ma Yusong is the supposed male lead in this world, and the fact that he's interested in Bai Yuseol doesn't seem like a coincidence. Flame overhears their conversation, thinking that she should be more cautious, considering how much she still doesn't understand about the world and its players. As Bai Yuseol silently solves the questions laid before him, he knows exactly what he's doing. He understands that solving these questions will get him closer to the S-class. Yuseol sighs in relief, wishing someone would take the troublesome person off his hands. A classmate questions why Yuseol is there. The curiosity about his presence lingers in the air. Yuseol brushes it off, telling the classmate not to listen to such trivial things. Another classmate wonders if Yuseol has a special reason for being there, suspecting something more. Yuseol laughs lightly and admits he's only there because his grades are poor. It's a forced participation, nothing more. The classmate, still puzzled, questions why Yuseol is being paid so much attention. The instructor calls for the class to focus. The time for small talk is over. The placement exam is about to begin, and the instructor explains that the questions are difficult, some even nearly impossible. A student, frustrated by others' presence, curses under their breath, their plan to expand their influence now in jeopardy. The student sees an opportunity in Yuseol's low exam score and decides to show him up, confident. The student plans to prove they are better by solving the exam first. They prepare to solve the problem, eager to outshine Yuseol. The student begins solving the problem, believing it's an easy challenge to overcome. Yuseol quietly begins solving it, aware of the trap in the question. Focused Yuseol knows that solving it correctly will prove his skill. Yuseol calmly smiles, showing little concern for the exam's challenge. He is indifferent to the other's nervousness, just going with the flow. A classmate, puzzled, wonders why UCL doesn't seem bothered. His calm demeanor is out of place for the pressure-filled atmosphere. UCL dismisses their concern, shrugging it off as unimportant. His relaxed attitude is unaffected by the situation. The instructor calls for everyone's attention, warning that the upcoming exam will be tough. The questions are designed to push everyone to their limits. A student, anxious about the exam, wonders how UCL is so unfazed. The pressure mounts as they try to understand his calmness. UCL's classmate, frustrated, questions whether UCL will actually manage to handle the difficult questions that are about to come. As the exam starts, UCL appears completely calm, while others begin to struggle with the first few questions. UCL quickly realizes the problem is a trap. He identifies the hidden trick in the question that will catch others off guard. With a confident grin, UCL begins working through the problem, knowing it's not as complicated as it seems. His focus sharpens. A student watches UCL and grows frustrated. They realize that UCL might be solving the problem faster than they thought. Determined, the student challenges UCL, thinking that they can do better. They prepare to prove themselves by answering faster. UCL, not fazed, continues at his own pace. He's aware of the competition but remains focused on solving the problem correctly. As the exam progresses, UCL finishes his answer and begins looking around, sensing the tension in the room. A classmate now watches UCL, impressed by his calmness and skill. They can't help but wonder how he solved it so quickly. UCL grins, knowing that his approach to the problem has given him an edge. It wasn't about speed, but accuracy. UCL explains a concept with a smirk, showing the class how the answer to a tricky problem is quite simple. Despite its complexity, he suggests that the answer to the problem, which involves dirt and decomposition, is straightforward. He finds it ridiculous that others find it difficult. As he continues, he mutters to himself, wondering who came up with such a problem in the first place. He remains confident in his explanation, though. The instructor comments on how Kyle solved the problem incorrectly, but still managed to get the right answer. This raises some doubt about the methods being used. UCL observes from his seat, contemplating the error in Kyle's method, but he also wonders what would happen if the problem were different. He turns to the instructor, admitting he can spot where Kyle went wrong. He feels confident that his own approach is superior. The instructor challenges UCL, asking if his method would still work with different conditions like water or wind instead of earth. UCL responds with confidence, stating he would just use a different method to solve the problem. The instructor points out that UCL's approach would require an entirely different strategy, urging him to reconsider his solution. UCL admits that his method was based on luck and that if the problem were altered, the outcome would be completely different. He takes a moment to rethink the situation. He admits his confidence might have been misplaced, but he is still determined to solve the problem. As he stares at the board, UCL agrees that he must approach the problem from a different angle if the conditions were different. As UCL ponders, his classmate watches in disbelief. She can't believe how easily he's adjusting his method to solve the problem. She notices other students taking notes, eagerly writing down UCL's explanation. They're amazed at how he handles the problem. The classmate is left stunned, unsure how UCL is able to approach such complex problems with ease while others struggle. Ariel and Hong Bian, two classmates, should have been arguing over the problem, but instead, both are too distracted to focus on their disagreement. A nearby student, watching them, wonders if it's okay for the two to be so distracted at a crucial moment. They question how the situation will unfold. As the sun sets over the academy, Ma Yusong smiles and bids his classmate goodbye, saying they will meet again tomorrow, walking away. He begins to wonder about his recent encounter with UCL, feeling conflicted over the situation. His thoughts linger as he waves goodbye, unsure of the path ahead but resolute in his decision. Frustrated, Ma Yusong slumps against the wall, regretting his involvement with UCL. He thinks about his own struggles, like using a phone. But UCL's attention leaves him confused. Sighing deeply, he wonders why he keeps crossing paths with UCL, troubled by the unexpected connection. Ma Yusong notices Hong Bianoff waiting nearby. Though curious, he tells himself it's none of his business and decides to pass by. Just as he walks past, Hong Bianoff approaches him, breaking his thoughts. Hong Bianoff calls his name, asking if she can speak with him. She tells him she has something important to ask. Ma Yusong wonders why she's seeking him out now. Hong Bianoff questions why Ma Yusong didn't explain things earlier. Ma Yusong, confused, tries to explain his side. She replies, "I understand," and walks away, leaving him in more confusion. Hong Bianoff raises her eyebrow as she addresses Ma Yusong, pointing out that he didn't want to announce his solution in a place like that. Ma Yuxiang quickly responds, denying it, but Hong Baiyanoff seems unconvinced. She offers to compensate him for his trouble, leaving Ma Yuxiang shocked by her proposal. Ma Yuxiang is taken aback and questions what she means by compensation. Hong Baiyanoff, determined, repeats that she'll compensate him fairly, adding that he should explain whatever is on his mind. Ma Yuxiang stands frozen, stunned by her insistence. The scene shifts to a quiet study area where they sit across from each other at a table. Hong Baiyanoff places a sheet of paper before Ma Yuxiang, mentioning that he only failed 3 questions on the placement test. Ma Yuxiang, still unsure, comments that he doesn't understand why she's paying him to explain these questions. Hong Baiyanoff remains calm, saying she has her reasons and requests that he simply explain the solutions. Ma Yuxiang, a little awkward, notes that she only missed the 3 questions, but he tries to push back further. He wonders aloud if she's embarrassed to ask for help, despite being a princess with many potential aides. Hong Baiyanoff is unfazed and assures him there's nothing embarrassing about asking for help. She explains that the tricky questions were meant to be unsolvable, but Ma Yuxiang solved them. Our realization hits Ma Yuxiang. The questions were meant to be impossible, yet he managed to solve them. Ma Yuxiang stares at the paper, stunned by the complexity of the trick questions. He now realizes why he is in the S class. He reflects on his previous limitations and how Flame had held him back from understanding the full world. Building. His mind races, realizing that he never even knew such trick questions existed. Ma Yuxiang starts to compare the situation with Flame, noting how different she is. Flame, unlike him, must know most of the world's settings, including the trick questions that stumped him. He recalls how Flame, a character from the original story, had been forced into a corner when he appeared. Ma Yuxiang, realizing Flame's hidden knowledge, mutters in surprise that her insight might be the key to the situation. Hong Baiyanoff, sensing his thoughts, says that there was a reason for Ma Yuxiang's approach. She asks why he looks so different now, causing him to snap out of his thoughts and return his focus to her. Ma Yuxiang insists that Hong Baiyanoff hasn't forgotten his condition for helping her with the trick questions. Hong Baiyanoff, nonchalant, confirms the agreement and shares her simple request. She asks Ma Yuxiang to alter her staff into a magic sword. Much to his surprise, Ma Yuxiang, taken aback, wonders why a princess would request such a thing. Hong Baiyanoff explains that while her kingdom's blacksmiths can craft such weapons, it's typically for low-level mercenaries. She emphasizes that it fits her style and insists Ma Yuxiang shouldn't worry about it. Ma Yuxiang reflects that Hong Baiyanoff only fully realizes her limitations after her 2nd year. Having lost significantly to Flame, he ponders over his own ability to help, realizing he can't provide significant insights but can still guide her in the right direction. Determined, Ma Yuxiang shifts the conversation and asks, "Do you know what a nonsense quiz is by any chance?" Hong Baiyanoff turns to him with a puzzled expression, unsure of what he means by a nonsense quiz. The girl, Bian, looks at Yusiel with confusion, trying to recall if she's heard of the concept he is talking about. Yusiel smiles mischievously and asks her, "What's between a knee and a knee?" He seems to enjoy the challenge he's presented. Bian thinks for a moment, then guesses, "The back of the knee?" But Yusiel shakes his head with a playful smirk, revealing her answer was wrong. With a confident grin, Yusiel declares, "The answer is, and." He explains that the space between the knees is the word "and," not an actual location. Bian stares at him, still puzzled by the answer. "How does that make sense?" she wonders. Clearly frustrated, Yusiel laughs lightly, telling her not to glare so hard even though she's still trying to understand his riddle. Yusiel shows Bian a complex question on paper and urges her to think creatively. He points out that the question requires imagination, not just memorized knowledge. Bian looks at the question, unsure if she can solve it purely with creativity, but begins to think. Yusiel reassures her, explaining that pure logic alone won't work for this one. Bian asks if memorization could help, but Yusiel firmly shakes his head. Creativity is key, he asserts, challenging her thinking. Bian agrees, but she believes that for a mage, knowing many spells is just as important. She adds that a mage must think beyond the obvious to truly grow. Yusiel acknowledges her insight but hints that his strength lies in judgment and analytical thinking. Yusiel smirks as he points out that Bian lacks the most important quality for a mage, creativity. His words strike a nerve as Bian visibly stiffens, the tension rising. Bian stands still for a moment, eyes narrowing with a serious expression. The air grows heavier as she contemplates the weight of his words. Yusiel notices her shift in mood and, realizing the seriousness of the situation, reacts with mild concern, commenting on how intense her face has become. After a brief pause, Yusiel nervously asks if Bian understood everything he said, wondering if his explanation had been too complicated. With a confident yet playful smile, Bian responds, claiming she fully understood. However, in her mind, she is confused about the whole concept. Yusiel laughs, clearly amused, and notes how fascinating it is that she still doesn't seem to grasp the complexity of the discussion. Yusiel seems excited to start, pushing forward with the lesson, eager to get to work. Bian, however, appears distracted by a thought. She ponders the strange question Yusiel asked earlier. Why did the man say to the horse while putting him to bed? Her mind races for an answer. Her hand rests on her chin, deep in thought as she prepares to tackle the riddle, her expression revealing the gears turning in her mind. Bian answers hesitantly, unsure of the riddle's meaning. Yusiel smiles. Revealing the punchline, the answer is, "It is past your bedtime." His eyes gleam with mischief. Bian groans, clearly frustrated with the joke, while Yusiel laughs at her reaction, clearly enjoying the playful moment. Yusiel continues with another riddle. What happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered a race? Bian, looking puzzled, again responds. With a triumphant grin, Yusiel announces the punchline. Rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary. Bian sighs, rolling her eyes at his humor. Yusiel eagerly asks Bian, what did the clouds say to the ocean when it was raining? His playful tone gives away that he is expecting another riddle answer. Bian looks at him with an exhausted expression, clearly not wanting to hear another joke. She sighs and replies. Despite her resistance, Yusiel presses on, teasing, I'm getting a bit ocean, all. His pun hits hard, but Bian doesn't seem amused. To Yusiel's surprise, Bian finally cracks the riddle. Answering correctly, the cloud said, You're making waves. Yusiel's eyes widen in shock. He's impressed that she managed to figure it out, but he quickly stumbles over his words. His surprise shifts into admiration as he realizes just how clever Bian can be when she's focused. Yusiel praises Bian, noting, as expected of a princess, your creativity is on another level. His words, while complimentary, hint at something deeper. Bian responds with a smile, her mood shifting to one of satisfaction. All right, that's enough. Give me the next question, she says. Her confident tone contrasts with Yusiel's admiration, who smiles to himself, ready to continue their playful exchange. The scene shifts outside as Yusiel prepares to leave. The night sky looms above, and the city glows in the distance. As he walks alone, the faint sound of his footsteps echoes in the quiet streets. He seems lost in thought. Yusiel reflects on the time spent with Bian, now amused at how the riddles turned into a game of wit. Yusiel feels the weight of the day pressing on him as he continues walking, the city fading into the distance behind him. Lost in his thoughts, Yusiel wonders about the unexpected path their conversation had taken, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the unpredictability of it all. A smile appears on his face, mixed with a sense of amusement. He thinks to himself. Yusiel reflects on Bian's strengths and weaknesses. He acknowledges that while Bian is undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind, she has one weakness, her rigid way of thinking. He feels a twinge of guilt as he considers how he could exploit that weakness to gain an advantage. Still, he knows he needs to think fast as time is pressing. With a sigh, he reminds himself to hurry and buy the books he needs for class. He can't afford to waste any more time on this thought process. As Yusiel walks through the city, he seems to be searching for something, his pace quickening with each step. He mutters to himself, Is it around here? I can't quite remember. After a moment, Yusiel spots what he's been looking for and exclaims, Found it. He smiles, pleased that his search has come to an end. He stands there, confident in his discovery, ready to move forward and complete the task at hand. As the sun sets, a rundown bookstore stands in the dimming light. Its worn windows give a faint glow from within. Inside, dust and cobwebs cover the shelves. The place looks forgotten, but there's a quiet allure to it. A young man enters the bookstore, noting its rundown state. He murmurs, It's pretty rundown, as he surveys the space. He knows this place hides something significant. The books here aren't ordinary, holding the secrets of a legendary graduate from Stella Academy. A faint glow surrounds the shelf that holds the study notes of Mayella, a former top student. These notes are more than just textbooks. A prompt suddenly appears, offering him a choice. Will you take the class? The decision feels like part of a game. The man recalls how he once searched famous bookstores for textbooks, only to find hidden gems like this one. He takes the study notes of Mayella, knowing it will unlock knowledge beyond ordinary magic. He smiles, convinced this book will guide him to greater power. The man pulls a glowing book from the shelf. As his hand touches it, a spark flares, catching him off guard. He wonders, confused by the reaction. A woman with silver hair steps forward. Acel, the man recognizes her. You know who I am? She nods. Your bike, Yusiel. From the supplementary group, Baek feeling slightly confused, wonders if Acel truly doesn't remember their previous meeting at the academy. He recalls their last interaction where they had a heated debate but never quite finished it. The encounter had left a lasting impression on him, but it seems that Acel has forgotten about it. He shrugs it off, thinking it was just an unfortunate situation that left unresolved questions. Despite the awkwardness, he smiles and decides to move on, glad to have met her again. Baek takes a moment to appreciate that his valuable textbook was still where he left it. He sighs in relief, knowing it hasn't been taken by someone else. He looks over at Acel, thinking to himself about her presence in the bookstore. Why would she be here? He wonders. As he watches her, he notices a price tag on the book she's holding. It's an expensive one, marked 78,000 gold. His thoughts turn to the practicalities of life. Baek mind races as he realizes that Acel, despite her noble background, is here, possibly struggling to afford books. This thought doesn't sit well with him. He reflects on how this bookstore is often frequented by students like him, those who can't afford new textbooks. He wonders how difficult life must be for someone like Acel, from a once great family now fallen on hard times. Baek recalls that Acel's family had been powerful once, but everything was lost after a tragedy. Her father, a key figure, was likely killed by dark demonic forces. The tragedy, along with her fall from grace, makes Baek sympathize with her, realizing how much she's had to endure. His heart sinks as he imagines Acel's struggle, facing a harsh world without the support she once had. Baek reflection turns grim as he remembers Acel's fate in the original novel. She was a tragic character, ending up in a disastrous position. He realizes that the original game's narrative left her with a tragic end, and the thought weighs heavily on him. However, Acel seems unaware of her fate. As Baek watches her hold a book, his thoughts turn to how she might still have the power to change her destiny. Baek, looking eager, asks Acel for all the books she has. His enthusiasm for the knowledge they contain is clear. Acel looks at him with some surprise. She wonders how this young man can be so focused on books, as though he's more concerned about knowledge than anything else. Despite her surprise, she agrees to his request. Baek interest in books is stronger than she initially expected. Baek, slightly puzzled, notices Acel's reaction. He wonders if she is about to comment on the subjects he's picked. Acel comments on the strange selection of books Baek is reading. They range from advanced topics like sealing theory to strange magical methods. Baek is slightly confused by her reaction. He wonders why she seems so surprised by his interest in such topics. Acel starts explaining the sealing theory to him, pointing out how it's an ancient form of magic that involves using an item to seal something away. She goes on to explain that sealing magic is rarely used in modern times because alchemy and magical engineering have become more advanced. Baek, acknowledging the lack of current usefulness, admits that he still finds the subject intriguing and worth learning about. Baek reflects on his advantage. By choosing obscure subjects like sealing theory, he can achieve good grades while putting in less effort. Acel, now understanding his approach, nods. She realizes that it's easier to excel in such niche subjects than the more popular ones. Baek smiles, confident that he's made the right choice for the semester. He feels prepared for whatever challenges come. The next day arrives, and Baek heads to class with a clear sense of direction and a new goal in mind. Acel, however, stands silently behind him, contemplating her own path. The second day begins at the academy, and both of them are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Acel sits in her first class, reflecting on the subject. Nihility, she thinks it will be easy to get good grades despite the complexity of the topic. As she looks around, she notices several students have signed up for this class, including Baek, who's sitting nearby. She feels the pressure as all the smart students are in this class too. Sighing, Acel mutters to herself, thinking about how difficult it will be to stand out among such a talented group. The class begins, and Acel is already feeling overwhelmed. She wonders if she made the right choice by taking this subject. She worries that she won't be able to keep up with the advanced topics. I'll just have to do my best in the other classes, she decides. The professor announces the end of the class, and Acel, now even more worried, feels the weight of her decision. She's still hungry but needs to focus on her future. As she heads out, Acel wonders what to have for lunch. She only has 60 meal tickets for the semester and decides to settle for some bread today. She thinks about the financial strain of her situation, knowing she needs to be frugal with her meals. Her thoughts are interrupted when she sees Baek in the distance. Acel walks past Baek, and someone nearby whispers his name. They recognize him as Baek, a standout student from the supplementary group. In a classroom, A student notices someone familiar and wonders aloud. Recognizing Baek Yusil, a fellow student, surprised, asks what Baek Yusil is doing here as they are in a lecture that seems a bit too quiet. The student concludes the class might be cancelled because of low attendance, though it is clear that Yusil's presence is unusual. The student surveys the sparsely populated room, noticing that many of the students in attendance have questionable grades. The student reflects on how this class could be at risk of cancellation due to its lack of popularity. A plan forms in the student's mind, pondering if signing up for this class would be an easy way to boost grades with minimal effort. The student begins to consider the benefits of enrolling in the class, boosting grades, without spending too much time studying. The thought crosses their mind that they could use the extra time to focus on other subjects. Curiously, the student wonders if Baek Yusil already knew this class would be an easy one to excel in. The student suddenly gets a troubling thought. Did Baek Yusil plan all his classes carefully to ensure his life would be easier? The realization sends a chill down their spine as they wonder if Yusil is always steps ahead, calculating every move. The student tries to shake the thought away, convinced it's just a coincidence and overthinking the situation. The scene shifts to a majestic building where a professor stands in front of a class speaking confidently about the origins of magic. The professor explains how the founding mage, the Mage in White, spread magic across the world, leading to an era of magical learning. Introducing himself as Professor Layden, the instructor continues, guiding the class through the ancient history of magic. The professor continues his lecture, explaining how the founding mage's journey to the heavens shaped the history of magic. He mentions that humans, after learning magic, developed elemental magic, marking a new chapter in magical history. As the professor speaks, a student, distracted, contemplates how long this lecture might go on, finding the details repetitive. The student wonders if this lecture might hold key information, something that could help them understand a deeper, hidden aspect of their journey. They consider the potential connection of this lecture to an overarching mystery, speculating about its significance. Despite their doubts, they remain attentive, pondering whether the lecture could give clues about the true ending they are searching for. The student asks a side question, distracted again, wondering if Acel has always been part of this class. They don't recall any main characters in the story attending this specific class, questioning Azel's sudden presence. The student shrugs it off, not sure why Azel's presence matters, but still wondering what role she might play in the unfolding events. The professor continues explaining human curiosity about magic, not just limited to elemental powers, but extending to other forms of magic. Humans, in their pursuit of knowledge, sought to steal magic from other species, but were never fully satisfied with what they learned. The professor tells of how the founding mage left behind the 12 divine moons, which carried secrets lost over time. Professor Layden asks the class if anyone knows about the 12 divine moons, introducing a key historical mystery, Azel. Now speaking, shares that the 12 divine moons are legendary guardians responsible for maintaining balance on the continent. The professor nods in agreement, revealing that the 12 were scattered across the continent, carrying out their duties for 1,000 years. The professor describes the divine moons symbolizing summer, its flames continuing to burn even after 1,000 years. He mentions that the deep sea of Almanaka still contains these eternal red flames, inviting anyone curious to see them for themselves. A student, skeptical, wonders if the professor's claim is meant to be a joke, unsure whether it's all part of the lecture's fantasy. The professor moves on, explaining the Leviathan's coast, where a giant whirlpool created by the 12th divine moon stands frozen by an ancient winter. He reveals that each divine moon has its own unique power contributing to the balance of the world. Curiously, he adds that a miracle is said to occur when all the divine moons are gathered together. A student asks what this miracle is, but the professor, shaking his head, admits that no one truly knows what it might be. He goes on, explaining that the divine moons have been asleep for 1,000 years, and no one has been able to understand their true purpose. The student reflects, recalling their past encounters with some of the moons, hoping these experiences might offer a clue to the mystery. The student notes that meeting the divine moons was only possible by gathering information from others in the community. They wonder if the divine moons hold the key to unlocking the true ending, as they themselves only encountered 5 of them. Despite the challenges, the student is resolved to continue, acknowledging that they must pursue the divine moons to uncover the truth. The student contemplates the risks involved, knowing that the journey ahead requires them to repeatedly risk their life to get closer to the truth. Determined, they decide that they will go through it all again just to witness the true ending, regardless of the dangers. In the final image, the student stands tall, resolute, and ready for the next phase of their journey, knowing that strength alone isn't enough for the challenges ahead. A powerful voice cuts through the air, stating that strength means nothing if the enemy cannot be defeated. no matter how powerful the attack. The scene explodes with energy as the opponent, a professor, releases a devastating attack, sending a wave of force in every direction. The blast creates a stunning visual of fiery destruction, emphasizing the raw power of the moment, leaving everyone in awe of the professor's strength. In the aftermath of the explosion, a figure stands alone amidst the chaos, looking unflinching in the face of destruction. The figure wearing a red robe remains calm as the smoke clears, reflecting on the terrible might of the attack. They mutter to themselves, acknowledging how terrifying the power is but remaining resolute in their stance. The smoke clears to reveal Bian, standing strong despite the aftermath of the blast, her hair flowing with the wind. Bian calmly faces the destruction, her posture unwavering as she moves forward, preparing for what's next. The princess sits alone on a bench in a quiet room, her expression one of deep regret as she reflects on her actions. She thinks to herself that she must have disappointed her mother again, feeling a sense of guilt weighing on her heart. As she contemplates her emotions, a voice calls out her name. Someone has arrived to check on her. A classmate approaches the princess, concerned for her well-being. The princess is surprised but reassured by the concern. The girl praises the princess, commenting on how amazing she is, though the princess brushes it off, feeling it was nothing special. The conversation shifts and the princess wonders about a specific mage she's heard of, one whose magic is incredibly powerful. The girl explains that the fire mage she's referring to is known for their impressive abilities. The princess listens intently, recalling the mage's name, Arshuang, and recognizing her as a formidable fire-type mage. The conversation leaves the princess pondering this mage's strength, feeling a mix of admiration and rivalry. The princess, deep in thought, reflects on her own magic and its limitations compared to the exceptional fire magic of Arshuang. She wonders if she could ever reach that level of mastery, knowing that Arshuang's power is unmatched. Still, the princess resolves to keep working hard and honing her own abilities, not willing to give up despite the challenges. The princess stands up, her mind set on improving, though she still feels conflicted inside. She says her goodbyes, determined to leave her doubts behind and focus on the future. As she walks away, the princess vows to continue her journey, knowing she still has a long way to go. The princess looks out with an intense gaze, lost in thought about the challenges ahead. She stands in the middle of a grand courtyard, her eyes narrowing as she contemplates the events that have unfolded. In the distance, a small plant grows in the sunlight, a symbol of hope amidst the chaos she faces. The princess enters a room, sighing in relief after a long day. She's visibly exhausted from the burden she carries. She's greeted by her attendant, who addresses her with respect, but the princess looks worn and distracted. The attendant calls out to her, and the princess turns, her gaze softening as she acknowledges the presence of her loyal servant. The attendant offers refreshments, telling the princess about a recent development regarding the staff she ordered. She mentions that the staff is of high quality, designed for strength and precision, but there's something peculiar about its make. The princess listens carefully, intrigued by the revelation that the staff is not just an ordinary tool, but may hold deeper significance. The princess ponders the potential of the staff, wondering how its magical properties might align with her own powers. Her attendant seems cautious, unsure about its effectiveness despite its craftsmanship. The princess decides to investigate further, her curiosity piqued about this mysterious staff. The conversation shifts to more technical aspects, with the princess learning about the staff's unique ability to draw power from the user. She challenges her attendant's assessment, intrigued by the staff's connection to natural forces, which could potentially enhance her abilities. Determined, she resolves to keep experimenting, convinced that with time the staff might reveal its true power. The princess and her attendant discuss the staff further, noting its strange mana-sucking property that limits its classification. The attendant expresses her confusion, questioning how anyone could use such a staff given its drain on the user's mana. The princess muses that most people wouldn't be able to wield the staff unless they had a very specific level of mana. The princess, feeling uncertain, takes a sip from her drink as she tries to make sense of the situation. She dismisses her doubts, suggesting that the commoner will figure out how to use it, though she remains curious. With a slight smile, she remarks on the unique nature of the situation, intrigued by the mystery surrounding the staff and its user. Days pass, and a classroom session begins with Professor Carlime explaining the complexities of attack magic and its necessity for precise control. He emphasizes that mana manipulation is crucial, and to master it, students must learn the intricacies of creating magic that targets specific objects. The class is intrigued as the professor draws a detailed diagram of mana orbits, discussing the importance of accuracy when casting attack magic. The professor shifts the topic to the practical application of magic in real-world scenarios, starting with a hands-on demonstration. The students eagerly watch as he prepares to showcase how a magic formula works, aiming to hit a target with precision. A student, frustrated by the complexity, wonders why the classes feel harder than the typical academic subjects, finding the magic formulas particularly challenging. The professor calls on a student to solve the problem on the board, much to the student's chagrin. Baek Yusail reluctantly stands, cursing under his breath for being caught off guard, but steps up to the challenge. Yusail prepares to solve the problem, though his frustration is evident, knowing that his answer must meet the professor's high expectations. After solving the problem, Yusail confidently declares it done. Much to the surprise of the professor, impressed, congratulates Yusail for completing the task with ease, noting his exceptional understanding of the complex formula. The professor, still in awe, makes a mental note that Yusail's ability to organize the equations so quickly is quite rare. The professor asks if Yusail is majoring in the water attribute, suspecting his talent may be related to that specialty. Yusail responds nonchalantly, confirming that he is not focused on water magic, surprising the professor with his versatility. The professor, now intrigued, decides to continue with their lessons, thinking about how Yusail's unique skill set might shape the rest of the class. As the class starts to leave, a student stops Yusail, calling out to him for a brief conversation. Yusail turns curious as the student approaches, holding a book and looking somewhat hesitant. The student asks if Yusail can spare a moment, their expression earnest, hinting at something important they wish to discuss. Yusail stands confidently, having completed his task. His demeanor suggests he has a clear advantage over the others. The observer, a classmate, notes that despite Yusail's casual appearance, he is incredibly smart, even surpassing top students at the academy. The observer realizes Yusail's intellect isn't just limited to his grades, but extends to his approach to challenges, making him stand out even more. Yusail smiles, finishing a challenging problem on the chalkboard. His confidence is apparent. His classmate looks shocked, not believing that Yusail solved a question of such complexity, one that should be at university level. The classmate is left speechless as Yusail casually finishes the task, leaving them in awe of his abilities. The classmate starts questioning Yusail's true abilities, wondering how he could tackle such a difficult question with ease. A realization hits: Yusail might be using a strategic method to ensure he excels in every class. The classmate becomes more intrigued by Yusail's methodical approach, knowing there's more to him than meets the eye. Yusail continues his unbothered attitude, unaware that his classmate is beginning to dig deeper into his academic strategies. The classmate is determined to uncover how Yusail has been manipulating his course choices to ensure his success. Realizing the importance of this new discovery, the classmate decides to confront Yusail for more information. Yusail, sensing curiosity, is asked directly about his strategies and whether he has been intentionally picking easier classes. Yusail laughs it off, brushing the question aside with a nonchalant response. The classmate, unconvinced, presses for more details, but Yusail simply shrugs, implying that his success is just a coincidence. The classmate, still following Yusail, becomes frustrated, trying to get more information about his strategies for choosing classes. Yusail, not wanting to share his secrets, quickly dismisses the classmate, suggesting they find their own way to excel. Despite his resistance, the classmate remains persistent, trying to probe deeper into Yusail's methods. Yusail's classmate asks for a simple favor, requesting a recommendation for an easy class. Yusail, now amused by the request, playfully mocks them, hinting that just relying on looks won't be enough to convince him. The classmate is undeterred and insists that they are serious, causing Yusail to wonder if there's more to their request than meets the eye. Yusail, always skeptical, continues to push back, saying that if the classmate wants easy grades, they should follow his strategy or find someone else. Meanwhile, the classmate, still focused on their goal, worries about their grades, especially the scholarship they might lose if they don't choose the right classes. Despite Yusail's dismissiveness, the classmate wonders why he's still so concerned about others' academic struggles. Yusail, growing tired of the conversation, decides to change the topic and asks about the mysterious ghost story surrounding the 7th tower. His classmate is surprised to hear that Yusail knows about it, a tale few are familiar with. Yusail explains that the tower disappeared and is now surrounded by barriers preventing anyone from getting close to it, adding a layer of mystery to the already haunting story. Yusail's classmate asks if he knows more details, hinting at a desire to explore the abandoned tower. Yusail briefly explains that not much can be done since it is heavily guarded, but there's still something intriguing about it. The classmate, determined, keeps thinking about the tower's eerie disappearance. Eager to uncover the truth, Yusail is visibly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the information he has been given. His classmate looks at him, concerned about his reaction. UCL exclaims that the details they've just shared are incredibly significant, leaving him feeling mentally strained. The weight of the information hits him hard, and he wonders just how he will deal with the situation moving forward. The classmate, eager to learn more, considers the impact of the new information. They understand how crucial this might be. The classmate reflects on how revealing this knowledge could lead to major shifts in their future actions. But despite the potential, the classmate wonders if they're ready for the responsibility that comes with it. UCL brushes off the eerie ghost story, claiming it's not particularly interesting, even though he knows it holds deeper meaning. The classmate pushes back, trying to gauge his interest. Still holding on to the hope that there's more to the story, UCL, despite his reluctance to share, hints at more mysterious details, but downplays their significance, leaving the classmate curious. UCL, trying to divert the conversation, casually suggests that his classmate focus on taking certain courses instead of dwelling on the ghost stories. The classmate is reluctant, but UCL advises them to take Meditation Journey into the Abyss, a class they might find useful. UCL, despite the tension, adds that it will be beneficial, though he knows the classmate is still unsure of what to do. As the classmate ponders UCL's suggestion, UCL reflects on the complexities of the current situation, not sure how to explain everything. UCL confesses that his mentor, a powerful bishop, achieved great magical feats through meditation, and that insight might be key for their success. Despite his reservations, UCL decides to share this information, acknowledging that it's a path the classmate should consider if truly want to excel. UCL, reflecting on the information he shared with his classmate, begins to question whether he made the right choice. He worries about the potential consequences, fearing that revealing too much could alter the future in ways he can't predict. However, he decides that keeping the information to himself out of fear could lead to even worse outcomes, particularly for his classmate, Azel. UCL, after a moment of contemplation, realizes something important about his own training regimen. He recalls how in the game, his character could rapidly experience physical and magical growth with just a push of a button. Now, in real life, he can train directly and more effectively. He's finally able to focus on refining his body and abilities, something that's been hard to do with the lack of excitement or challenges lately. UCL smiles, acknowledging that he should be thankful to Azel for pushing him to think in new ways, giving him a deeper sense of purpose. Baek UCL enters the large dormitory at Stella Academy, thinking about how all students reside in the dorms. The academy feels different yet familiar to him. The dorms are arranged by class, with the size of the rooms staying the same, but the number of people varies based on class rank. To UCL, this dormitory is not just a place to stay, it's the closest thing to home, especially after the destruction of his village. UCL knows that S-class students get the highest floors. It's part of the academy's structure, distinguishing the best from the rest. Though feeling a bit lonely, UCL is determined to make the most of his new environment, seeing it as an opportunity for growth. With resolve, UCL prepares to start his journey at the academy, ready to put in the effort needed to succeed. UCL recalls his previous achievements and thinks about what lies ahead. His past efforts remind him of his potential. He focuses deeply, preparing himself to control and manipulate mana, working toward mastery with determination. UCL begins his training, ready to unlock the full extent of his abilities. UCL continues to focus, breathing steadily as he practices. He understands that progress comes through consistent training and effort. Training is the key to unlocking his potential. UCL suddenly feels a shift within himself as mana begins to flow. His body reacts instinctively, a familiar sensation of power in that moment. He realizes he's closer to unlocking his true power. Baek UCL concentrates, feeling the faint pulse of mana as he channels it through his body. This subtle sensation, though faint, feels real and powerful. He thinks back to when he first accepted the mana within himself, feeling it flow more naturally. Now, the effort pays off as he feels his control improving. With renewed determination, UCL declares to himself that he will reach the true ending, no matter what. His journey is just beginning. On a field with vibrant grass and a clear sky, a student walks, feeling the wind and the environment. It's supposed to be artificially created, but it feels completely natural. The students around seem to be in awe of the beauty of the space, which enhances the sense of realism. UCL observes the surroundings, noticing the seamless blending of magic and nature. It is a strange yet beautiful experience for all. The Stella Dome, a pocket dimension on the Academy campus, is shown in full view. It's a place where all major events, including dungeons and training, take place. It can be resized at will, making it an ideal setting for various school activities and challenges, including sports and monster battles. Students gather for an event, their numbers carefully organized by class and rank, ready for the upcoming trials. Yusiel observes a gathering of students, contemplating their ranks. He realizes there are 141 students this year, including himself. He notes that 50 students are from classes in -1 and in -2, with 41 from Class S. An elite class, it's more than expected, including one person who shouldn't be there. Yusiel considers the situation, understanding that things are not as they were in the novel, but he feels ready to adapt. A question arises in Yusiel's mind. Where did he truly come from in this world? His presence here doesn't seem to fit. The Academy's hierarchy is clearer now, but Yusiel knows he's different from the others, possibly even breaking the story's original flow. Determined, Yusiel assures himself that he'll figure everything out slowly. After all, he's the only one who knows the true story. The Academy grounds are filled with students preparing for their lessons. A young girl walks, awaiting the start of her class. A familiar figure, Jeremy, responds confidently to the girl's question about his class registration, assuring her that everything is in order. The girl and her companions discuss their shared interest in a particular magic research class, confirming their decision to join it. Jeremy, full of excitement, suggests they enjoy their time together, his expression wide with an inviting smile. One student nearby whispers, recognizing Jeremy as the prince, admiring his charisma and confident presence. The group observes Jeremy, noting his charm, but also sensing a hidden intensity beneath his demeanor. In the novel's context, Jeremy's obsession with a character named Isel takes a darker turn, ultimately leading him down a path of villainy. Despite his charming appearance, his calculated actions betray a more manipulative side. The girl decides to be cautious around him, wary of his potential for danger. Despite his reputation, Jeremy's striking looks leave an undeniable impression on those around him. The girl acknowledges his attractiveness, but also expresses concern about his influential clique at school. Realizing that she must stay focused, the girl resolves to prepare for the future in this unpredictable world. Jeremy, standing apart, quietly mutters a word. Flame, a hint of power in his gaze, the students around him fall into a tense silence, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Jeremy's subtle command brings everyone to attention, signaling the start of something momentous. The professor begins the training session, stating that it will start with a simple exercise to assess the students' skill levels. He emphasizes the importance of proper training to know where each student stands. The professor reminds the students that their points can be adjusted based on their performance. Those who fail to meet expectations will face consequences, while the best will be rewarded. The professor warns the students about the possibility of expulsion if they fail to meet a certain threshold, explaining that all students must be serious about their training. The students are informed that the exercise will take the form of a mock dungeon, simulating real-world conditions with monsters and traps. Monsters of varying levels will grant different point values. Level 1 monsters yield 4 points, Level 2 monsters yield 8, and higher-level threats will give more points. The professor mentions a special point challenge where students can earn 20 points if they retrieve a special item known as the point stick. The professor explains that the top 5 students will receive rewards, while those with 0 points will lose their points. Students are encouraged to form teams for the dungeon, as points will be divided among team members. The professor concludes by wishing the students good luck. The challenge begins, and the students brace themselves. The mock dungeon begins, but the environment shifts drastically, surprising the students. The students are caught off guard as the ground trembles and the air becomes dense with mist. One student exclaims. The scene grows intense as the dungeon's environment begins to change. Amidst the chaos, a student recognizes the scene unfolding before them as a map from the Jack and the Beanstalk tale. The realization strikes. They're in a Jack and the Beanstalk-themed dungeon, and they must navigate through this twisted version of reality. The group of students sets out through the forest for their dungeon practical training. The lush surroundings create a quiet but intense atmosphere. Flame, one of the students, decides to go alone for the training, believing it will help him earn more points. The others are surprised by his choice. Without hesitation, Flame casts a fire spell, demonstrating his confidence in his abilities as the flame flickers brightly. Jackie, noticing Flame's decision, asks if he is sure about going solo. She seems concerned but also intrigued by his approach. Flame reassures her, saying that working alone is the best way to gain more points. Jackie nods but wonders if it is the right decision. As they part ways, Jackie ponders Flame's choice. Uncertain if it is the best way forward for the training, Flame watches. Jackie walks away, wondering if she is copying his actions. He shrugs it off, focusing on his own goal. Jackie continues, seemingly caught in her thoughts about Flame's strategy and her own choice. Flame stays resolute, preparing to face the challenges of the training alone, confident in his decision. An hour later, Jackie, exhausted, releases a large burst of water magic, questioning when the training will end. She sighs, drained from the effort. As she looks around at the ongoing training, she notices Flame's progress and wonders if he is handling the training better than she is. Flame clears the dense vegetation with powerful magic, moving ahead efficiently. He controls the vines skillfully, showing his mastery over magic. The path ahead is clear, but Flame remains focused. Knowing the challenges are far from over, the group of students sets out through the forest for their dungeon practical training. The lush surroundings create a quiet but intense atmosphere. Flame, one of the students, decides to go alone for the training, believing it will help him earn more points. The others are surprised by his choice. Without hesitation, Flame casts a fire spell, demonstrating his confidence in his abilities as the flame flickers brightly. Jackie, noticing Flame's decision, asks if he is sure about going solo. She seems concerned but also intrigued by his approach. Flame reassures her, saying that working alone is the best way to gain more points. Jackie nods but wonders if it is the right decision. As they part ways, Jackie ponders Flame's choice, uncertain if it is the best way forward for the training. Flame watches Jackie walk away, wondering if she is copying his actions. He shrugs it off. Focusing on his own goal, Jackie continues. Seemingly caught in her thoughts about Flame's strategy and her own choice, Flame stays resolute, preparing to face the challenges of the training alone, confident in his decision. An hour later, Jackie, exhausted, releases a large burst of water magic, questioning when the training will end. She sighs, drained from the effort, as she looks around at the ongoing training. She notices Flame's progress and wonders if he is handling the training better than she is. Flame clears the dense vegetation with powerful magic, moving ahead efficiently. He controls the vines skillfully, showing his mastery over magic. The path ahead is clear, but Flame remains focused, knowing the challenges are far from over. Flame stands poised, preparing for his next move. He uses a powerful light-based magic, a light cluster, which begins to glow intensely in his hand. He calculates the distance to his opponent, noting that it is around 15 meters. He concludes that the opponent won't be able to perform a defensive move at such a distance. With determination, Flame releases the light cluster, sending it shooting toward his target. The air crackles as the magic streaks through the forest. Flame shifts his stance and focuses on his opponent, preparing the next spell, Light Bullet. The magic swirls around him, ready for use. The light condenses into a bullet-like form aimed precisely at the opponent, who remains unaware of the incoming attack. The bullet shoots forward with immense speed, glowing brightly as it closes the gap between them. The opponent reacts in surprise as the light bullet heads toward him. He tries to dodge but is unable to avoid it entirely. A bright flash of light follows the impact, blinding the opponent for a split second. Flame watches as the opponent seems momentarily stunned, questioning how he avoided the second-class spell despite the distance. Flame looks around, noticing the trail his opponent took to dodge. His thoughts race, wondering how such a feat was possible at that range. He steadies his focus, planning his next move. His opponent seems to be more skilled than he initially expected. Flame readies his next spell, knowing that he must adjust to his opponent's surprising abilities. In the meantime, his opponent reflects on the situation, evaluating his tactics with a sense of relief and strategizing for the next encounter. Flame's opponent checks his remaining spells, contemplating how to use them to his advantage. He considers using his trump card, wondering if it would be enough to turn the tide in his favor. Flame is seen activating a light-based magic spell, Blink, as he moves quickly through the forest. His form blurs with speed, and the magical energy hums around him. He steps back, thinking to himself that he should be safe from his opponent at this distance. Flame reflects on his strategy, deciding not to risk anything for the time being. A prompt appears on the screen, revealing that Flame's goal is to secure 5th place. He will earn etheric roots as a reward, which boosts his health and strength, motivating him to stay focused. Meanwhile, Yusil, walking through the forest, notices the students ahead of him. He's well aware that the top spots are likely to be taken by the main characters, so he doesn't feel the need to compete for first place. As he walks, Yusil notices a familiar face. He observes the student approaching, the atmosphere tense as recognition sets in. A student from the C-class spots Yusil and remarks that he's seen Bike Yusil from the S-class before. Giving a slight smile at the encounter, Yusil, sensing the attention, watches as the student seems to recognize him. The tension rises as Yusil wonders how things will unfold from here. Yusil doesn't seem too concerned but maintains a watchful eye on the group, preparing for whatever may come next. A group of students walks through a dense forest, spotting Bei Yusil from the prestigious class. One of them remarks that Yusil is the talk of the school lately, making him a subject of curiosity. The student recognizes Yuseal as a figure who is always in the spotlight, intriguing everyone around him. As the group observes, one student notes that Yuseal is a member of US-LAC. Jeremy's clique. The student mumbles about Yuseal's association with a failed student who somehow managed to get into S-class, and now has something to prove. He then notices that Yuseal holds 3-point sticks, sparking further curiosity about his talents and connections. The students gossip, remarking how Yuseal seems to have taken advantage of the system, suggesting he cheated his way into S-class. They wonder if such a person truly belongs in a school as prestigious as Stella, disapproving of his rapid rise. As they continue their gossip, Yuseal remains calm, seemingly unbothered by their words. Yuseal is approached by the group, and they bluntly demand he hand over his point stick, sensing an opportunity. Yuseal stays unfazed, his expression neutral, as they try to intimidate him with their numbers. The leader of the group, smug and confident, thinks they have the upper hand in this situation. The group presses him again, questioning if he believes he can face them all by himself. Yuseal briefly considers his situation, thinking that without his powerful magic staff, he's at a disadvantage. However, with a calm smile, Yuseal reflects that with his 3-point blink, he might just manage to turn the situation in his favor. Yuseal holds up the point stick in his hand, contemplating the situation as a potential advantage he still has. He reflects on the setting, noting that this place, the forest, could work in his favor if he plays it smart. With resolve, he prepares himself for what's coming, determined to use every opportunity to his advantage. Yuseal turns to face the students, holding the point stick confidently, as if to show them something unexpected. The leader of the group smiles, sensing that Yuseal is about to display something impressive or surprising. Yuseal's focus sharpens as he gives them a brief yet defiant look, hinting at what's to come. Suddenly, Yuseal moves swiftly, the point stick glowing as it seems to cut through the air, creating sparks. The students are shocked by the speed and precision of Yuseal's attack, unable to comprehend how he moves so quickly. The leader of the group is left stunned, unable to react as the golden energy from Yuseal's attack surrounds them. The energy explodes around the group, sending the students stumbling backward in surprise. Yuseal's calm smile remains as he watches his attackers react to the sudden strike. The students fall back, frustrated by the unexpected power, unable to cope with Yuseal's overwhelming skill. The leader shouts in anger, realizing he's been outplayed by Yuseal, and vows revenge. In a panic, he searches for Yuseal, but the young man has already vanished from sight. The leader looks around, realizing too late that Yuseal is already gone, his swift escape leaving them in confusion. Yuseal strolls away, calmly reflecting on the danger he just faced, aware of the tense situation. He thanks himself for making it out, twirling the point stick with casual ease as if nothing happened. The group of students watches him, furious and determined to get the point stick back from him. Yuseal admires the point stick, acknowledging how efficient it is in a battle situation. He recalls how he learned about the point sticks by accident during a game. Realizing its unusual properties, Yuseal explains to himself that these point sticks are special items with magic, enhancing durability, making them ideal for someone like him. The group regroups and grumbles about how Yuseal managed to escape with the point stick. Frustrated, the leader orders the group to attack and catch Yuseal before he gets away. The group charges forward, but Yuseal seems calm as he starts to make his escape. The leader angrily calls out, determined to capture Yuseal while his group follows him. Yuseal realizes that his time to escape is running out, but he stays one step ahead, using his speed and skill to evade them. Yuseal continues his swift retreat as the group desperately tries to catch up with him. Their magic charging up, Yuseal is pushed further as magic blasts from the pursuing group trying to corner him. He assesses his situation and starts to feel the pressure from the attacking mages closing in. Realizing the situation has gotten more intense, Yuseal considers using his blink ability to escape once again. Yuseal dashes away, swiftly disappearing from the group's sight, leaving them scrambling to track him down. One of the pursuers curses, frustrated that Yuseal is too fast, making it nearly impossible to catch him. They pause momentarily, realizing that they need a new strategy to stop Yuseal's escape. The leader of the group orders a more coordinated attack, warning his teammates of the potential magic rebound if their spells fail. As they charge, Yuseal calmly assesses the situation, feeling the pressure of their combined magic attacks. Yuseal braces himself, preparing to dodge or counter their spells with his own quick reflexes. The group launches their magic, but Yuseal evades the first few strikes with ease, narrowly missing a powerful blast. He counters by using his own energy, swiftly deflecting the incoming magic with impressive agility. Despite the surprise counter, one of the attackers is hit, causing them to stagger, realizing the strength of Yuseal's defense. With the group struggling to keep up, another attack from Yuseal's side strikes, causing a massive magical rebound. The rebound hits the group with great force, stunning them and causing some to collapse from the powerful impact. Yuseol watches calmly, seeing that the magic rebound has worked in his favor, leaving the attackers weak and vulnerable. While the group is recovering, Yuseol takes the opportunity to pick up another point stick, adding to his collection. Smiling mischievously, he looks at the stick in his hand, pondering what to do with it next. He playfully wonders aloud if he should gift it to someone special, enjoying the moment of victory. Yuseol looks back at the group, waving the point stick playfully, teasing them with his victory. One of the attackers yells in frustration, demanding that Yuseol give back the point stick, their patience running out. Yuseol smirks, acknowledging the challenge, but he decides to make a swift exit, leaving them behind. As Yuseol walks away, he feels a strange sensation in the air, sensing something unusual nearby. He feels the environment around him shift, as though something powerful is about to happen. A fiery explosion erupts in the distance, catching Yuseol's attention as flames fill the air. Yuseol turns to face the source, recognizing the potential danger while remaining calm. In the middle of the chaos, a figure emerges, a powerful fire mage whose presence is undeniable. A figure stands in a dense forest, feeling uneasy, wondering if something strange is happening. Suddenly, flames burst out of nowhere, catching the figure off guard. The intensity of the fire starts to overwhelm them. The figure freezes, shocked by the explosion and unsure of its origin. The figure, still stunned, questions what's going on as the fire intensifies. The flames continue to spiral, lighting up the surroundings. The figure realizes this attack isn't ordinary magic, with panic setting in. The figure prepares to dodge, unsure how to defend against such an unexpected force. After narrowly avoiding the flames, the figure takes a moment to regain composure. Relieved, they continue walking, reflecting on how close the situation was. They realize the spell used is unfamiliar, noting that it seems more powerful than anything they've encountered. The figure hears someone approaching and senses another presence nearby. A new figure steps forward, questioning why the figure didn't take the other magical item. The figure recognizes the newcomer, shocked to see them there. The figure wonders why the newcomer is here, feeling confused by their sudden appearance. The newcomer glares, calling out their name with a tone full of anger. The figure is taken aback, realizing the tension is far from over. The girl, with a confident expression, demands the figure take all the magical items from her at once, boasting of her royal blood. She challenges the figure, hinting that if they're aware of her status, they should face her directly instead of avoiding her. The figure remains calm, noting her arrogance and asking if she truly intends to rob someone weaker than her. The girl insists she will defeat the figure properly, claiming that just taking things from a commoner isn't dignified for someone of royal blood. She accuses the figure of lacking proper magic and of not even using real spells against her, dismissing their power as insufficient. The figure, not intimidated, responds, calling her out for acting like a bully and refusing to back down. Even in the face of such an arrogant display, the figure, clearly frustrated, begins to walk away from the confrontation, muttering about the nonsense they've endured. The girl notices the figure running and angrily questions where they're going. Unwilling to let them escape so easily, the figure tries to ignore her, but the girl chases after, mocking them for running from someone weaker than them. The girl finally catches up, ready to fight. While the figure tries to think of a way to end this without engaging in a lengthy battle, the figure ponders whether they should attack the girl but decides against it for now, knowing that they have a better plan as the girl prepares to strike. The figure quickly blinks away, leaving her frustrated and confused. The girl is startled as she watches the figure vanish in a flash. One of the girl's allies, surprised, comments that the figure only used blink and nothing more. The figure smirks from a distance, knowing their quick escape is the key to winning the fight without exhausting themselves. The girl, filled with frustration, feels her opponent is much weaker, yet they still grew up among prestigious mage families. She clenches her staff, determined to use her full power to defeat him. With a fierce resolve, she declares she'll burn him using her strongest flames, preparing to unleash her magic. A massive wave of fire explodes from the girl's staff, engulfing the area in a fiery storm. The figure, startled, tries to dodge the flames, narrowly avoiding the intense heat. The flames rage around him as he desperately sprints to avoid being consumed by the blast. The figure keeps running, his heart racing as the girl's fire continues to chase after him. As the fire intensifies, he realizes that escaping the inferno will take all of his energy. The flames grow nearer, but the figure refuses to give up, clenching his fists as he fights to survive. Just as the fire is about to reach him, the figure quickly performs a blink spell, escaping the flames. The girl smirks, knowing he managed to escape, but her eyes narrow as she prepares to face him again. The figure takes a deep breath, exhausted but focused, as he considers his next move. The figure reflects on the fight, realizing he had to use multiple blinks to dodge her flames. As the smoke clears, he wonders if there's a better way to defeat her without using up all his energy. The girl taunts him, asking if he's done running. Clearly enjoying the confrontation, the figure, looking puzzled, wonders why the girl is asking about the staff they took. The girl reminds them that it's the basic staff they were given when they arrived, and they must have forgotten about it. The figure recalls the staff, admitting they completely forgot about it and would never use it anyway, dismissing it as useless. The girl, with a smug expression, scoffs at the figure's attitude, finding their comment about the staff amusing. She continues, saying they always joke around, but this time they better be serious about the fight. The figure stands determined, realizing this isn't just a simple exchange of words and that the girl won't back down. The girl summons flames from her staff, her eyes burning with intensity as she prepares for a full-out attack. The figure quickly realizes the gravity of the situation, understanding the girl's desperation to end this fight. But the figure, though hesitant, remains calm, ready to face whatever comes next, silently regretting not taking this seriously sooner. The girl grins, her patience running thin. She declares she will kill the figure if they keep playing games. Baek Yu-seol stands face to face with a violent explosion of flames. The fire catches him off guard, but his eyes widen in determination. As he quickly assesses the danger, the fire intensifies, closing in around him. Yu-seol braces for impact, realizing this attack is more powerful than anything he has ever encountered before. Yu-seol's thoughts race. He knows he must react fast, as the fire will overwhelm him if he doesn't act quickly. The flames surge forward, and Yu-seol narrowly evades the explosion. His body tenses as he avoids the deadly blast. Feeling the heat on his skin, Yu-seol assesses the fire's path, trying to predict the next move. The attack is relentless, leaving him little time to plan. His resolve hardens. He knows this battle is far from over, and he must outmaneuver the fire if he has any hope of surviving. Yu-seol quickly decides to use his blink spell, attempting to teleport out of the flame's path. He knows the attack's range is far too wide. The moment he blinks, the flames chase after him. Growing larger, Yu-seol's heart races as he tries to stay one step ahead. He lands, narrowly escaping the fire's grasp. His mind races as he wonders what more his opponent has in store. As Yu-seol runs, he hears an eerie sound, a subtle shift in the wind. His senses sharpen as he prepares for the next attack. He scans the area, and then with a quick motion, he spots the source of the threat. Yu-seol's resolve deepens. He must take control or risk being overwhelmed by the fire once more. Yu-seol focuses. Pinpointing the source of the flames, he gathers his energy, ready to face the attack head on. He calls out the blink spell again, now more confident as he targets the enemy's weak point. With a determined look, Yu-seol disappears in a flash, prepared for the fight ahead, knowing this battle is far from over. Yu-seol stands in the midst of a raging firestorm. His face is determined as he recalls how many times he's faced defeat in PvP battles against fire mages. Yu-seol's eyes narrow, knowing that this battle would be over quickly if it were on open ground. Despite the odds, Yu-seol doesn't back down. He grits his teeth, preparing to face the flame's head on, but he knows the stakes are higher than ever. The fire intensifies as a mysterious figure appears, an opponent with even greater power. The flames shoot toward him, forcing Yu-seol to dodge quickly. He's already exhausted, but the fight has just begun. Yu-seol clenches his fists. This isn't a valid fight in his eyes. It's a dangerous challenge. He can't afford to let his guard down. Yu-seol's mind races, considering his options. He knows his strategy won't work unless he acts fast. He steps forward, his determination shining through as he summons his strength to keep up the fight. The flames explode around him as he charges toward his opponent, unwilling to lose. Yu-seol refuses to stand still and be a passive target. He moves swiftly, evading another blast, ready for what comes next. Despite the fire closing in, he pushes forward, determined to counter the overwhelming flames. Yu-seol prepares for his next move, fully aware that the battle is about to reach its most critical point. Yu-seol focuses, using all his power to shift the fight in his favor. With a sharp movement, he targets his opponent, using his ultimate strategy to turn the tides. His eyes lock onto the target. "I see it," he says, a fierce resolve in his voice as he makes his move. Yu-seol deflects the incoming fire magic with a weapon, causing Hong Bian to pause in disbelief. She's stunned by the unexpected defense, never imagining a weapon could deflect such powerful magic. The flames explode around them, but Yu-seol remains unfazed, his strategy clear. He's well prepared for this fight, even if it defies the rules of conventional magic combat. As Yusal engages, the battle becomes more intense, and he feels his connection to the flow of magic growing. Yusal feels his senses begin to dull as time passes, yet his body moves with precision, his senses sharper than ever. The feeling is unlike any game he's played before. The flow of mana surges through him, and he's acutely aware of it, as if it could be grasped with his hands. Yusal focuses intently, the vividness of the experience unlike anything he's ever felt. This is no longer a game, it's real. Hong Bian recognizes Yusiel's growing power. She knows she must escalate the intensity of her magic to match his abilities. Yusiel braces himself, knowing the next attack will be even more dangerous. He can feel the power building around her. He prepares for her next move, planning to strike back at the perfect moment. The air crackles as Hong Bian unleashes a massive wave of fire. Yusiel knows he can't just defend indefinitely. He must act quickly to end the fight. He targets Hong Bian's shield, determined to break through and win this battle. Yusiel charges forward with a powerful attack, aiming for Hong Bian's weak spot. He activates his blink spell, closing the distance in a flash. The battle reaches its climax as Yusiel and Hong Bian collide in a final clash of magic. Yusiel pushes forward, determined to face Hong Bian's intense attack. Her flames grow fiercer, surrounding him in a chaotic burst of fire, but he doesn't falter. Hong Bian reacts with surprise as Yusiel deflects her magic. The intensity of his defense catches her off guard, and she's forced to reevaluate her strategy. Yusiel knows he's in the heart of the battle, but his instincts tell him that the worst is yet to come. The ground trembles as Hong Bian summons even more fire, creating a force powerful enough to knock back anything in range. Yusiel prepares for the blast, bracing himself. He knows the magic she's using is specifically designed for close combat. A massive explosion will follow soon, and he needs to act fast. Despite the overwhelming force, Yusiel's experience in similar battles gives him the edge. He's faced this before and is ready to counter. As the magic surges, Yusiel calculates his next move. He knows that simply defending won't be enough to win this battle. He pushes through, planning to use his magic sticks to disrupt her shield and create an opening. Yusiel's mind sharpens as he prepares for the perfect moment to strike. Yusiel charges with renewed strength, knowing he can't afford to hold back. Hong Bian's magic pushes against him, but Yusiel remains focused, executing his plan with precision. He moves swiftly, determined to shatter her defenses and end the battle on his terms. In a flash, Yusiel activates his blink spell to close the gap between them. With perfect timing, he strikes, breaking through Hong Bian's shield. The battle ends with a sudden decisive blow, as Yusiel stands victorious. After the intense battle, Yusiel stands. His eyes scanning the surroundings, he's faced with an unexpected question, wondering who his mysterious opponent truly is. Yusiel waits for a response, his stance firm as he tries to understand the situation. His calm demeanor contrasts with the fiery chaos surrounding them. With a soft voice, the figure steps forward, revealing herself. Her name is Flame. The mysterious person finally emerges from the shadows. Surprising Yusiel, Flame's appearance catches Yusiel off guard. He observes her carefully, trying to assess her potential. Back, Yusiel and a student walk through the academy's forest. Yusiel moves with ease, his confidence clear, while the student follows with curiosity. The student, surprised, asks how Yusiel knew they were there. Yusiel casually replies it was just a feeling, intriguing the student even more. The student grows more skeptical, questioning how Yusiel could break a magic shield with something like the point sticks he's carrying. Yusiel remains unfazed. Yusiel, maintaining his cool demeanor, insists it was merely a feeling. His response does little to ease the student's doubts about the situation. The student, still puzzled, asks if it was truly possible to break the magic shield with basic training devices. They're not convinced by Yusiel's words. Yusiel hesitates, uncertain how to explain further. His smile fades for a moment, realizing this conversation is more complicated than he expected. Yusiel reflects on how this situation wasn't part of the original plan. He hadn't expected to reveal so much about his abilities. The student's doubts grow as they challenge Yusiel, pressing him further about his methods and capabilities. Yusiel feels cornered. Yusiel considers revealing more about himself but decides against it. It's too risky to disclose everything just yet. The student, more intrigued than before, questions Yusiel's true identity, sensing there's more to him than meets the eye. Yusiel, trying to avoid trouble, decides to keep his secrets for now, aware of the risks of revealing too much. Yusiel quietly considers the situation, deciding it's best not to reveal his full identity for now. The mystery remains. Yusiel contemplates whether he should reveal more about himself, wondering if keeping secrets is the best approach for now. He decides that revealing his true identity would only make things more complicated. For now, he'll maintain his mysterious persona. Yu Seol continues walking, pondering his next move. As the student watches him closely, still unsure about who Yu Seol truly is. Yu Seol smiles, claiming he wants to help the student, though. The student seems confused. They ask him what he truly means by that. Yu Seol, still calm and confident, repeats that he simply wants to help. The student, still puzzled, questions who he truly is and why he's offering help. The conversation takes an awkward turn as the student remains skeptical of Yu Seol's intentions, unsure what to make of his offer. Without warning, Yu Seol suddenly begins to walk away, stating he wants to explain more, but is short on time. The student, now more confused, watches Yu Seol's quick departure, but before they can react, something unexpected happens. An attack is launched at Yu Seol, and the student's eyes widen in alarm as they see Yu Seol react to the sudden assault with a grimace of pain. Yu Seol winces from the impact, but the situation quickly takes another turn. The student looks shocked, realizing they didn't expect Yu Seol to take a hit. Yu Seol, attempting to downplay the situation, comments on how certain traps are hard to avoid, even with his enhanced abilities. He tries to brush off the pain, remarking how even his special senses have limits when it comes to traps or surprise attacks. Yu Seol, now holding the training device, mulls over the fact that the power behind it doesn't match up to his expectations. He continues talking to himself, noticing how the device seems too weak to break a magic shield. Even though he tried it in battle, Yu Seol shrugs, wondering whether the magic tools and traps are truly a match for his skill. Yu Seol is handed the rest of the training materials by the student, but he hesitates. Taking them would raise his ranking too much, which could cause unnecessary attention. Instead, he decides to take only a small portion, saying it's fine as long as the student gets the bulk of it. He wants to avoid unnecessary tension. As Yu Seol walks off, he finds humor in his own actions, thinking that showing kindness to the defeated student is a little bit too cool for his own good. Two students, observing Yu Seol from a distance, express their skepticism about him. One of them wonders if he's an idiot. The other student shrugs, acknowledging that Yu Seol's identity seems odd and questioning whether he really knows what he's doing. Their words are laced with disdain. The conversation shifts as they remark on Yu Seol's actions. The speculation about his true nature grows, and the scene transitions to a more serious tone with a sudden shift in location. A new scene is introduced in a high-tech room, where an advanced display is projected. The Magic Council and the Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors gather, watching events unfold. Elder Telix comments with amusement on the current S-class students, remarking that this year's students are incredibly impressive. Another director agrees, reflecting on how exciting it is to watch these students perform in practical exercises. The conversation turns to the larger stakes, with Elder Telix noting how influential figures are watching closely. There's a hint of intrigue about what will happen next. A director reflects on how many professors are also observing these students, silently competing for the best talent. In the forest, the students are still facing off with intense focus on the combat ahead. Hai Wondrang prepares to strike. Realizing the depth of Ma Yu-sung's power, Yu Seol watches from the sidelines, recognizing that both of them are formidable. But this meeting will reveal who truly holds the advantage. The tension builds as magical energy surges between the two combatants. Their fates are about to intertwine in this critical moment. Yu Seol reacts swiftly, recognizing the incoming attack. He faces off against Ma Yu-sung, his expression determined but wary. Ma Yu-sung's magic explodes, the air crackling with energy. The battlefield lights up as magic swirls, each student pushing their limits, with the outcome uncertain as both combatants unleash their final blows. As Ma Yu-sung unleashes his magic, the onlookers are astonished, witnessing a third-rank power jump activated in succession. One of the observers is in disbelief, noting that Ma Yu-sung is just 17 years old. The elder admits that he truly cannot believe it, marveling at Ma Yu-sung's unnatural talent. The intense battle continues between Ma Yu-sung and his opponent. Both use 3 elements, a feat that is rare among mages. A voice comments on how impressive it is that both combatants possess 3 elements. It is rare, even among the strongest mages, to handle more than 2 elements simultaneously. The observer acknowledges that Ma Yu-sung's talent is innate, a skill that he has possessed since birth, setting him apart from other students at the academy. Suddenly, the situation escalates as a hidden danger emerges, catching the attention of everyone nearby. A dark figure appears, launching a powerful attack that surprises both Ma Yu-sung and his opponent. The magic clashes violently in the air, sending shockwaves throughout the area. The dark figure reveals itself as a hidden boss, setting the stage for an even more intense conflict. The battle now involves more than just student rivalry. The battle intensifies, and both Ma Yu-sung and his opponent are caught off guard by the unexpected twist. They realize the stakes have just risen. Yuseol watches from the sidelines, sensing the growing threat. Yuseol braces himself for the inevitable confrontation. This hidden boss might be more than they bargained for, and everyone will have to push their limits. Ma Yusung and his opponent continue their relentless attack, each trying to gain the upper hand. The fight reaches a boiling point as the air crackles with energy. As the dust settles, the hidden boss watches from afar, intrigued by the strength of the students. Izel Mulf, an impressive mage, interrupts the intense battle. Her sudden arrival causes everyone to pause. The hidden figures watching the battle react to her entrance. The observers continue, revealing that while Izel's talent is undeniable, her potential has been stunted by her father's past. As Izel engages, the hidden figures discuss how rare it is for a mage to hunt a hidden boss alone. They mention that hidden bosses are particularly difficult to find and nearly impossible to defeat, even for seasoned mages. Izel continues her fight, her presence and power undeniable. The figures continue to watch the unfolding events. One of them mentions the peculiar spell being used in the battle. Suddenly, the observers recognize the magic. The spell being cast is familiar, but its power level is far beyond what they anticipated. The young mage, caught in the midst of the chaotic fight, realizes what is happening. His face reflects both surprise and fear. Although countless scholars tried to control the powerful force for centuries, they all failed and eventually gave up. The force remained uncontrollable, a magic spell that seemed beyond the grasp of even the most experienced Baek Yuseol. However, wielded this force with ease, astonishing those around him as they watched in disbelief. Yuseol's mastery of blink magic made him a unique student at the academy. His power was unlike that of other students, such as Ma Yuseol or Ha Wonriang, who relied on overwhelming abilities. Despite his strength, Yuseol used his magic in unexpected ways, leaving others wondering why he didn't end the battle sooner with more direct attacks. Eltman Eltwin, observing from afar, realized that Yuseol had been serious from the start. Yuseol's style reminded him of an old-fashioned knight spirit, fighting with honor despite using unusual methods. Eltwin was taken aback, realizing the depth of Yuseol's approach. Yuseol's actions represented an ancient code, a chivalrous mentality in a world dominated by magic. Though magic was abundant, Yuseol's use of a sword symbolized something deeper. His actions left others questioning the role of tradition in this new era. Eltwin began to understand that chivalry could exist, even in a world of magic. The fight wasn't just about magic, it was about something more. Yuseol's actions made everyone rethink what true strength meant. In a world of magic, Baek Yuseol is a rare and powerful figure. His mastery of the blink spell places him among the elite students, catching the attention of all around him. Yuseol's reputation grows with his ability to perform the impossible, earning him the title of a master mage despite his young age. The audience watches in awe as Yuseol effortlessly showcases his magic, solidifying his status as a formidable force. Despite his skill, some students wonder why Yuseol does not use his other powers in battles, choosing to rely on blink instead. Even though his opponents are skilled, Yuseol's calm demeanor and unconventional methods leave many perplexed. His decision to hold back leads others to speculate about his true capabilities. Yuseol remembers a time when he was interrupted by Acel during an intense battle. If Acel had not intervened, Yuseol believes he could have finished the fight much sooner, showcasing his true strength. Reflecting on the past, Yuseol contemplates how things could have been different. Ma Yusung, another student, reflects on Yuseol's unique style. Despite Yuseol's laid-back approach, he consistently delivers above-expectation results even when using minimal effort. In practical training, Ma Yusung set up intricate magical traps, but Yuseol evaded every attack with ease, leaving him in awe. As Yuseol walks away from the training, he recalls the lessons learned, never feeling fully satisfied with his results. Although he placed sixth, the competition felt too easy, and Yuseol couldn't shake the feeling that he could have done more. His thoughts remained focused on perfecting his craft, pushing the boundaries of his abilities even further. As Baek Yuseol faces a new challenge, he questions his abilities. He wonders if the wall of talent he is up against is simply too high to overcome. Despite his frustration, Yuseol pushes aside self-doubt. He knows there's no time to blame himself and resolves to work harder, determined to surpass his limits. Meanwhile, Hei Wonriang, observing Yuseol from a distance, notes the unusual change in his demeanor. The calm individual is now filled with a sense of spite. Yuseol, undeterred, prepares for his next move, sharpening his focus despite the turmoil in his mind. Ha Wonriang, recognizing the shift in Yuseol's usual calm, decides to intervene. With a powerful spell, Ha Wonriang conjures a massive fiery blast intending to overwhelm Yuseol with sheer force. The explosion sends shockwaves, but Yuseol remains unfazed, gathering his strength for the inevitable counterattack. Yuseol responds quickly, charging forward and facing He Wanriang's assault head. On his determination to not back down becomes clear. He manages to dodge the explosion, but the battle is far from over. He Wanriang watches, impressed yet frustrated, wondering how Yuseol is able to keep up with him despite using basic tools. After the battle, Yuseol reflects on the competition, feeling he could have done more, but still unsure of his place among these talented individuals. Despite his effort, Yuseol's results were less than satisfying, making him realize that there's still more for him to prove. His resolve hardens, and he knows the only way forward is to keep pushing his limits. Ye Taran observes Princess Hong Bayan, noticing that her magic seems to have become much more accurate than before. Despite the explosive nature of Hong Bayan's fire magic, Ye Taran realizes that her control has improved significantly. Making it even more dangerous, Ye Taran is suspicious, questioning whether this improvement is just a coincidence or something more deliberate. Meanwhile, Hong Bayan admits, though reluctantly, that Baek Yuseol's classes have helped her make substantial progress. Despite her irritation, she acknowledges that after switching her approach and learning new techniques, her magical abilities have soared. Hong Bayan still refuses to admit it openly. However, and her frustration grows at the thought of relying on a commoner. As Ye Taran continues to watch, she notices something unusual in Hong Bayan's demeanor. Despite her impressive growth, Hong Bayan is still troubled, her anger flaring as she recalls how Yuseol's lessons have left her feeling conflicted. Hong Bayan struggles with the idea of being taught by someone she considers beneath her, but deep down she knows the value of his guidance. In another moment, Ye Taran tries to offer assistance to Hong Bayan. The second main tower stands tall in the distance, a symbol of the Academy's knowledge. A girl approaches, thinking about Baek Yuseol, who she believes is here. She wonders if Yuseol is meeting a professor at the research facilities in the tower, intrigued by the possibility. Feeling uncertain, she questions whether it looks like she's following him around, hesitating to enter. She stops, realizing she could have just gone to the training hall to deliver what she needed to Yuseol. She wonders if it's too forward of her, as if she's following a commoner, feeling embarrassed by the thought. Just as she decides to leave, she hears someone call her name. She turns to find Professor Hameri approaching with a smile. Clearly happy to see her, he comments on how long it's been since they last met, making light of the time that passed. Hameri asks what brings her to the tower today. Curious about her visit, the girl explains that she had business at the tower, but now decides to return due to the disorganized situation. Hameri listens and agrees, noting that the tower feels chaotic lately. He mentions that the arrival of magic officials has made things more hectic, all because of Baek Yuseol. The girl's eyes widen as she hears Yuseol's name mentioned, remembering their last encounter. She recalls how Yuseol fought without using magic, which surprises her even more. Hameri explains that Yuseol's actions are driven by his personal creed, reviving the lost chivalric values. Baek Yuseol's efforts to revive chivalry leave those around him confused. The idea seems outdated, and many wonder why he pursues it. Despite the skepticism, Yuseol uses a point stick as a sword in a battle, showing his commitment to chivalry, even in modern times. His actions shock those around him, highlighting his unwavering dedication to principles that seem outdated but are deeply important to him. Yuseol's desire for a magical sword sparks further questions. Some wonder if his pursuit of chivalry is tied to gaining a powerful weapon. In training, Yuseol refuses to use magic, aware that it will lead to penalties, including lost points in the Academy's magic assessments. Despite the penalties, Yuseol stands firm in his belief that magic isn't the way to prove his worth, choosing to follow his own code instead. Others observe Yuseol's actions and begin questioning his sincerity. Is he serious about his ideals, or is it all just an act? Yuseol's unwavering resolve continues to intrigue and confuse his peers, leaving them unsure whether to admire or pity him. As time passes, Yuseol's persistence forces others to reconsider their views. His commitment to his cause becomes undeniable, even if they don't fully understand it. Yuseol encounters a fellow student who expresses doubt about his journey. The student questions if following such an idealistic path is truly worth it. Yuseol doesn't falter, explaining that he chooses this path because it feels right despite the lack of understanding from others. The encounter leaves Yuseol reflecting on his choices. He knows his path is difficult, but he's determined to follow it. In the final scene, Yuseol faces a major decision. The pressure of his choices weighs on him, but he remains steadfast in his commitment to his ideals. Yuseol's resolve only strengthens as he realizes that his journey is about more than just the destination. It's about staying true to himself. With a clear sense of purpose, Yuseol steps forward, fully prepared to face whatever challenges come his way. A mysterious, shapeless sword is revealed, admired for its incredible craftsmanship. The observer notes its unmatched quality, clearly impressed. A character asks if they can keep the box the sword came in, likely for its value. The response is casual, granting permission with, "Do as you wish." The observer, now holding the box, considers the possibility of selling it, a mischievous smile forming as they think about the potential price. The scene shifts as someone wonders aloud if Baek Yuseol truly intends to avoid using magic. His path seems strange considering their expectations for a Magic Academy student. Yuseol's calm expression shows no sign of doubt, though it is clear that his decision will lead to significant consequences. The weight of the question lingers, but Yuseol remains silent, his determination evident in his eyes. Yuseol's thoughts wander as he continues walking, quietly reflecting on the path he has chosen. Despite the risks, he remains committed to his ideals. The atmosphere feels heavy with the unspoken tension around him. Others doubt his choice, but Yuseol remains focused on his goal. A sense of resolve surrounds Yuseol as he contemplates the challenges that lie ahead. Yuseol is approached by Teravan, who appears surprised by his decision to stick with his path, despite the challenges it presents. The encounter is brief but meaningful, with Yuseol defending his commitment to his ideals. The exchange leaves Teravan puzzled, yet respectful. As Teravan walks away, Yuseol's expression softens slightly, but his resolve remains unwavering. Yuseol walks alone, reflecting on the choices he's made when he remembers something Professor Lee Hangwol had once said. The thought of other magic crosses his mind, and Yuseol wonders how it might fit into his journey. With a thoughtful look, Yuseol concludes that as long as he has the magic sword, he'll be prepared for whatever comes next in his path. Yuseol, standing confidently, holds the magic sword and wonders if he only needs to channel his mana into it to activate its power. As he channels his mana into the sword, it begins to glow brightly, creating a powerful aura that fills the surroundings. Yuseol's eyes widen in astonishment as the sword unleashes a burst of energy, far more powerful than he expected. The realization that he can control such a force fills him with awe. After testing the sword's power, Yuseol smiles. Impressed by its strength, he remarks that it's better than he had anticipated. However, he wonders if the sword would be better suited for Flame, who could unleash even greater power with it. The scene shifts, showing a female character holding a staff, absorbing mana from the environment. She uses this energy for her own magical abilities, including her lethal moves. Yuseol continues to reflect on his current situation, acknowledging his lack of mana even though he's absorbing it constantly. Despite this, his body's mana display shows no significant increase, leaving him frustrated with his progress. Determined, he checks the status window to assess his situation further, realizing he must push harder to improve his abilities. Yuseol acknowledges that although his mana is limited, the sword gives him a powerful advantage. A tall cathedral-like hall stands ready as students gather for their first practical magic lesson. Lecturer Varian addresses the students, announcing the start of proper magic practice. He instructs them to spread out and prepare their staffs for a defensive magic session. Varian calls for a demonstration, and students begin casting Magic Shield in unison. Bright magical auras surround the students as they channel their energy with control. Impressed, Varian notes the high talent level and is pleased with the group arrangement by rank. Baek Yuseol, a lone figure among the crowd, catches the attention of the others. Whispers spread as they recognize him as the commoner S-rank student with dungeon experience. Varian questions Yuseol's inactivity, prompting the boy to explain he's learning a different technique. Varian expresses interest in Yuseol's alternative method and challenges him to demonstrate. Doubt creeps into Varian's thoughts, wondering if a commoner could truly master elite techniques. Yuseol's expression grows firm as he prepares to prove his unique defensive skill. Varian chooses B-class Morso as Yuseol's opponent to test his claim. The students turn to the fierce, looking Morso, sensing his strength and aggression. Morso steps forward confidently, a dangerous glint in his eye as tension builds. Baek Yuseol considers the challenge, aware that strong connections could help his standing. Varian calls both students to the platform, arranging the stage for their duel. Morso and Yuseol stand across from each other, eyes locked, ready to begin. Morso's allies cheer him on, urging him to humiliate Yuseol in front of everyone. Yuseol quietly realizes Morso belongs to a known elite student faction. Despite being unable to use magic normally, Yuseol decides to face the challenge calmly. With a confident smile, Yuseol prepares for the duel, knowing it is now unavoidable. Morso taunts him, eager to prove his own strength through overwhelming force. Varian explains the duel will proceed in attack and defense turns with strict rules. Morso is given the first move and he immediately summons his power. Spectators note Morso's mastery of Earth-class offensive magic, confident in his victory. They express concern that Useal won't be able to withstand such a powerful strike. Virion signals the start of the duel, and magic energy surges through the air. Morso unleashes a powerful green spell, launching a massive rock-like attack. Observers are shocked. Morso used second-rank magic, far beyond the class's expected level. Useal remains calm as Morso's spell charges. The air tense with power, Morso unleashes Dordenstone Pierce, a massive green energy projectile. Useal braces, standing firm within the path of the glowing attack. A blue aura flashes. Useal draws his sword and slashes through the spell. The magic disperses completely, shocking the onlookers. Lecturer Varian and others watch silently, unable to hide their surprise. Morso panics as his magic vanishes mid-air, his eyes wide in disbelief. Useal stands poised, blade in hand, surrounded by faded magical remnants. Students whisper, wondering if Useal's sword truly erased the magic. Varian doubts a slash could do it, but he saw the magic disappear. A theoretical explanation appears. If the mana flow is precisely struck, the magic ends. Useal reflects confidently, pleased that his hard training is paying off. Useal readies himself again, thinking this battle might be within his reach. Morso sees in anger, insulted that a commoner broke his spell. Varian silently worries that Morso's defeat could affect his own standing. Varian acknowledges Baek Useal's skill but warns of its limitations. He explains that deflecting one spell at a time won't work against overwhelming attacks. Hearing this, Morso's excitement grows as he prepares a stronger assault. Useal internally curses Varian's comment, sensing what's about to happen. He turns to see multiple green projectiles forming in the air above him. From above, Morso prepares to unleash a barrage of powerful magic. Morso unleashes the magic wildly, flooding the field with intense energy. Students watching grow concerned, questioning if the duel has gone too far. Morso smiles maniacally, believing this next move will finally crush Useal. With a final spell chant, Morso casts Balir Stone Pierce in rapid succession. The barrage lights up the arena as Useal is surrounded from every side. Useal watches quietly, his green eyes focused and calm in the chaos. Baek Useal focuses his green energy swirls around him, calculating his response. He detects 11 incoming stones and quickly prepares to defend without using blink. Realizing slicing or evading isn't possible, he decides to block them all head. Useal executes a flawless defensive move, deflecting every projectile at once. Morso, shocked and gritting his teeth, watches his attack fail. He stares in disbelief as Useal remains standing. After stopping his strongest spell from the spectators' area, a nobleman panics, knowing Morso's loss affects him too. Useal casually admits to copying a technique he saw in another game, the move called parrying. Drains stamina quickly and lacks full defensive strength. Useal sighs in relief, grateful that the match is only a duel. Observers whisper about the unfamiliar technique, suspecting a flaw in magic shield theory. Morso, humiliated by a commoner, grows furious and powers up for another attack. Confusion spreads among the students as Morso charges again, violating the rules. Despite his turn being over, Morso screams that he won't let Useal escape. Just as he lunges forward, Useal calmly addresses the lecturer, halting the chaos. Jeremy stands silently, avoiding eye contact as someone questions his hesitation. Despite the tension, he smiles calmly. Hiding his true emotions, he confronts the lecturer, asking why Baek Useal isn't being allowed to attack. The crowd murmurs, shocked by the unfairness of the duel. Students question the legitimacy of the match and express concern for Useal's safety. Realizing his error, the lecturer hesitates, pressured by both Jeremy and the audience. The match resumes with the turn officially given to Useal. Useal strikes swiftly, knocking Morso down in a single blow. The result is clear. Baek Useal is declared the winner to everyone's surprise. Jeremy observes the outcome, quietly pleased by Useal's victory. Elsewhere, a student begs for forgiveness before collapsing in pain and fear. Blood pools beneath him as he pleads, while a girl watches expressionlessly. Jeremy approaches Verajane and calmly addresses the situation. He points to the bloodied student and asks her to check on his condition. Verajane agrees, and Jeremy thanks her with a faint smile. Voice cold yet polite. Jeremy walks calmly while Verajane watches, surprised by his earlier use of the word friend. She reflects on the oddity of him calling someone a friend instead of a subject. Narration reveals that Jeremy became crown prince by defeating his brothers with magic at age 12. Jeremy was named the heir to the throne of the Scalan Empire. This shifted power and forced noble families like Porden into political retreat. Verjane notes that Baek Yusel has now caught the attention of even Crown Prince Jeremy. At the academy, students gossip about Yusel's recent performance and values like chivalry. Despite Porden's influence, students are more interested in the commoner who defeated Morso. A girl listens, frustrated by the attention Yusel is getting, unsure why she dislikes it. Professor Mason Thren begins an alchemy lesson, stressing the importance of accuracy. They are assigned to create a stamina recovery potion using specific measurements. The same frustrated girl finds the process tedious, but understands one mistake could ruin everything. Professor Mason scolds her, harshly demanding an apology. She predicts Mason's eventual corruption and vows to prepare in advance. Determined, she decides to keep attending alchemy class despite disliking it. Baek Yuseol stares at his potion with dark glee, fully immersed in his experiment. A girl watches him suspiciously. Assuming he joined the class for ulterior motives, deciding not to dwell on it, she moves to gather more ingredients for her task. She finishes her potion, crediting Flame's academic support for her success. Curious, she turns her attention to Azel to see her progress. Azel works quietly, handling her potion materials with focused precision. Azel moves step by step, following a careful process. The girl observes and notes Azel seems fairly competent in potion, making she recalls Azel is meant to find Mayela's engineering notes later in the original story. That event would mark Azel's major turning point in the novel. But for now, Azel is calmly creating the recovery potion as instructed. The girl questions why Azel isn't improvising. As expected from the story's future professor, Mason scolds Yuseol for changing the ingredients mid-experiment. Yuseol defends his process, claiming the outcome is more important. Azel senses something is wrong as she observes the potion, making results in the classroom. She wonders how Baek Yuseol could surpass her in potion quality, a task she was assigned. Professor Mason scolds her harshly, claiming her attitude is the problem. Mason belittles her again, muttering that commoners are unfit, stirring memories. He once mocked her family's fall, a remark that left emotional scars on Azel. That memory haunted Azel even while crafting the potion, distracting her deeply. Another student suspects Baek Yusel intentionally angered Mason to divert pressure from Azel. This theory surprises her, considering Mason's power could affect grades across classes. She looks at Yusel, confused by why he would risk so much for someone else. Mason demands Yusel bring his parents. Furious at his defiance, Yusel silently remembers he has no parents to summon. Seeing this, Mason panics, realizing he may have crossed a line with the wrong student. Yusel shifts focus back to alchemy, deciding to refine potion results further. Weeks pass and Azel calls out to him in the academy hall. Mason warns him again, but Yusel defends his methods, confident in his own improvements. Mason snaps in frustration, but Baek Yusel remains calm, adjusting his glasses confidently. Yusel scans him with magical insight, confirming his suspicions. A display reveals Mason's status as a dark demon contractor, with 21% corruption. Mason, unaware he's been exposed, is pleased with his secret demonic progress. He is confirmed as the dark demon erosion boss in episode 8. Though not yet a full monster, Mason's corruption steadily advances unnoticed by others. Yusel considers reporting Mason, but at 21% corruption, it won't be enough evidence. He resolves to gather more proof before notifying the demon assassination squad. Yusel fears that if Mason completes demonization, others could be dragged into darkness. Mason threatens Yusel's grades, masking his fear with arrogance. Yusel accepts the low score to avoid drawing attention or risking conflict. To his dismay, the next task is a group project, forcing him to work with others. The classmates stand awkwardly, uncertain how to interact. Azel avoids eye contact, the atmosphere tense. Breaking the silence, Yusel greets everyone cheerfully, trying to ease the mood. The group introduces themselves, Ka Sehun, Mal Luan, and Azel Mulf. Discouraged, the boys whisper that being grouped with Azel may attract Mason's wrath. Yusel encourages them not to give up, shifting the tone. Azel explains the exam will be judged by external alchemists, not just Mason. That means Mason cannot directly sabotage their scores. The group feels relief and agrees to do their best, especially Azel, who shows renewed interest. Yusel and Azel review the assignment, which requires combined knowledge. They agree the task is achievable if ingredients are properly collected. Yusel volunteers to gather the main ingredient, the fire lizard's tail. Azel warns that the monster corpse must be carefully selected. Yusel confidently assures them and volunteers again. Azel, watching his calm demeanor, wonders if she can trust him fully. Later, Yusel is summoned by a professor for an errand. He's handed a letter to deliver to all alchemy teams. Except Team 12, Mason smiles ominously, making her bias against Usail's team clear. Professor Mason confirms her intent to crush Usail during the alchemy exam. The practical exam will be conducted before high-ranking alchemists for public evaluation. Mason internally vows to teach Usail the price of defying a professor. Outside, a girl named Flame delivers a sealed announcement to Usail. She explains it is an official notice but was told not to inform others. The secrecy troubles her, but she relays the message anyway. Flame realizes only Team 12 was excluded from the official information. She reads the content, revealing the potion assignment had been changed. Feeling conflicted, she starts to question Mason's manipulation. Flame reflects that if Usail knew the original task, he'd prepare accordingly. The new task requires rare materials like a siren's brain instead of a fire lizard's tail now determined. She sees this as a moment to test Usail's skill and judgment. Baek Usail is transported to Dareville Stadium through a warp portal, feeling dizzy from the sudden shift still recovering. He expresses discomfort but regains focus when he's formally greeted. A blonde woman welcomes him to Dareville, setting the tone for his visit. Usail explains he is a cadet, not an official mage yet. The woman reassures him that Stella cadets receive equal treatment to full mages. Nearby citizens whisper, surprised and impressed to see a Stella cadet in uniform. She offers further help and Usail politely thanks her before heading off. He reflects on the benefits of his academy status, including free travel and information gathering. Using that knowledge, he ventures out through the forests, searching for his target location. He reviews today's goal, a fire lizard with a danger rating of level 2. The monster is known for its strength, requiring cold-type magic to counter its fire resistance. Usail feels confident, based on prior experience fighting lower-level monsters, and moves ahead. Sensing something nearby, Usail draws his sword as tension rises. He scans the forest, eyes sharp, preparing for combat. The fire lizard reveals itself, and Usail dashes forward to engage it first. Another mage activates a skill as Baek Usail engages the fire lizard head-on with swift movement. Usail strikes midair with his sword, landing a direct hit that spills the monster's blood. The fire lizard screams in pain, confirming the effectiveness of Usail's cold-based attack. Usail calmly surveys the aftermath, as flames die down around the fallen creature. He confirms the kill while standing beside the monster's defeated body. Unshaken, Usail turns his attention to his next task in the forest. More fire lizards surround Usail from the trees, but he remains focused. He prepares for battle again, blade ready and mind calm. Without hesitation, he charges in to collect the ingredients he needs. Later, Usail returns with monster parts, surprising a silver-haired girl by their freshness. The girl examines the red scales and compliments his skill in gathering rare ingredients. Students around them take notice of the impressive quality of materials he retrieved. The girl, now confident, comments on the need to craft the potion perfectly. Usail and his group affirm their readiness, determined to succeed. As everyone gathers, an instructor and robed figures prepare to begin the next stage. The professor announces that today's exam will take place before Alchemist Castle and affect future careers. He declares the potion to be made is the Tyrant Point Potion Type B, catching students off guard. Usail and his teammates are surprised as they had prepared ingredients for a different potion. Usail and Azel question the professor, stating they expected to make the D-Vitality potion. The professor calmly responds, claiming he sent out an announcement about the change. The rest of the students seem prepared, implying the change wasn't a surprise to them. Usail realizes this must be a trap set up on purpose by the instructor. He internally worries that this unfair change could cause his team to fail the exam. He wonders if this situation was originally part of the story he remembers from the novel. A girl questions how this happened and why Usail didn't prevent it despite his knowledge. Azel appears shaken, as if she's being blamed for bringing the wrong ingredients. The professor coldly criticizes her mistake, while smiling darkly as he moves to disqualify the team. Usail speaks up, saying they will still make the potion. He promises to produce one even better, despite the different ingredients. His bold claim challenges the professor directly, shifting the exam's tension. Usail confidently asserts that he always believes in his path. Despite the professor's doubt, the robed alchemists scoff, amused by his claim and apparent defiance. A narration explains the standard ingredient for the Tyrant Point potion is the Inlux spider's scales, rich in nutrients. Instead of spider scales, Usail plans to use the tail of a fire lizard, surprising the observers. The professor secretly sees this as a chance to humiliate Usail in front of the crowd. With a 1-hour time limit, the students are ordered to complete the potion under strict pressure. One teammate hesitates, doubting Usail's idea and expressing concern about the plan. UCL encourages the group to trust him and reminds them they must at least try, reassured. The students agree and show their determination to attempt the impossible. With the team motivated, UCL declares it's time to prove themselves to everyone watching. He smiles confidently, ready to lead the group with his unconventional method. UCL recalls his deep knowledge of alchemy gained through extensive gameplay in his past life. He had thoroughly documented recipes, including rare ones like the Tyrant Point Potion Type B. Recognizing valuable traits in monster parts, UCL connects ingredients to their magical properties. He explains that the blood vessels from tail spiders can be substituted using Alikar tribe practices. A student offers to handle the Alikar method, and another steps in to help dehydrate ingredients. They organize the spike mulberry mistletoe processing using mana techniques passed down through family. Azel volunteers to complete the remaining part, accepting the task with calm confidence. Their teamwork continues as other students contribute with precision and focus. Azel carefully finalizes the potion, showing firm control over the last step. UCL silently observes the results, impressed by everyone's unexpected competence. He instructs each student to mix according to their previously discussed roles. Their efforts result in a successful brew of the rare Tyrant Point Potion. UCL presents the completed potion to the professor, who reacts with disbelief and a figure doubts its authenticity, insisting such a result is impossible for students. He claims it took years to create and refuses to believe they achieved it so easily. A hooded examiner steps forward to verify the potion, inspecting it with magic while the students watch. She's visibly shocked after sensing something unusual from the potion's composition. Despite minor imperfections, she confirms the potion's power surpasses expectations. The examiner declares that the potion outperforms even Professor Mason's previous version. Other examiners are impressed, acknowledging the student's unique knowledge and skill. Enraged, Mason demands to inspect the potion personally, doubting the verdict. He snatches the potion, determined to confirm the findings with his own eyes. His expression stiffens when he sees the familiar magical formula inside the bottle. He admits silently that the technique he pioneered has been successfully applied. Mason realizes the potion is flawless, better than his own, and feels cornered, frustrated. He plots to deduct points by citing ingredient errors. UCL watches calmly as Mason announces he's completed the inspection. Another examiner suggests that Team 12 deserves more than an A for their effort. The group puts pressure on Mason to acknowledge the team's outstanding work. Mason clenches his teeth, frustrated by the examiner's support for Team 12. Mason reluctantly announces Team 12 has passed, while UCL and his group react with pride. Their joy is evident as the team celebrates their success and shared effort. They exchange relieved smiles, while Mason quietly watches with growing resentment. Mason clenches his fist in darkness, his resentment toward UCL intensifying. He silently vows revenge, consumed by jealousy over being surpassed. A system message reveals Mason's dark erosion progress has increased, hinting at deeper corruption. Elsewhere, a girl named Arshuan complains about her age making school tiring. Encouraged by classmates, she is told she's outperforming even the princess. Motivated, Arshuan reflects on her current standing and accepts the praise. A red-haired girl nervously identifies another as the rumored genius fire class mage. She's shocked at how fast the princess has progressed compared to years of effort. Worried, she fears her own control will soon be outclassed by the princess. Suspicious eyes turn to Yuziel, questioning if his actions influence recent outcomes. The mysterious Tyrant Point recipe was meant to appear in the future, not now. A student wonders how Yuziel knows events yet is unaware of the novel's plot. A mysterious vision suggests Yuziel may not be possessed, but instead a regressor from the future. This realization leads to the idea that he could know major events but not personal ones like Aziel's. The narration reveals that in the original novel Ma Yushang was supposed to gain the chance to regress. The power of regression ties to the 11th moon of the Silver Age, the only being with time abilities. This divine being once granted time-related powers to a select few through ancient rituals. Meanwhile, Hei Wenriang notices Flame acting distracted and calls out to her in concern. Curious, Hei asks what she thinks of Yusol, prompting Flame's unsure response. Flame admits Yusail feels strange but doesn't sense anything deeper. Hei presses slightly, wondering if she's truly unaffected, but her expression says otherwise. Eventually, Flame confesses she is bothered by Yusail's presence and knowledge. She believes both she and Yusail share knowledge of the original novel's events. Determined, Flame rejects self-pity, declaring it's not in her nature to dwell on uncertainty. Hei is left stunned, questioning what exactly Flame intends to reveal to him. Outside the academy, Yuseol and a female student finish a conversation under the fading sun standing at the entrance of a tall, ornate building. The girl thanks Yuseol for listening and prepares to leave. Her expression is calm but slightly tense as she turns away. Yuseol silently watches her leave. A hint of hesitation flashes in his eyes as he lifts his hand slightly, but says nothing. Left alone, Yuseol quietly whispers the word flame, reflecting on something deeply troubling as he stares at the courtyard tiles. The moment lingers in silence as he remains still in the vast space, lost in thought. The next day begins, with the scene shifting to the exterior of another building under a clear morning sky. Inside a cafeteria, Yuseol observes the others laughing and chatting while he sits quietly isolated from the group. He sighs, unsure of his next move. The weight of hidden knowledge bears heavily on him. Yuseol reflects that Mason Tyron's demon erosion is already at 37%, meaning a disaster is expected within 3 months. He analyzes possible triggers. The dark erosion could target 3 students, Jackie, Andri, or the mysterious G. Veronica. Yuseol considers the worst-case scenario. If G is chosen, events may spiral beyond recovery. Despite this, he suspects G might actually be the most likely target. Suddenly, a girl calls out Flame, confronting him directly. She demands to know his true identity, reminding him of his earlier avoidance. Troubled, Yuseol hesitates again, realizing this question threatens to unravel everything. Yuseol considers telling Flame the truth, believing her cooperation could lead them to the true ending. He weighs the risk carefully. As he begins to speak, ready to reveal everything, a sudden warning appears, red system alerts flooding his vision. He is forcefully stopped. The system forbids him from revealing his status as a possessor or sharing future knowledge. Frustrated, Yuseol changes his approach and proposes that they share only what's safe to say. Flame accepts his suggestion. They agree to exchange vague answers, without directly exposing their identities or intentions. Flame explains she wants to keep the world from collapsing, showing she knows more than she lets on. Yuseol is relieved, but uncertain about her honesty. She questions his behavior and proposes they speak vaguely to protect themselves. She insists there's no hidden motive, just a belief that this method is safest. Yuseol starts to trust her slightly, but both still hold back, knowing the stakes are high. Yuseol tries to end the talk, but Flame accuses him of lying and demands his true motive. Startled, Yuseol denies having secret goals. Confused by her suspicion, Flame insists he must want something, but he hesitates to give a clear answer. Pressed further, Yuseol admits he isn't sure what he wants. He only knows he wants to survive. Flame is surprised by the simplicity of his desire, questioning its meaning. Yuseol apologizes for the moment's tension. Unsure if his answer was enough, Flame suddenly declares she'll ask first, leaving Yuseol surprised by her emotional reaction. She runs off, hiding her face. As Yuseol processes what just happened, a sudden shift occurs, transporting him into a strange, dark space. There, Wunriang confronts him with hostility, demanding answers about why Flame left crying. Wunriang pressures Yuseol to explain, warning that lies won't be tolerated under his scrutiny. Yuseol recalls Wunriang's unspoken crush on Flame and realizes the confrontation stems from jealousy and worry. Despite Yuseol's calm denial, Wunriang remains skeptical, struggling to believe nothing happened between them. Yuseol reassures him that it wasn't anything inappropriate. Keeping his response simple and vague, Wunriang silently reflects, then admits he asked a pointless question. Letting his guard down, Yuseol awkwardly tells him not to be so formal, sensing a shift in Wunriang's usual demeanor. Wunriang says goodbye, leaving abruptly. Yuseol finds it strange. Wunriang's behavior feels unlike his usual self-ladder that night. Yuseol senses something ominous beneath the calm surface of the day's events. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure silently places a book on a desk, hinting at new developments. In a quiet study room, a girl with silver-blue hair struggles to concentrate on her tasks. She approaches Yuseol with a question, breaking her silence with focused curiosity. She asks if his previous alchemy method was improvised, implying she's intrigued by his skill. The silver-haired girl reflects on Yuseol's answer, acknowledging that the beginning of his method was indeed improvised. She recalls her past confidence, believing herself to be a genius who could surpass her rival with enough effort. But her thoughts spiral. What she once believed now feels distant. Doubt clouds her sense of identity. Her hands tremble. She clutches the table, burdened by frustration and the fear of failing to avenge her father. A vision of Adelita, the woman who caused her father's downfall, flares in her mind like fire driven by the urge to seek revenge. She reaffirms her resolve and refuses to remain idle. As night falls, her determination sharpens. A single thought echoes through her mind: she must work harder. Night falls over Stella Academy, its windows glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. Inside, a girl lies awake in bed, bothered by the noise in the shared dorm room she once thought would be lively. She stares at the ceiling, whispering one name in frustration: Baek Yuseol. Earlier, she had recalled Yuseol speaking vaguely of a goal, one he never defined clearly. He mentioned the 11th moon and a mission involving time regression. At a heavy price, if he accepted, he would lose memories, be forgotten by all, and vanish after completing the task. Yuseol, bloodied and worn, stood on the brink of accepting that fate, ready to walk the path again. He affirmed his resolve, accepting disappearance if it meant saving the world. But before he could act, Izel appeared, calling out to stop him. Izel cried that she would rather face ruin than live in a world without him. She reached for him, choosing to stay by his side regardless of the outcome. Convinced by her, Yuseol let go of regression, and the world met its end. Now awake, the girl ponders if this world diverged from the original novel's events. Baek Yuseol should have forgotten everything, but he remembered, and said he simply wanted to live. Clutching her blanket, she trembled. If that's true, then what will she do now? Flame sat up restlessly in bed, her expression tense as hurried footsteps approached the dorm. A red-haired girl burst in, announcing that Hae Wonryang was waiting for Flame on the first floor. Without hesitation, Flame refused and turned away, asking her friend to lie for her. She needed rest. The red-haired girl hesitated, surprised by Flame's decision and unsure how to respond. As clouds drifted across the sky, her concern deepened, sensing something was wrong. She stepped outside, the cold air brushing against her skin as she approached the dorm's front. Outside, Hae Wonryang waited in his white uniform, calm and composed. The red-haired girl rushed over, trying to gather her thoughts in front of him. She greeted him nervously, but he didn't recognize her. He asked who she was. He blinked, confused, and bluntly asked where Flame was. She lied, saying Flame was sick and sleeping, trying to protect her friend. Hae Wonryang silently accepted the excuse and turned away, never realizing who he was speaking to. Left behind, she watched him walk off, heart sinking as reality hit. Despite her feelings, he never even remembered her name. Compared to Flame's brilliance and popularity, she had always been invisible. Hae Wonryang stood quietly, a calm expression hiding the storm behind his eyes. Even his composed heart trembled, shaken by emotions he couldn't fully understand. Watching the girl walk away, he clenched his fist, frustration simmering. Everything felt so annoying. At the Academy's main tower, a meeting took place between key faculty members. Professor Mason was reprimanded for his failure, forced to admit shame after being outdone by a student. Vice Principal Alcalon reminded him of the Academy's high expectations and the need for results. Once alone, Mason mocked him under his breath, calling him an idiot. He scoffed at Mason's ignorance, noting she was blindly being used in pursuit of glory. Despite being trained to fight dark demonic humans, she was now aiding one, a contradiction Mason found laughable. Mason looked forward to the day alchemic magic engineering would be complete. Elsewhere, a student struggled under piles of papers, her vision completely blocked. Surprised by a helping hand, she looked up in confusion. Kettle helped steady the papers, asking the assistant if she was all right. She thanked him, relieved he saved her from another scolding. Kettle smiled lightly, brushing it off, and turned his attention forward once again. The lab was a disaster. Papers, formulas, and strange devices were scattered across the room in complete chaos. Kettle's sharp eyes locked onto a complex formula projected on the board, immediately recognizing its structure. The assistant casually explained that it was Professor Mason's project, a collaboration with the doctors. Kettle guessed the formula involved the random sequence convergence technique, his tone uneasy. The theory was part of alchemic magic engineering, once deemed impossible by leading scholars. Mason had failed to develop it alone, but with Altalicia's help, progress had accelerated unexpectedly. Kettle began to worry. What if Altalicia was close to solving it before the dark demonic humans? He hesitated, then casually asked if Altalicia wanted coffee, masking his growing suspicion. Avoiding the question, he wondered if she even realized how dangerous her contribution might be. He then hinted at a different idea. What if there was a satisfying way to get revenge instead? Altalicia contemplates the idea of revenge in a way that isn't destructive but empowering. She listens to the boy's bold proposal. Overcome Professor Mason by becoming a better alchemist. Though hesitant at first, she's struck by the suggestion, uncertain but intrigued by the possibility. The boy calmly explains that by becoming stronger, no one would look down on her again. Altalicia begins to envision the reality of that future, her resolve quietly forming. Moved by the idea, she smiles with newfound hope, considering the path ahead. The boy reflects on Atelicia's current state, exhausted and buried in menial work for Mason. He remembers her real dream, to be an alchemist who invents freely. She has both the passion and talent to achieve it, even if forgotten now. In his heart, the boy believes she will become a legendary alchemist of her time. With brilliance and creativity, she'll reshape the world through innovation. Though reality has stifled her, he silently commits to helping her dream take flight. After exams, he visits Atalicia regularly to support her ideas and inventions. She eagerly shares a concept for a pen that changes color with a button together. They refine it, an eraser, a mechanical pencil, bringing ideas to life as a team. Yusiel observes Atalicia's rapid progress in her inventions, but recognizes a flaw. Her formulas remain incomplete. He knows he must guide her to a breakthrough before Professor Mason does. But the path isn't clear, lost in thought. Yusiel is interrupted by a fellow student who jokingly calls him an old man. The girl warns Yusiel to stay alert or risk bumping into something due to his spacing out. Yusiel, confused by the insult, is reminded that she's speaking to him more often than before. He reflects on the change in their relationship, then tells her she arrived just in time. Yusiel asks the girl to keep an eye on their friend Jackie, who may be acting strangely. He suspects Jackie could be under the influence of dark demon erosion, a dangerous and unstable condition. Understanding the risk, the girl agrees to monitor Jackie during their weekend hunting trip. Yusiel connects the upcoming hunting trip to a significant future event he recalls from memory. He identifies their destination as the Martivis Cemetery, where a major turning point will begin. Knowing the danger, he starts making preparations ahead of time to intervene if needed. The narrative reveals the cemetery as a battleground swarmed by skeletal monsters and corrupted magic. Yusiel approaches a faculty member, submitting a leave request under the pretext of outside training. Though vague in explanation, Yusiel's true purpose is clear. He's preparing for the chaos to come. Yusiel learns that many students, under club activities, are heading to Martivis Cemetery for hunting. Despite their strong grades, key students like Ma Yusong and Hai Wonriang won't be attending. Realizing their absence, Yusiel worries without them. The students can't survive the necromancer's assault. Another student confirms Ma Yusong's odd behavior, noting he'd never leave without reason. Yusiel panics, knowing the current team can't face a high-class necromancer alone, bound by narrative rules and unable to explain directly. He chooses to act alone to save them. Determined, Yusiel commits to solving the cemetery crisis himself to prevent casualties. Days later, at Martivis Cemetery, the area erupts with undead threats and summoned beasts. With confidence, Yusiel begins eliminating the monsters quickly. Knowing the stakes are high, another group of students arrives, clashing in energy and attitude during their mission. Among them are Cadaferic and Randia. Each with a distinct presence and dynamic despite initial bickering, they continue working together as the danger in the cemetery intensifies. A new girl explains she joined due to an open slot and finds comfort in the group's nature. Dian calls for Azel to follow, just as a sudden magical explosion bursts nearby. Alert and ready, the team prepares for what lies ahead as the situation escalates. A loud explosion shakes the cemetery, catching the attention of nearby students mid-conversation. Dion suggests they check the source, concerned that another group might be fighting too close. The team agrees and begins walking together, heading toward the direction of the commotion. As they approach, Azel senses something unusual and quickly becomes alert. From a distance, they spot the outline of two figures engaged in combat among the gravestones. To their surprise, the figures are revealed to be Hong Bian and Flame, both looking serious and battle-ready. At the edge of a ruined platform, students gather after a battle above them. Smoke rises as silhouettes descend. Ariane and Izel observe from a distance, puzzled by Honan Beisin and Flame's strange movements. Izel explains she defeated the Predit fish alone, indicating her contribution to the hunt. A male student disputes Izel's claim, arguing it was their hunting zone. The students are surprised by the rare, high-risk level of the downed creature. They realize a point. Scoring competition is unfolding, but getting involved may bring conflict. Ariane becomes uneasy, recalling Izel as the sister of the person who killed her father. Izel considers leaving quickly to avoid escalation and past tensions resurfacing. The tension is broken when a senior addresses the juniors, urging calm and respect. A senior questions Ariane's outburst, prompting the group to challenge his authority. As arguments flare, an ominous crack forms on the ground beneath them. A wave of energy erupts, suddenly catching everyone off guard. From below, a massive skeletal hand bursts forth, radiating dark power. Isil and her allies are shocked, recognizing the rising threat. Ariane and her team stare in disbelief, unprepared for the monstrous emergence. From a crack in the earth, a horde of skeletons rises, bathed in purple energy, causing alarm among the students. A monument activates in the graveyard, silently recording progress. A message appears: someone's skill experience has increased. A student, standing alone, longs for magical power. Usiel, frustrated by his only skill blink, questions his potential while standing among defeated monsters. Despite his doubt, he senses that a major encounter is approaching and prepares to move. He spots a distant structure ahead, realizing it may hold the key to surviving what's coming. Arriving at the graveyard, Usiel finds the grave marker he was looking for. He reflects on his lack of powerful spells and acknowledges he cannot match others like Ma Yuxiang. Determined, he concludes that his only chance lies in using tactics unique to a player's perspective. The system announces the start of a new scenario. Episode 4. Necromancer's Attack. Usiel is startled as the ground trembles and a towering skeleton general emerges. He recognizes it as a commander of hundreds, a terrifying enemy not meant for direct confrontation. The narration reveals there are only 3 of these elite semi-boss generals in this episode. Knowing he would die in a direct battle, Usiel decides to avoid normal combat altogether. He yells at the monster to return, using his wit instead of strength to stay alive. Usiel exploits a system rule, grabbing the skeleton general before its summoning finishes. The monster is forced into submission, and its staff is completed mid-ritual. Claiming the staff, Usiel takes control over the skeleton army and ends the confrontation. He calmly instructs the skeletons to depart with him under his command. Elsewhere, students are still overwhelmed by undead forces encircling them in purple smoke. A student recalls this is the necromancer scenario but notes a strange inconsistency in its flow. She remembers Ma Yuxiang was supposed to resolve this part, but he is missing. With only current students present, panic grows over facing an A-rank necromancer alone. A message is sent to Stella Academy for help, but they must survive until rescue arrives. Students regroup, planning to hold out until professors can intervene. Ezel warns that staying in the graveyard will only spawn more skeletons. She insists they escape immediately before the horde becomes unmanageable. One girl, separated from the group, panics as skeletons approach. A monster lunges at her, ready to strike. Just in time, a magical attack blasts the creature back, saving her life. Ezel checks on the red-haired girl after saving her. She confirms she's unharmed. The group suspects the necromancer has created a pose vessel to store mana and keep summoning. Ezel explains that such a tactic is rare, allowing necromancers to endlessly generate undead. The number of skeletons continues to grow, overwhelming the students further. A powerful ritual circle glows ominously, hinting the necromancer aims to convert them into mage skeletons. Moanboy steps up to cast a powerful spell, trying to turn the tide in one decisive blow. Before his spell completes, a skeleton attacks, interrupting the casting. Another student dives in to block the blow, yelling to stop the attack. The clash of spells and violence creates chaos, and panic spreads among the group. The magic rebounds due to the interrupted cast, building uncontrollably. Students scream warnings as the unstable energy begins to surge outward. Ezel watches in alarm, realizing the spell is about to explode. Ariane shouts in fear, warning that the explosion could endanger everyone nearby. Inside the ruins, a female student stands alone as dark mist rises around shattered columns and corpses. Several skeletal figures emerge from the fog, surrounding the area with overwhelming numbers and eerie purple energy. Exhausted, the girl clutches her staff, admitting she's at her limit. The situation worsens with no mana or time to recover. More enemies appear, hulking, cloaked skeletons with grim expressions. She recognizes the sheer number and feels hopeless. One monster charges. She braces herself and retaliates, blasting it back with the last of her strength. Pain hits her chest, realization dawns as she wonders if this is where she dies. Cornered, she prepares to fall, but suddenly, the skeletons freeze in place, unmoving, confused. She hesitates, watching the enemy halt mid-attack without reason. Staring at their still forms, she questions whether they stopped or were stopped. Shadows pass behind the skeletons as they part without resistance. From the mist, a boy with golden eyes steps forward, calm and unshaken. She stares in disbelief, whispering the name Baek Usiel. Still stunned, she wonders how he arrived and silenced the undead. Then, a terrifying presence emerges. The skeleton general, far stronger than any before. But to her shock, Usiel has already defeated it alone. The girl stares at Baek Usiel in disbelief, her eyes filled with awe. She realizes she might survive thanks to him. Later, the students regroup. One thanks Usiel for saving them. He replies modestly, brushing off the praise. Curious, another asks how he managed to obtain the skeleton general's head, surprised by his feat. Yuseo casually jokes that he got it from bone soup, hiding the truth of his advance ambush. While others react with confusion, Yuseo avoids further explanation and redirects the group to focus on planning. He warns them that the necromancer could soon take direct control, bypassing the skeleton general. They must act fast. He proposes one method: defeat the boss. The suggestion stuns the others. They hesitate in silence, processing the bold plan. One questions his seriousness, shocked at the idea of targeting the necromancer directly. Yuseo reminds them of their lessons. Necromancers are weak physically despite strong magic. He explains their only path to escape is by striking the necromancer. He outlines the enemy's forces and insists this is their only opportunity before the situation worsens. Despite doubts, the others acknowledge Yuseo's battle sense and agree with the plan. Realizing there is no escape alone, they decide to cooperate, trusting Yuseo's strategy. Together, they prepare to strike. Before the necromancer realizes their move, near a lifeless tree and old ruins, the necromancer Sa-Baihyuk lurks, watching Stella's students with twisted ambition. He plans to transform them into skeleton mages to elevate his status within the Dark Demonic Union. Smirking confidently, he believes turning the students into undead soldiers will finally earn him recognition. He reflects on his preparations, 7 years spent gathering mana into a massive storage vessel. Boasting, he reveals 700 dormant skeletons await activation at his command. Filled with pride, he declares no one will scorn him ever again. Suddenly, his senses are disrupted, his connection with a general abruptly severed. Confused and alert, he tries to analyze the situation, suspecting an attack. In a flash, a powerful blue strike breaks through his barrier, catching him off guard. The necromancer reels in shock as the spell penetrates his defense. Skeletons fall as the attackers breach the outer bone wall with magic. Sa-Baihyuk screams in fury, vowing not to let them escape after they've damaged his barrier. A massive fire explosion consumes the battlefield, causing panic among the undead. Enemies flee in terror as the blaze intensifies. Grinning, the necromancer grips his staff, confident that no one can withstand his counterattack. Despite calling the students chicklings, the necromancer acknowledges the threat they pose as Stella cadets. Realizing he's at risk, he decides to summon his elite forces, something he had hoped to avoid. With blood magic and dark energy, he commands the elite skeleton soldiers to assemble for battle. Elite skeletons materialize surrounding the necromancer in a dark, pulsating aura of magic. Their numbers grow, and the area fills with grim figures, creating an intimidating army. But as the spell completes, the necromancer suddenly coughs blood, shaken by the backlash, weakened. He realizes some unknown force has disrupted his mana connection during the summoning. He urgently commands his soldiers to intercept the intruders before they reach him. The undead clash with the advancing students while the necromancer retreats to observe, confident that the elites can stall the enemies. The necromancer relaxes. Suddenly, Baek Uziel appears behind him in a golden blink, ready to strike. Shocked, the necromancer demands his identity, while Uziel smiles, calm and unbothered. Baek Uziel suddenly appears through the thick mist, gripping the skeleton general by the head as he confronts a cloaked necromancer. Shocked, the necromancer demands to know who Uziel is, confused by how he bypassed the surveillance set through the undead. Realization hits. The cloaked man recognizes something about Uziel, but cannot comprehend how he went undetected. Until now, Uziel holds up the skeleton general like a trophy. The necromancer, enraged, identifies it as his elite summon. In one swift move, Uziel smashes the skeleton into the ground, completely destroying it without hesitation. The necromancer coughs blood from the backlash, wounded by the destruction of his linked summon. Breathing heavily, the necromancer regrets underestimating the Academy students. He wonders if this strength is what defines Stella Academy's true power. Meanwhile, Uziel looks confused, admitting to himself this wasn't part of his plan. Uziel reflects, others were supposed to defeat the generals, but the appearance of elite enemies disrupted the plan. He panics, realizing he might be left to face them alone despite being the weakest. Just as he considers fleeing, the necromancer suddenly coughs up blood again. Seeing his enemy weakened, Uziel quickly deduces the necromancer overexerted himself summoning elites. Recognizing the internal damage caused by excessive mana use, Uziel sees a chance. Smiling with confidence, he firmly decides he can win this. Surrounded by skeletal warriors, the white-haired girl stands firm, determined to finish the battle quickly. Breathing heavily, she urges herself to eliminate the enemies and assist Baek Uziel. A classmate rushes in, warning her of a critical situation involving Uziel. She is stunned to hear Uziel is in a direct duel with the necromancer. Knowing Uziel's magic level is far below his opponent's, she realizes the match is dangerously unbalanced. As an explosion lights the battlefield, she clenches her fist, emotionally vowing that he must survive. Yuseol dodges an array of bone attacks, activating his signature skill, Blink with perfect timing. He reappears mid-air, charging through the undead's attack zone. He closes the distance to the necromancer, his eyes sharp with focus. Teleporting again, Yuseol launches a surprise strike at close range. The necromancer blocks the blow but is caught off guard by Yuseol's sudden aggression. Confidently, Yuseol reveals that he had prepared for this moment all along. Yuseol pulls out cola potions, a substance known to dissolve bones, and throws them. The necromancer's bone barrier melts rapidly, leaving him exposed. Furious, the necromancer screams in rage, realizing he was outsmarted. Yuseol pierces through the summoned bones with a glowing strike. Aiming directly at the necromancer, the attack lands cleanly, and Yuseol uses the opening to push forward with full force. Timing it perfectly, he shouts internally and launches a decisive close-range attack. However, the necromancer grins menacingly, revealing a hidden trap. Yuseol realizes too late. The enemy baited him. Dark energy erupts, and a bone spike stabs through Yuseol's side, injuring him severely. Bleeding and stunned, Yuseol stumbles back. Clutching the wound, he curses himself for falling into the necromancer's plan. The enemy watches from a distance, calmly preparing his next spell. Mocking Yuseol, the necromancer calls him weak and ridicules his condition. Despite the pain, Yuseol grips his weapon tightly, refusing to fall. He acknowledges the power gap but prepares to keep fighting. Yuseol admits the necromancer is a 5th class, but also notes his exhaustion. He believes he can win with one final assault if timed right. However, his body trembles in pain, making it difficult to gather the mental focus needed for Blink. Wounded and uncertain, Baek Yuseol hesitates, trying to think through the pain. Suddenly, a plan comes to mind. He straightens and walks toward the necromancer, feigning weakness, hoping to bait him. The necromancer, unaware, charges with a wild grin, thinking the fight is his to finish. Yuseol reacts swiftly, avoiding the first strike with a burst of motion. He tumbles to the ground, playing up his retreat while hiding his true intent. The necromancer laughs maniacally, mocking Yuseol's apparent escape, while Yuseol pushes forward mentally, whispering for just a bit more strength. Yuseol drags himself further, leading the necromancer into position while the enemy follows with taunts. Standing over him, the necromancer mocks the struggle, promising to end it now. But Yuseol, despite his injuries, smirks faintly, revealing he never planned to run, only to lure. Baek Yuseol faced the necromancer with fierce resolve, gritting his teeth under pressure. Calculating the gap 13 meters between them, an ideal distance for his blink spell. He gripped his blade and prepared for an instant move that wouldn't require motion cancel. The necromancer noticed blood trailing from his mouth, still unaware of Yuseol's rapid strategy. Golden light burst forward as Yuseol suddenly blinked to close the distance, catching the enemy off guard. His sword slashed clean through as momentum carried him past his foe, letting out a fierce cry. A powerful impact followed as their clash ended in a blinding surge of magical energy. Undead minions turned to dust, the skeleton army crumbling one by one without their master. Observing from afar, the students realized the battlefield had shifted. Victory was near. Shock rippled through the onlookers as someone questioned if Yuseol had truly defeated the necromancer. Relief overwhelmed the crowd. They had survived the deadly confrontation against all odds. Kneeling beside the defeated enemy, Yuseol admitted exhaustion, barely able to stay on his feet. Later, the students were escorted safely back to Stella Academy under the knight's protection. A professor confronted Yuseol about his reckless mission, pointing out the danger of his choices. Recognition was given despite risks. He had saved lives and earned both praise and reward. As dusk fell, Yuseol offered quiet thanks and prepared to leave, still feeling the weight of recovery. He admitted to himself that rest was necessary before returning to the academy routine. Just before stepping away, his eyes caught sight of Azel, standing nearby in silence. Azel hesitated, then softly questioned if she could ever do what he had done. Yuseol paused mid-step, surprised by the sudden vulnerability in her voice. With uncertainty in her expression, she asked again, wondering if effort alone could bring her to his level. He said nothing at first, realizing something had changed within her. In his thoughts, he blamed himself for interrupting her growth, thinking his help deprived her of self-earned strength. Understood that Azel had faced only trials, never the chance to truly overcome them. Turning to her, Yuseol calmly reminded her of what she had already accomplished. Her miracle had defied expectations, something he had silently observed all along. Embarrassed by his own words, he worried he sounded like a stalker, making her flush in confusion. Brushing past the moment, Yuseol casually excused himself and prepared to leave. Azel quietly reflected no one else had ever acknowledged her, the daughter of a traitor. But now, someone had watched her closely and it made her clutch her chest with emotion. As dawn illuminated her figure, Azel stood quietly, hands clasped as she whispered about miracles. Outside the academy grounds, students gathered for a formal ceremony, creating a buzzing atmosphere. Amid the crowd, Usail noted the unusually high attendance of nobles and faculty. Finding it excessive, Usail composed himself and turned his attention to the present, trying to stay focused. Beside him, a cheerful girl smiled brightly, radiating visible excitement that contrasted his own calm. He glanced at her again, silently acknowledging her unrestrained energy during this significant occasion. A stern instructor called for silence, then addressed the students lined before the podium. He announced that 12 brave students would receive recognition for their valor in battle. The room quieted further as the headmaster himself stepped forward to present the final award. Usiel's eyes widened as the headmaster was introduced, a figure of immense power and history. Eltnam Eltwin, a 9th-class master mage, had lived for centuries and bore the title Decimator. His magic aura, deep and structured, represented the pinnacle of magical achievement and unmatched authority. With a warm tone, Eltnam praised everyone and encouraged continued growth and courage. As he stepped away from the podium, the room remained still, watching every movement. A gentle smile formed on his face, exuding calm despite his overwhelming magical presence. Usiel stood beside the headmaster, his body reacting instinctively to the overwhelming magical presence. Even without a spell cast, the pressure from Eltnam's gaze alone felt crushing. Still, Usail endured it, determined not to avert his eyes from someone so powerful. A sudden shift in tone followed as Eltnam smiled and praised Usail's work ethic. The remark left Usail puzzled, unsure how to interpret the unexpected compliment. As the bell tower tolled outside, the ceremony officially came to a close. A glowing letter and notebook rest on the table, signifying the arrival of an awaited reward. Usiel reads the message and confirms he's received 5 million credits, enough to cover his needs for now. He also finds the Rose Vessel, a dark magical artifact linked to necromancer powers. He thinks about Alusha and how her future subspace ability will help carry rare items. Grateful, he notes that the other students' refusal led the rewards to fall into his hands. A system message appears, announcing the completion of Episode 4 and unlocking reward options. He decides to assign the experience to his Blink skill, aiming to increase his combat utility. Memories of a difficult battle resurface, making him realize his limitations during the fight. The system begins processing, and magical light surrounds his body. Blink's charge count rises, granting him more mobility in critical situations. He turns to check on Azel's status after his upgrade. At the academy, students engage in meditation training outside. Azel meditates silently, hands clasped in focus. Suddenly, she opens her eyes, disturbed by a voice calling her name. Above her, a glowing butterfly appears, showing she used magic by accident. Azel's eyes widen in surprise as glowing crystals hover before her, born unconsciously from her own magic. The scene leaves her confused. She doesn't recall using any techniques or making precise calculations. She wonders if the other students fail to notice, questioning how such magic manifested without her awareness. Doubt begins to creep in as she reflects on whether this was truly the result of meditation. She considers the possibility that someone anticipated this outcome all along. Later, while enjoying a sandwich, she feels grateful for the reward, realizing the ingredients were high-grade and expensive. Azel is approached by a blonde student who casually initiates conversation and asks about her club's status. She admits she hasn't joined any, prompting him to invite her to his curious. She inquires about the conditions, unsure of his motives. He insists there are no strings attached, he simply likes her and wants her to stay close. Internally, she suspects manipulation, believing he sees her as a trophy. Still, he reassures her with sincerity, saying he can support her if she stays by his side. Azel admits she knows his identity, all too well, Crown Prince Genius, whose offer could change her fate. With him, she could finally escape the burdens of being a trader's daughter. Although hesitant, temptation stirs within her, and she silently begins to waver. A sudden motion cuts through the air as a hand swings forward with force and intent. Out of nowhere, a girl strikes both Azel and the prince, interrupting their conversation violently. Stunned, Azel and the prince look toward the unexpected attacker, confused and speechless. The girl glares furiously, claiming betrayal and accusing Azel of seducing the prince behind her back. Fueled by jealousy, she shouts about being discarded after confessing her feelings first. Without waiting for a response, she grabs Azel and drags her away to speak privately. Prince Jeremy watches silently, amused, as the situation unfolds beyond his control. Farther away, Azel stumbles, confused, while the girl claims she saved her. With a smug tone, the girl insists Azel owes her gratitude for the timely interference. She explains her actions were necessary to avoid further harassment from the prince. Apologizing casually for the slap, she departs, leaving Azel behind in confusion. Privately, she reflects that this deviation saved Azel from ruin in the original story path. She walks away wondering if her manipulation will remain unnoticed. Back in his office, Jeremiah sits in silence, pondering the girl's identity. He recalls her name Flame and begins to focus his attention on her. Jeremy sips tea while reflecting on Flame's interruption, fully aware her excuse was fabricated. A smirk forms as he finds her far more compelling than Azel, his interest clearly shifting. Leaning forward, he silently declares his new obsession: he now desires Flame. Dell Academy students gathered as a new challenge was introduced. The event was no ordinary exercise. The instructor declared a monster mock battle, warning that this time the enemies would be tougher than before. Students were tasked with forming teams, analyzing the monster, and defeating it using standard tactics. Those who performed best would face advanced monsters. Success could earn special recognition. Groups needed to be formed from both A-class and C-class students. 8 members per team were required. While others discussed partnerships, Azel quietly expressed her dislike for group activities. Bian stood confidently with her chosen allies, shining under the spotlight. Azel, distant from the group, remained alone in the shadows, observing in silence. Her gaze reflected quiet frustration, standing apart while others bonded. Their origins were powerful: Azel from the icy Grand Duchy of Mold, Bian from the fiery household of Adisit. Both families once balanced the magical world through rivalry. Born with exceptional talent, the two girls were destined to clash. Azel questioned her place, uncertain if she still had the strength to rival Bian. While lost in thought, someone approached her with a calm voice. A male student stood beside her, gently asking if she was alone. Baek Yusil reached out to Azel with a simple offer to team up for the mock battle. His unexpected choice caught the attention of Bian, who silently questioned his decision. Azel, surprised by the invitation, hesitated as the word team echoed in her mind. A 2-person team, aiming for bonus points with fewer members. Azel doubted the idea, unsure how just the 2 of them could handle a mid-level monster. With a confident smile, Yusil pressed her for an answer, waiting calmly for her decision. Though unsure, Azel realized she had no other team to join and accepted reluctantly. Without delay, Yusil cheerfully said he'd submit the team list. As they walked away, Bian suddenly stepped forward and addressed Azel directly. Bian confronted her coldly, throwing sharp words laced with contempt. She insulted Azel's worth, mocking her as someone dressed up beyond her value. Stunned, Azel stood silent as Bian turned her back and left. Azel clenched her fist, holding back emotion as Bian's words echoed in her head. Bian's pride was shaken. Yusil's choice of Azel had stirred unwanted jealousy. Though surrounded by allies, Bian couldn't hide her irritation. At being overlooked, approached Ma Yusong seeking a capable partner for the mock battle challenge. Noticing her directness, Yusong turned and casually asked what she wanted. When asked to team up, he hesitated, showing curiosity but not immediate agreement. Bian informed him about Baek Yusil and Azel joining forces. She speculated they might attempt a high-risk challenge rather than a standard mission. Motivated by rivalry, Yusong considered joining Bian to match their boldness. Grinning, Yusong agreed, eager for a chance to compete seriously. Bian accepted confidently, knowing they'd now be targeting a powerful monster. Her silent determination grew stronger as she envisioned the battle ahead. She silently vowed to defeat both Azel and Baek Yusil. Following several days of preparation, the battlefield was set as the trial began. Dark, ominous figures emerged, marking the start of combat. A large purple beast stood at the center of the arena, surrounded by watchful students awaiting their turn. Inside the hall, an instructor prepared the participants, holding a clipboard with organized assessments. He formally announced the beginning of the S-class and A-class performance test. Signaling the next challenge, a magic team launched a coordinated strike, their spells clashing against the summoned Mugrava. Observers commented on the monster's difficulty, acknowledging it as manageable for skilled teams. Bian, determined and calm, reviewed her strategy based on prior training for this moment. Azel quietly hoped Bian would perform well in the upcoming evaluation. Yusil recalled the past outcome where Bian failed due to a poor team and low compatibility. Just then, Yusil rejoined the group, prompting Bian to mentally prepare herself once more. The arena echoed as Group 16 completed their task with a final blow. Group 17 was summoned next, causing Bian to respond confidently. Together, The trio began walking toward their designated position for the battle. Yusil rushed forward, setting a brisk pace that caught Bian off guard. Losing balance, she stumbled as she tried to keep up. He caught her just in time, helping her recover without hesitation. Noticed something off and quietly pointed out Bian's untied shoelaces. She looked down in surprise, then realized they had come loose again. He reminded her to tie them properly, and she responded with a soft thanks. A memory of Jackie tying her laces surfaced, making Bian blush slightly. Grabbing the laces, she quickly tied them, realizing how dangerous it would have been in battle. Stepping into the arena, she held her staff firmly, now ready to face the test. Spectators murmured, surprised to see Bian standing alone without her team. A giant boar charged forward as doubts spread about her ability to fight solo. She calmly analyzed the creature, preparing to act as the performance officially began. The beast roared, thundering toward her with fierce momentum. Bian floated upward, surrounded by radiant light activating her spell. Energy surged around her as she launched a precise, focused magical strike. She dodged the beast's charge and retaliated with powerful magical chains. Channeling mana, she stood ready, unwavering under the pressure. Her spell restrained the monster, halting its movement and stunning the crowd. Bian narrowed her eyes, realizing the monster wasn't finished and prepared for another strike. With light gathering around her staff, she cast another high-level spell from the center of the arena. As power surged, the monster struggled in place, bound tightly by magical roots. The boar lunged forward, breaking restraints as Bian raised her staff defensively. As she activated her next attack in time, the spell struck with precision, sending the monster crashing backward across the arena floor. Within the golden glow, Bian took a steady stance, adjusting her breath. Seeing an opening, she launched another spell at the weakened creature. From the viewing platform, the others watched as the duel neared its end. Bian exited calmly while instructors prepared for the next group. She paused briefly, sensing a strange presence nearby, but continued walking. The next team was summoned as the performance test moved forward. Hong Bian and Yu Sail appeared together at the academy, drawing everyone's attention due to their unusual pairing. Students whisper, wishing the princess luck. It is rare to see her partnered with someone outside her circle. One student watches silently, noting that in the original timeline, the two never interacted like this. A monster descends from the sky amid flashing light, signaling the start of a dangerous combat test. The observer realizes this wasn't part of the original scenario and questions the sudden pairing. Battlefield erupts in chaos as the simulation begins, placing Yusal and Bian in unexpected roles. The creature is water-based and airborne, resistant to both fire and direct magic. This makes it a terrible match for Bian and Yusal, whose abilities are fire and teleportation. They aim for full marks, but only success can earn them those results. Monster roars and dives fast toward them. Bian readies herself with calm focus, showing no hesitation. Yusil responds to her lead as the battle officially begins. A student watches, confused by their stillness. They stand in formation beyond Yupian. Up front, Yusil behind. In a blink, Yusil vanishes, launching the first move. A student comments on Yusil's strong jump, though doubts he can reach the flying monster that high. As Yusil soars, the waterfish monster hovers above. Mid-air movement seems impossible, leaving onlookers questioning his plan instead of retreating. Yusil activates a glowing green magic and strikes downward, launching himself further with explosive force. The magic blast propels him higher into the air. Flames erupt beneath him as he advances aggressively. Below, the monster is startled as the platform crumbles from the sudden attack. A nearby student watches in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bian prepares her own spell silently, wrapped in fire. Yusil calmly maintains control, then summons a large green weapon from above. He hurls it down with precision. The force drives the weapon straight into the beast's path. The monster crashes hard against the impact, momentarily trapped by debris. Without pause, Yusil dives down with speed, targeting the monster's exposed position. A second spell lands, pinning the enemy deeper within the rubble as it screams. Struggling, the creature fights back, but remains partially immobilized beneath the wreckage. Suddenly, the monster breaks free, roaring with rage as energy flares. Yusil watches calmly, aware the effort bought just enough time at that moment. Bian's massive spell activates her preparation, now complete. Hong Bian unleashes a powerful spell, surrounding herself with blazing red energy that pierces the sky. The spell strikes downward with overwhelming force, lighting up the battlefield as students observe in shock. Despite the enemy's resistance, the attack continues relentlessly, pushing the monster to its limits. Yusil smiles slightly, sensing the battle is nearly finished as the spell lands successfully. The resulting impact consumes the monster, ending the fight in a massive explosion. Students comment on the new duo's power. Their teamwork has clearly exceeded expectations. Bien looks back with confidence, noting Yusail's effort and growth. She walks away calmly, declaring quiet victory over their unspoken rivalry. Meanwhile, the instructor observes and requests more opponents, signaling the next phase. Shock spreads among the students as a red-eyed girl reacts to surprising news with visible unease. Some whisper in disbelief, puzzled by the idea that only 2 students would face monsters normally requiring a team of 5. Others glance at Baek Yuseol, confused and skeptical, questioning his judgment and wondering if he's lost his sanity. A swirling green light signals the activation of a summoning spell as shadows begin to take form. Magical beasts emerge, surrounding the 2 students now locked in the middle of the ritual circle, far from the arena. A scholar named Vichen senses the summoning and turns with curiosity. First to appear is a snake-like Heimeradin with glowing eyes and a flickering tongue. Next stands a massive black bull with a sand-colored mane, radiating raw strength. Following them, a Kaiden, a Nami slime, and a twitchy bat complete the fearsome monster lineup. Among spectators, Yusong expresses curiosity about Yusail's bold approach. Yusail and his partner stand steady, blades ready, unfazed by the looming danger. When asked who selected the monsters, Yusail accepts full responsibility without hesitation. The instructor points out that knights can earn points even in extreme conditions. Unlike bishops, despite the implied criticism, Yusail responds with a quiet, confident smile. He explains that this strategy wasn't careless, it was designed specifically for bishops, leaving the instructor momentarily speechless. Closing in on Yusail and his partner, tension mounting around them. Yusail encourages his teammate, assuring her with calm resolve. She initially doubts, but he insists she trusts him. With a steady breath, she decides to believe in him, quietly whispering his name as a sign of trust. Later that night, she walks beside Yusail in silence, still uncertain of his true intentions. She asks why he chose her when he had stronger options available. The question lingering as she expresses confusion about his decision. She lists her strengths, excellent control, and high precision under stress. Despite acknowledging her value, Yusail states that he simply felt it was right to team with her. He stops short of explaining further, and she allows the subject to drop, sensing his sincerity. Alone in thought, she replays his words, still unable to grasp their full meaning. She chooses to trust the reason behind his choice and readies herself for battle. With determination, she takes her first step forward, intent on proving they were the right team. Magic surges as she channels her energy, a radiant aura lifting her into the air. Spectators are stunned, recognizing the phenomenon as an advanced mana resonance technique. Silently acknowledging her growth, she now embodies the title of the Little Lady of Winter. Yusail initiates the fight, declaring the start of a high-risk plan against 5 summoned monsters. He quickly dashes forward, relying on speed and precision to confront the nearest threat. Using Blink, he instantly teleports behind the monster and strikes without hesitation. Focused and alert, Yusail targets the large beast's weak point with a swift slash. The creature shrieks in pain, retreating as Yusail prepares for the next opponent. He shifts his gaze toward the next target, the sand-maned black cow, already anticipating its reaction. The black cow snarls, reacting aggressively to the commotion caused by its allies. Tension between the summoned monsters escalates as their red eyes glow ominously. Suddenly, hostility builds within the group as instincts begin to override control. Yusail watches calmly, confirming the situation is unfolding as he had planned. His strategy is revealed force the monsters into confusion and mutual aggression. By manipulating their instincts, he causes them to turn on each other in chaos. A group of students watched in disbelief as a chaotic scene unfolded before them. Monsters, instead of attacking the humans, began fighting among themselves. Yusail remained composed. This chaos was the result of his careful plan to turn the creatures on each other. He had begun by striking the Hummerdon, causing it to instinctively react. With its forehead exposed, the black cow's instincts were triggered by the movement. Enraged, the black cow unleashed clouds of sand, blanketing the area. The airborne sand reached the Naim slime, initiating another phase. To defend its drying body, the slime expelled torrents of water. Thanks to a surrounding barrier, the water flooded toward the designated point. Next, moisture activated the Kaiken's sonic response. The bird creature screamed sharply, shaking the surroundings. Its noise provoked the bat-like monster, whose hearing was hypersensitive. The enraged bat attacked, diving into the fray. Simultaneously, the slime surged, releasing another water wave. All creatures collided exactly as Yusail intended. Darkness swelled in the monster's eyes as their aggression turned more intense. Clashes erupted as they charged through the water, blades and limbs lashing wildly. Spectators observed in disbelief, noting how Yusil used indirect control over the monster's instincts to cause infighting. Among them, a silver-haired girl stood calmly radiating control despite the chaos. Her unwavering trust in the knight beside her was evident. She truly believed he would protect her. Yusil reacted swiftly as danger approached, keeping his attention fixed on shielding her. A monster lunged, but the knight intercepted it mid-air, redirecting the threat away. Water surged as both students maintained their balance, moving precisely within the unstable terrain. Yusil's sharp eyes followed the shifting battlefield, prepared for the next strike. Together, the two advanced through the enemy's assault, cutting a path forward. Elsewhere, a classmate spoke quietly, comparing Yusil's actions to that of a true knight. He admired how Yusil shielded his ally like a protector defending a princess in peril. Amid the swirling black mass, Yusil and the girl stood alone beneath a night-like dome. As she raised her staff, magical energy spiraled upward, like stars forming a galaxy. With eyes closed in deep focus, she prepared her ultimate spell, trusting him to guard her till the end. With focused eyes, the silver-haired mage activated her ultimate spell. A crystal lance formed mid-air, glowing with brilliant magic energy. The spell, Crystal Flower, bloomed above her in an enormous frozen structure. Radiating power, spectators looked on in amazement, captivated by the spell's beauty. The radiant flower glistened as it enveloped the battlefield in cold light beneath its petals. The enemy monsters remained frozen in place, completely restrained. A surge of energy pulsed outward as the spell reached its climax. Frozen shards rained from above, tearing through the weakened enemies below. Cracks spread rapidly across monster bodies, shattering them in an instant. The battlefield grew silent as the frozen creatures collapsed. Students watching from above questioned whether all the monsters had been defeated. Suddenly, movement stirred. One creature still remained, rising from the ice rubble. The surviving monster's eyes glowed red as it roared back to life. Teachers observing the scene commented on the couple's stamina and teamwork. As tension rose again, another girl stepped forward, preparing a powerful spell of her own. Energy pulses around the girl's glowing eyes as she prepares to unleash a powerful spell. A massive lightning strike erupts, cleaving through the darkness and hitting the target with deadly force. Waves of electricity explode outward, tearing apart the battlefield in a blinding surge of light. Electricity still crackles in the air as she lowers her weapon, surrounded by broken stone and glowing magic. She looks at her own hand, realizing for the first time that the destructive force came from her. Calm replaces shock. She accepts that this magic belongs to her and no one else. Later, the boy proposes a challenge that startles her into silence. She recoils at the idea, questioning whether he's being serious or just reckless. Despite her doubt, he responds with confidence and tells her he believes in her abilities. His trust stirs memories of doubt and solitude she tried to forget. For so long, she lacked purpose, support, or any belief that her path mattered. But now, that belief has been placed in her, and she's ready to respond. She charges forward, her doubts left behind in the glow of orange light. The boy watches as she moves ahead, no longer uncertain. Now, she walks her own path, driven by strength and trust. A golden path stretches before him, and he steps forward into the light without hesitation. His footprints shine brightly as he walks, symbolizing clarity, replacing the confusion he once felt. Shifts as the assessment officially concludes, leaving the girl standing alone, calm and proud. Elsewhere, a boy lands clumsily, narrowly avoiding the chaos of the previous battle. The school's crest appears, signaling the end of the current arc and the start of reflection. In the aftermath, scores are posted. Group 32 dominates, while Group 31 trails behind in disappointment. Two students observe the results silently, forced to accept their crushing defeat despite their efforts. Even targeting specific monsters wasn't enough to change the outcome. One girl mutters frustration while the other broods, her thoughts turning toward back Yusil. Dark reflections cloud her mind as she questions why someone like him supports Isel. She imagines him kneeling at her own feet instead. Loyal only to her, jealousy lingers in her stare, mixed with a yearning for that kind of devotion. Although she tries to accept the loss, the truth is difficult to swallow. Frustration brews. She can't understand why things unfolded the way they did. Determined, she decides to observe Baek Yusil more closely, hoping to uncover his secrets. Saren Orkin faces the pink-haired girl with a calm expression, quietly assessing the situation. Though composed on the outside, the girl seethes inside, irritated by Saren's presence after her loss. Without exchanging further words, she walks away, frustration boiling beneath her calm exterior. Elsewhere, student sits alone in the quiet library, writing diligently under the morning sun. She pauses mid-sentence, eyes narrowing as her thoughts turn toward an unexpected realization. It surprises her that someone managed to learn the crystal flower spell this early. The spell crystal flower blooms in powerful icy blue, meant only for times of great hardship. According to the original timeline, Azel should not be able to use it for a long while. Its premature appearance is linked to Bak Yusail's influence, altering her growth dramatically. Azel becomes a tragic figure, consumed by war and destruction, and he once loved her silently, striving to build a world where she could live freely. Despite knowing he'd be forgotten, he gave everything to ensure her survival and happiness. He contemplates what reward he might receive next. The system confirms his progress, stating the mock battle is over and rewards are pending. Reflects on his improvement and prepares for the coming episode with determination. Baek Yusil chooses a reward, requesting an item from the system's list. After a moment, the system completes its search and confirms the item. He receives a mysterious key called Ifanal's Grass Key, glowing with magical energy. The key is identified as a rare item that grants access to a place where deities exist. Yusil realizes the key's value, but accessing its location requires him to leave the academy. He remembers a loophole joining a club might allow him to go outside unnoticed. Towering buildings enclose the prestigious Magic Academy, its walls brimming with tradition and discipline. On a desk inside, Yusil's paper reflected a personal story of hardship and humble meals from his youth. Satisfied with his work, he leaned back slightly, signaling the end of his assignment. Moments later, he stood before a crowded bulletin board filled with club postings. Each option seemed plentiful, yet none sparked immediate interest or purpose. Interrupting his thoughts, Azel appeared beside him and questioned his indecision. She reminded him of her popularity, earned after her strong showing in the recent mock battle. Though confident, Azel revealed subtle nervousness behind her composed smile. Rather than rushing, Yuzel calmly insisted he wanted to choose his club with care. Suddenly, Ma Yusong called out and approached with friendly energy. He complimented Yusel's performance, recalling his leadership in the necromancer hunt. Acknowledging the praise, Yusel gave a modest response, avoiding attention. Yusong observed that Yusel approached things differently than most students. Coming from a modest background, Yusel explained how he constantly sought better solutions. With curiosity, he asked how he typically spent his weekends. Yusel answered truthfully he spent weekends studying and training, something unexpected to those around him. Ma Yusong admitted he hadn't been the type to train, but had taken it more seriously lately. Observing his expression, Yusel noted that Yusong had begun improving much later than expected. Azel brought up their previous dungeon training, recalling how things nearly got dangerous. He confirmed her account, admitting her intervention had made the difference. Yusel reflected silently. Originally, Yusong and Flame had teamed up to defeat Hwanyang with ease. In the past, the storyline showed Flame supporting Yusong in critical combat roles together. They managed to counter Hwanyang's strength before it spiraled. Though timelines had shifted now, Yusal's focus remained on changing fate through preparation. Back at the board, Yusong suddenly asked if Yusal would consider joining his club. Instead of answering, Yusal listed a fantasy club that met every ideal condition he could think of. Both Azel and Yusong reacted with disbelief, and Yusel clarified he had only been joking. To his surprise, Yusong grinned and offered to create such a club just for him. Yusel questioned what Yusong would gain by doing that, unsure of his motive. With a smile, Yusong simply replied, Yusel was special, reflected quietly and realized something important. Ma Yusong's flaw was deeper than expected. He concluded that behind Yusong's confident attitude was a sense of loneliness that few noticed. Accepting the offer, Yusiel agreed to the club idea, but requested Acel be included as well. He believed Acel's involvement would support Yusiang, based on how she impacted him in the original story. Without revealing everything, he subtly led the group toward a club plan already forming in his mind. A draft request was written for a club that allowed freedom, outings, and minimal obligations. The proposal required approvals, members, and most importantly, a guidance professor to make it official. Yusong dismissed existing professors as unsuitable, calling them unfit for the role. Despite that, he took responsibility and offered to obtain the required approval seal himself. Recall that only high-ranking staff could authorize special activities, narrowing the options drastically. Later, Yusong arrived at the vice principal's office, seeking the necessary endorsement. Inside, the vice principal calmly welcomed Yusong, revealing a familiar connection between them. Yusiel confidently walks into the room and takes a seat behind the desk, his casual posture hinting at familiarity with authority. The gesture seems intentional, as if to provoke. Though Yuseol seems relaxed, the atmosphere tightens. Internally, the man stiffens, unsettled by Yuseol's presence. With suspicion rising, he cautiously asks why Yuseol came, without hesitation. Yuseol slides a document forward, casually stating it's a club request form needing a stamp. The man reaches for it, preparing to review the contents, slaps the desk firmly, demanding the stamp without delay. The intensity catches the man off guard. Yuseol's eyes glow with quiet pressure, leaving no room for refusal. Fear creeps into the man's expression as a shadow of someone from the past flashes in his mind. Unable to resist the connection, he agrees, trembling under the invisible weight of legacy. Yuseol calmly affirms he already knows the consequences. With the task done, he rises and prepares to leave. Showing no signs of concern, he watches silently, jaw clenched, frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Left alone, the man curses Yuseol in his mind, seeing his resemblance to someone he resents deeply. He vows revenge, swearing to one day destroy that same arrogance. Far away, another teacher ends a lesson, unaware of the growing storm within the academy. Jackie finishes her presentation and walks off the stage quietly, her posture tense and unsure. Holding her script tightly, she reflects with regret, wishing she had performed better instead of letting nerves take over. A classmate compliments her, saying she did well and should ignore the professor's criticism. Jackie dismisses the praise coldly and walks away without responding sincerely. Meanwhile, another student joins them, casually bringing up the idea of forming a new club. He asks the girl to speak with professors on his behalf, claiming he's disliked by most staff. She teases him for his behavior in class and says it's surprising he hasn't received a warning. He changes the subject, recalling that she's close with Assistant Professor Alticia. As he walks away, he realizes assistant professors can also advise students, which he didn't know. He notices a strange man exiting the hallway and pauses, confused. The man turns briefly, smirking before vanishing into the corridor left behind. The student silently questions what he just witnessed. He reaches Alticia's lab and knocks before entering. Inside, he finds Alticia startled and surrounded by scattered documents. Concerned, he asks what's going on. Sensing something is wrong, the student questions Alticia about her long-prepared thesis. Sensing something is wrong from her expression, Nada sees a blank desk and scattered papers, realizing something's off with her research materials. Alticia hesitates but says she submitted the thesis to her professor for the upcoming conference. He grows uneasy, warning that her work might be used without giving her credit. With concern, he asks if her name will even be mentioned at the event. Alticia smiles faintly, calling it a learning experience. While the student silently postpones his own request, the student reflects on another formula Alticia solved before and prepares to bring it up again. He recalls the theory they worked on together and asks about its progress. Alticia admits she's been stuck, though inspired by his ideas and now feels close to solving it. Surprised by his sudden offer to solve the problem, Alticia questions his intent. He downplays it, saying he figured it out by chance and barely understands it himself. Still, he confidently begins writing, while she watches in amazement. He explains the formula will resonate differently with her, encouraging her to look deeper. Alticia steps forward, curious and captivated by his insight. She listens intently as he connects advanced concepts, recognizing their shared potential. The student observes Alticia completely absorbed in her calculations, her focus unwavering as she works through the formula. He quietly acknowledges her true brilliance, realizing his role was merely to trigger her potential. Silently stepping away, he decides to trust her talent from this point forward, leaving the outcome in her hands. A train came to a stop as the student disembarked onto unfamiliar grounds. He stretched, muttering about finally arriving after a long journey. Using the rights from a club he founded, he secured a leave pass to explore outside. Although some questioned his method, he obtained approval without incident. His path led through quiet roads as he avoided attention. Soon, he stood before the massive third-world tree in the Dutch tree orchard. A village rested beneath the great tree, glowing under its shade. Compared to game graphics, the real-world sight amazed him. Locals welcomed him, expressing hope that his sincerity would reach the land's spirit. Uncertain, he listened as they spoke of the deity Ephenol. Described as dazzling and graceful, she was worshipped across nations. Only those with worthy hearts were allowed to enter her sacred space. Deep in the forest, the boy found what he was searching for. This was the hidden dungeon deity Ephenol's garden, prepared and focused. He readied himself for the next challenge. He reached out and claimed a specific item, Ephenol's grass key, which shimmered faintly in his grasp. Although its effect had never triggered any special event in the game, he felt relieved to use it earlier than expected, suggesting that once opened, others with the same key might be drawn to the location. He activated the entrance and a blinding burst of light erupted around him. The words "Hidden World Access Route Activated" materialized, confirming entry to a secret zone. A grand view unfolded: Cloud Moon, the sealed kingdom of elves, hidden behind towering waterfalls and mist. A heart of the elf city. A divine presence stirred from her sleep, surrounded by filtered sunlight, alerted by something unknown reaching her senses. Her gaze extended toward the sky as her long silver hair caught the morning light. From her high balcony, she observed the peaceful world where nature and sky blended in harmony. Known as Flower Soren, the king of elves, she sighed, longing for the freedom the birds outside enjoyed. Her role confined her within walls she could never leave without consequence. Jealousy flickered in her golden eyes as she watched the birds disappear into the horizon. Her body reacted, an energy she hadn't felt in ages surged from a sealed place. Realizing someone had entered Ifanel's secret garden, she snapped to alert, knowing that such a place was meant to remain untouched. Flower Soren approached a sealed door, drawn by rising tension inside her. Despite the impulse to act, she stopped herself, knowing movement could trigger a destructive curse. She resolved to wait until the upcoming World Tree birthday, hoping to prevent chaos. Meanwhile, Usael sneezed violently, reacting to the thick pollen in the air. Vines and roots writhed beneath his feet, trying to trap him mid-step. Losing balance, he stumbled, annoyed by the interference slowing his progress. A massive carnivorous plant blocked his path, pulsing with magical energy. Recognizing the time cost of direct combat, he prepared a fire potion. With a swift throw, he ignited the target in flames, causing it to shriek. Blades drawn, he charged through the blaze while the creature writhed in pain. Seeing an opening, he launched forward to strike with precision. His eyes locked on the vulnerable core hidden within the firestorm. Flames surrounded him as he dealt the final blow without hesitation. A burst of light confirmed victory. He had acquired new experience and rewards. With a sigh, he brushed off the ash, declaring the small fry dealt with. The system message confirmed his arrival at the flower garden, bathed in blue moonlight. Standing amidst glowing petals, he stared in awe at the surreal scenery. His gaze shifted upward. He recognized the figure ahead as deity Ifanel. Usael stood before a mysterious figure surrounded by divine energy, a being who had once reached near enlightenment. The Aether world rarely births such entities, and this woman had halted her transformation before the final step. He approached quietly, acknowledging her decision had frozen her into this form, suspended outside the flow of time. Tension gripped his body as magical pressure weighed him down. Usael gritted his teeth, staggering forward. He recognized that even in death, the presence of such a divine figure could crush the unworthy. Forcing himself ahead, he released a cry of willpower, refusing to let this trial defeat him. Finally dropped to his knees beside the statue, muscles trembling from exertion, a system message announced the increase in his mana resistance and defensive capacity. He smiled faintly, acknowledging that his training had paid off. This rare opportunity granted him more than just strength. It broke the limits he thought unchangeable. Normally unreachable through standard training, such growth was only possible here. Usael reached out and extracted a purple crystal from the statue's still hand. A new prompt materialized, describing the crystal's exclusive power, magic reserved for select wielders. He sensed destiny calling. This item would define his next stage of progress. Resolved, Usael stood tall and began his training, determined to master the abilities granted to him. Usael pushed himself to continue training, aware that the elite students wielded 4-star abilities or higher. Without a proper mentor, he refined his swordsmanship alone, focusing only on basic movements. Determined to master the blade, he trained with such intensity it felt like cutting through flesh itself. Suddenly, a strange force surged through his body, catching him off guard. He dropped to one knee, coughing as energy violently coursed through him. A system prompt revealed he had unlocked a rare breathing technique, Deity's Breath. Dark swirling mana surrounded the statue as Usael regained balance, eyes wide with surprise. An unfamiliar voice echoed in his head, demanding a response and urging him to hurry, spinning around. He panicked, unsure where the sound originated from. Realizing the voice came from the statue, Usael asked if he was speaking to deity Ifanel. The divine entity confirmed it, expressing annoyance at being called a corpse. Usael stood stunned, trying to grasp that the deity had directly communicated with him. The deity explained that Usael could now hear him because they shared the same breathing rhythm, recalled the system message announcing the skill, and realized its link to the deity. He then noticed the cost. The powerful skill came with a dangerous side effect, essence erosion. Usael realized the skill's cost would erode his human form, reducing him to a being of pure mana. Despite this risk, he chose optimism, acknowledging that his body was adapting to wield dangerous power. Deity Ifanel noted that Usael was only the second human to master the divine breathing technique. Curious, Usil asked who the first was, and Ifanel revealed it was a legendary swordsman. That swordsman once cut down magic and even gods, his feats echoing through forgotten history. But when Uziel asked to meet him, Ifanel confirmed that all 12 disciples of the first mage had long since died. Ifanel then offered a proposition to teach Uziel using the recorded breathing patterns of that swordsman, bound to the pillar and unable to leave. Ifanel pleaded for help in exchange. The deity asked him to retrieve a heart, her only hope of salvation, explaining that acquiring a deity's heart was beyond his ability. Ifanel proposed an alternative, a divine beast's heart, which would suffice despite the cost to her power. Even weakened, she preferred freedom over eternal confinement in this place. Uziel agreed, knowing his upcoming contract ceremony would expose him to divine beasts. He promised to do his best and asked about a gift Ifanel mentioned. She directed him to the back of the pillar where something awaited. Uziel received a necklace crafted from blue aphamine's flowers, a symbol of friendship from the deity. He observed its unknown properties, noting it wasn't part of the game's original item list. Although he joked about its usefulness, he quickly reconsidered after remembering. It was a deity's gift. Far away, sunlight streamed into a high window as fingers tapped quietly against a glass board. A blonde woman with glasses raised her hand confidently, surrounded by glowing script and diagrams. She looked satisfied, signaling that her long-awaited preparation had just reached completion. Before her stood a complex array of magical blueprints, evidence of her successful experiment. She reminded herself there was still more work to be done despite this success. Focused, she returned to writing notes, not wasting a moment. Her pen moved with purpose, preparing for the future of the academy. She hinted that a new era would begin the next day, revealing her intent. With a smile, she acknowledged that Uziel would be pleased by what was coming. Lights from the Dwarf Kingdom's capital shimmered over massive golden towers, marking a place of innovation and prestige. Among the cloaked figures moving through the crowd, 2 travelers stepped into the heart of the bustling venue. Alchemy Conference was set to begin, this time hosted at Purol Milligren's grand academic halls. This year's session carried extra weight. Professor Mason. Concern flickered between the young attendees, uncertain whether their preparation could match such a reputation. Confidence, however, prevailed as reassurance came that their joint work stood firm on its own merits. Rather than skill built over years, raw talent had placed one of them above a revered professor. Avoiding the spotlight, both quietly slipped past the crowd, choosing the back door instead of the red carpet. Inside, greetings echoed as experts from across regions gathered for the opening session. First to present, Mason strode forward to reveal her new development red potion alpha type. She confidently detailed the improvements, claiming groundbreaking results in front of a captivated audience. Bright slides supported her claims while listeners nodded at each explained property. Applause rang out as her talk concluded, met with praise and admiration from many. Silent observation exposed inconsistencies. Those ideas mirrored someone else's forgotten research. Eyes narrowed in focus. The next speaker quietly rose, ready to shift the attention with truth. Her name echoing as she was introduced as Stella Academy's assistant professor. A hesitant greeting escaped her lips, trying to mask the tension in her voice as all eyes focused on her. A student raised a question regarding a pharmaceutical company she had previously mentioned. Uziel announced his topic, a complete theoretical understanding of a long, unsolved alchemy challenge. A mysterious glow hinted at something deeper behind his confident tone, drawing everyone's attention. Shock rippled through the room, as the random sequence convergence technique was named, known to be unsolved for centuries. A senior scholar interrupted, questioning whether she realized the significance of the place they stood. Though clearly overwhelmed, she acknowledged the honor of being on such a prestigious stage. Holding her ground, she proposed that alchemists should evaluate truth through their own lens. Not doubt, murmurs spread as experts whispered disbelief. This concept had eluded resolution for 300 years. One man tried to silence the room, reminding everyone that failure alone shouldn't dictate judgment. Talium Corden, the famed golden alchemist, leaned forward with anticipation, eager to witness her findings. Encouragement followed as he urged her to reveal the truth she had uncovered. Preparing to begin, Altalicia steadied herself until an abrupt voice cut in. Professor Mason stood up, formally objecting before the thesis could even be presented. With a dramatic point, Professor Mason shifted the mood of the hall, raising the topic of plagiarism. Gasps rippled through the audience as Altalicia faced the accusation from across the stage rather than alarm. Amusement crossed Talium Corden's face, his interest piqued by the unexpected turn. A calm response followed as Mason stepped forward, asserting her authority and intent to explain. Confident strides brought her closer to the podium, prepared to justify her claim in detail. She declared that only 2 of 5 foundational conundrums in convergence theory had ever been addressed, and incompletely at that. Mason claimed she had solved 4 of the 5, reinforcing her dominance. Connection to Altalicia was emphasized, named both as her assistant professor and personal building the narrative further. She insisted that regardless of the 5th problem's resolution, the thesis remained hers. Doubts surged in Altalicia's mind. Was Mason truly the one behind the earlier breakthroughs? Cold words struck deep as Mason dismissed her, declaring that her alchemist life ended there. Mason demanded a response, ready to crush any resistance. A whisper from the audience questioned Altalicia's silent defiance, wondering who would dare oppose Mason. Lifting her hands slowly, she pointed across the hall with quiet determination. Before hundreds of stunned faces, she named Baek Uziel, the student standing as her co-author. Inside the academy hall, professors and students gather, watching as a young student steps forward. His entrance disrupts the calm atmosphere. Uziel, despite being younger than expected, doesn't hesitate. He's aware of the skepticism but remains composed. One professor smiles with curiosity. Uziel walks with confidence, drawing quiet murmurs from the crowd. He approaches the examiner without pause. Both stand face to face, surrounded by silence. Uziel narrows his gaze, his focus sharpens as he anticipates what's coming. A stream of magical energy bursts forth. The professor activates a test spell, and its glow flickers dangerously close. Thou brushed off as rude. Uziel's tactic worked. The response confirms his prediction. Turning back, he walks toward the center stage again, steps calm and measured. He expresses his intention to first understand Professor Mason's technique before acting further. Mason proposes a more difficult challenge involving dual magic convergence. Uziel accepts the task without resistance, suggesting they attempt both techniques at once. He speaks calmly to a girl nearby, assuring her through his steady confidence. Hearing his words, the girl hesitates but begins to believe in herself. She grips her chest tightly, fighting off her fear. Encouraged, she decides to trust her efforts and Uziel's belief in her. She steps forward with new resolve. One instructor watches, surprised by her sudden confidence. Without hesitation, she announces her readiness. Her calm tone reflects her internal shift. Turning toward the professor, she addresses Mason directly, signaling the official start of her challenge. An ancient magical interface activates. Records of theories and forgotten paths light up around her. Visions of past failures, convoluted logic, collapsed conclusions fill the space, echoing countless attempts. Thou history shows defeat. She stands grounded, preparing to trace a path no one has completed. Observing from afar, others begin to doubt the mission's feasibility. Whispers hint at certain failure. One student expresses disbelief in the process, questioning the validity of the old professor's guidance. Their attention shifts as the girl continues undisturbed, drawing renewed curiosity. Suddenly, the energy in the hall changes. A shift in the surrounding magic becomes noticeable. Mason, observing closely, recognizes the solution pattern but with an unexpected variation. Another professor acknowledges her success. The first challenge has been resolved. She begins tackling the second dilemma, drawing swift attention once more. Within moments, she presents a solution in 12 lines, far shorter than the standard 200. Uziel, watching silently, notes the audience's astonishment and smiles faintly, satisfied by the outcome. The atmosphere grows tense as the third and most complex dilemma appears. Despite the uncertainty, she steps forward, determined to attempt what no one else has. Everyone holds their breath, questioning if the impossible might truly be within reach. Confusion spreads among the professors. How could she approach it so differently? Uziel, quietly observing, is impressed by her insight. Her method wasn't seen before, not even by him. Unlike past attempts that treated each dilemma separately, she viewed them as interconnected and solved them as a unified problem. The professor, mid-solution, loses track of her process. She runs out of space on the chalkboard. Panicked, she shouts for a new board, determined not to break the flow of her logic. With urgency in her voice, she exclaims that she's finished, drawing the attention of all around her. Silence follows. The observing professor narrows her eyes, trying to comprehend what just happened. Turning away calmly, the girl steps forward to address the hall. She declares that the result they see now is the complete theoretical solution to the convergence technique. Gasps erupt from the audience. The hall fills with awe as realization sets in. Spectators shout in disbelief and excitement, recognizing the historical significance of the moment. With quiet pride, she clenches her fist. At last, she whispers to herself she did it. Uziel quietly acknowledges her effort, expressing gratitude. His calm presence offers reassurance as tension fades. Altalicia hears a voice echoing her name repeatedly. Confusion rises as she turns toward the strange phenomenon. A dark presence materializes before her. She faces the shadowy figure, uncertain of its identity or intent. The room trembles as a student lands with force, his presence commanding the attention of everyone. He casts Alt Alicia, releasing a dense wave of purple energy that radiates dominance and power. Staring coldly at a peer, he demands to know how long the deception will continue, accusing them of claiming stolen research. His spell intensifies as he continues repeating the incantation, engulfed by magical pressure. The accused student hesitates, visibly shaken as the accusation hits home. Driven by frustration, they scream that their thesis surpasses the original, desperate for validation. Whispers spread among nearby students, realizing the red potion research wasn't his after all. Turning toward the professor, the blonde student begins to panic as the truth sets in. Out of frustration, he bursts out in anger, insulting the professor in front of everyone. Classmates glance at one another, unsure whether to laugh or remain silent. The accuser remains still, watching the situation unfold. Suddenly, the professor erupts into uncontrollable laughter. Amused by the chaos with tension broken, the accuser claims the event was entertaining, but panic quickly follows as he realizes the danger he stirred. Angrily, he turns to the student, furious at the humiliation caused. Mason confronts the professor, visibly shaken. A student calls out to him calmly, urging him to stop and observe the mood. The reminder catches Mason off guard. His expression shifts as he processes the weight of his actions. He falters, lips trembling, clearly affected by the atmosphere and judgment around him. Suddenly, Mason steps back. Anger boiling over again, he denies any guilt. In defiance, he shouts that his work was stolen, pointing at the girl he blames. With eyes burning, he accuses her publicly, voice echoing across the hall. The professor gives a simple command: remove him. Mason panics. Guards rush forward. Mason resists wildly, screaming that he is innocent. Meanwhile, the girl kneels silently, overwhelmed by everything that happened. A hand reaches out to her. Uciel praises her calmly, offering comfort. Her eyes widen in surprise as his words register. A soft smile appears on her face, warmth returning. Outside, the campus glows in peaceful evening light. Two students reflect on the incident, analyzing the emotional shift. They admit that even strong psychic abilities can't predict human emotion perfectly. A group of observers murmurs as they realize the young co-author is only a high school student. His presence stirs curiosity. One woman comments on his appearance, while another confirms she received background data on him. They reveal he's a commoner from a ruined town attending a top academy, despite lacking magic, making him unusually exceptional. Hearing this, the long-haired man begins to take interest, watching quietly. Surprisingly, their eyes meet, and he stiffens, unsettled by the encounter. Uciel stares back with quiet intensity, not flinching under the gaze. Puzzled, Uciel wonders aloud if they made eye contact just now. The woman denies it, insisting their magical defenses shouldn't have been breached. She concludes that he must be mistaken, unable to believe it happened. Silence falls as both sides begin to walk away. Their business concluded, they step into the distance, cloaks trailing behind as the sun sets. She admits she's glad to leave the dull environment behind. A carriage waits outside as Mason storms out, cursing bitterly. Fuming, he blames Uciel for his public humiliation. Suddenly, a dark figure named Layden appears, warning Mason that he's crossed the line. The professor trembled, stunned that the disturbance wasn't a random occurrence. Fear began to settle on his face as he murmured an unfinished excuse, calm but firm. Another man revealed that a suppression mechanism had barely prevented a major outbreak. Cold judgment followed as the purple-haired man declared the professor unworthy of holding a position at Stella Academy. Panicked, the professor tried to argue, clinging to his connections as a way to salvage his status. But the warning was stern. Remaining silent and walking unnoticed was all he could hope for now. A magical barrier froze him in place. He was told to wait obediently for the leader's verdict. Clenching his fist in frustration, he silently cursed Bayek Yusao, blaming him for everything. His gaze turned dark, filled with resentment, as he quietly seethed. Another student watched the situation unfold, muttering Bayek Yuseal's name with growing impatience. As the train pulled into the academy, the day continued, but his mind lingered on unfinished business. Though calm on the surface, he masked a quiet resolve beneath his composed expression. Someone reflected on the failed attempt to redirect a major event through dark magic. He accepted the failure, knowing they must wait for another chance. The academic conference ended without issue, but a subtle unease lingered as new threats stirred from the edge of the gathering. One figure quietly observed a pair cloaked in black. Their appearance sparked recognition. A brief glance confirmed it. One of them was Kayan, someone once closely tied to him. Kayan, leader of the 13th Assault Unit from the elite Sakwal Tower, held a reputation even among dark mage hunters. Yuseol reflected silently, connecting their presence to the suppressed situation involving Professor Mason. He believed the elite mages came to monitor Mason, whose actions risked disrupting a larger plan. Just then, a knock interrupted his thoughts, and someone approached with a request for his time. A blonde girl reacted with surprise upon seeing the man who arrived. The mysterious figure introduced himself with calm confidence. He was Melian, the influential president of the Seongirium Corporation. Melian, a powerful support NPC in the unfolding game-like episodes, was a known influencer of future developments. Despite being non-combat-oriented, he earned high popularity for his political sway. In contrast, his daughter Flame became infamous as a major antagonist throughout the episodes. Yuseol remained cautious, but determined, knowing this meeting could shape what came next. Melian inquired about the identity of the masked alchemist, shifting the mood to business. Introducing himself clearly, Yuseol confirmed his name and status as a Stella Academy student. She leaned forward with a confident smile, revealing his reason for visiting a contract offer for the alchemist's exclusive services. He presented the document, promising generous terms and full support from the Seongirium Corporation. Asteria scanned the contract, visibly stunned by the sheer resources promised far beyond her expectations. Excited, Asteria imagined the possibilities, certain the deal could fulfill her dreams and please Yuseol as well. However, Yuseol remained quiet, unsure how to respond to the sudden proposal. Asteria politely asked for time to think, catching Melian slightly off guard. Melian offered to adjust any part of the terms if needed, seeking immediate resolution. She clarified that the offer was already generous but emphasized the need to discuss it with her research partner. Acknowledged the surprising fact a co-author was genuinely involved. He reflected on Yuseol's reputation as a student who had helped solve a historic alchemy problem. Yuseol's intellect couldn't be ignored, but Melian still saw him as a minor in business. Even so, he stunned the room by calmly refusing the lucrative offer. Melian, now intrigued, asked for the reason behind the rejection, offering to revise the contract again. Yuseol recognized the offer's appeal but understood Melian's nature too well. Despite his charm, Melian was known for his possessiveness, never surrendering what he owned, not even in death. Binding the technology to a single entity risked monopolizing production and limiting innovation. Such monopoly would prevent wider mage access, shifting development toward profit. Yuseol rejected exclusivity, aiming to share advancements openly with others. He acknowledged money was needed but emphasized broader access over luxury. Multiple investor discussions supported his non-exclusive direction. Instead of exclusivity, he offered a branding model that preserved accessibility and value. Yuseol proposed mass-producing magical items for general use while reserving difficult high-end products for an exclusive deal with Seongirium. He introduced the concept of a specialized brand, separating luxury from ordinary merchandise. The merchant questioned if luxury items would sell, but Yuseol replied that he wouldn't ask for a contract yet. He offered a 6-month trial period before making any agreement. During that time, he planned to prepare a detailed investor briefing for Chairman Melian. Surprised by the calm confidence, found the suggestion bold and respectable. The merchant handed Yuseol a messenger paper containing his contact information. Gratefully accepting, the students watched as the man politely excused himself. With the meeting over, Yuseol and his companion remained quietly in place. Yuseol finally admitted he had been nervous the whole time. His friend was surprised, having thought he appeared calm, smiling. She praised him sincerely for his performance. Feeling relieved, Yuseol looked forward to rejoining his club. The symposium ended without issues, and classes resumed normally. He silently noted that a dangerous event had been avoided. Something had clearly changed. While walking through the academy halls, Yuseol thought about a friend currently enduring intense lessons at the alchemy castle. Overheard students gossiping about assistant Altarisha and her recent breakthrough in a complex magical formula. They mentioned a mysterious co-author whose identity remained hidden, joking about their possible appearance. He quietly appreciated the anonymity that kept him from being recognized as the co-author. Believed the credit should go entirely to Altarisha, having only contributed a small clue, based on someone else's insight. Just then, he spotted Mei Yusheng standing nearby with a silver-haired student named Morphe, both drawing attention for their looks and grades. Yuseol sighed, thinking he couldn't escape constant comparisons and pressure. Approaching the pair, he greeted them as they turned to welcome him. They exchanged light words, then Morphe asked what meal Yuseol had chosen for their gathering. With a slight grin, Yuseol kept the location a surprise as they headed to eat together. Later, the group sat at a table and their food, beautifully prepared pizzas, was served. Morphe's face lit up in joy as the food arrived, clearly delighted by the sight. As she admired the meal, Morphe remembered something about eating pickle juice first, advice from Easel. Usiel, recalling that detail, handed her a small bowl with the pickles. Curious, she stared at the bowl and softly reacted, recognizing what it was. Confused by the unfamiliar food, Morphe asked how to eat the small side dish. He realized she might be visiting a pizza place for the first time. Without hesitation, Morphe tried the pickle and found it surprisingly delicious. Encouraged by her reaction, Usiel tasted it as well and nodded with quiet approval. Mayusang, watching Usiel's serious expression, made a sarcastic remark about him acting like a food model. Smiling, Usiel offered Morphe another slice to try. Excited for her reaction, Morphe, enthusiastic, picked up her utensils to eat the pizza properly. Usiel playfully scolded her, insisting that pizza should be eaten by hand. She objected, calling his method even more barbaric, but it made her curious. Taking a cue from him, Morphe lifted the slice awkwardly with her hands. She examined it carefully, then took a bite, still unsure about the new method. Her friends watched quietly as she began chewing, waiting for a verdict. Morphe's imagination lit up. She described the ingredients in poetic detail as she savored them. Usiel, amused, asked for her opinion with a grin. Blushing slightly, she admitted it was genuinely delicious. After their meal, the group stepped outside, basking in the calm glow of sunset and discussing future visits. The warm light bathed the building as the day quietly faded into evening. Suddenly, dark sparks appeared in the distance, and the ground cracked unnaturally, hinting at an ominous disturbance. Flame glanced over her shoulder as a fellow student called out to her, acknowledging the news with minimal reaction before turning away. While walking off, Flame concluded internally that the student must have come to inform her about Altarisha. Solving the interlocked chaos formula. Was certain the real force behind the formula solution was Baek Usiel. Confusion lingered in her thoughts. How could he possibly achieve that result with such limited magical ability? Flame doubted he retained detailed memories and began to question if Usiel was simply that gifted. A cheerful blonde student approached and offered to team up with Flame for the upcoming Persona Gate training. Annoyed by the situation, asked if her involvement meant he would be dragged along as well. Flame rejected the idea outright, telling them off and walking away with clear disapproval. Watching her leave, admitted to himself that Usiel's behavior had become increasingly unusual. Soon after, a formal notice was posted about the Persona Gate training, requiring all first years to choose a gate. Flame reflected that the time for the training had finally come. Born from dark mage influence, posed a major threat if left unchecked. Unlike standard dungeons, it had to be conquered through understanding unique patterns and mechanisms. Determined to act, Flame realized this mission couldn't be ignored. Failure could lead to real destruction. At Sangirium Cafe, students gathered around a table at the 9th Star Tower Terrace, casually enjoying desserts. Excitedly asked if everyone had tried the new pumpkin tart topped with cream cheese. One girl bluntly stated it was not good and shifted the topic to a rumor about the interlocked chaos formula. Claiming the real co-author of the formula was a student at Stella, one mentioned the credibility of the source, pointing out her father's role as intelligence director. Not even the intelligence director himself, though it was actually Baek Usiel. Questions began to surface. Why would Usiel hide such a contribution to the formula? Some suspected he gave credit to assistant Altarisha intentionally or possibly out of personal affection. Caught in her thoughts, the princess abruptly stood up and excused herself from the gathering. Her sudden departure left the others confused, wondering what had caused her discomfort. The princess stepped away from the garden as unease visibly weighed on her. She whispered the name Bian under her breath, as if reaching a decision. Confronting another girl outside, she addressed her formally as Princess Hong Shiwa. Shiwa playfully corrected her, asking to be called Big Sis with a smile that held tension. Though sisters by blood, their statuses, legitimate and illegitimate, had driven them into rivalry, and deep down, Bian harbored hatred for her. Bian questioned her half-sister Shiwa's sudden appearance at the academy, clearly displeased by the encounter. Shiwa smiled casually, stating she had business too specifically to meet an intriguing first-year commoner. She described the student as someone who lived by rare noble ideals and teased Bian about her own interest in him. Comparing him to a knight devoted to a bishop, Shiwa hinted at romantic implications with a smirk. She pressed Bian to introduce her to the boy, pretending innocence in her request. But Bian refused bluntly and walked away, while Shiwa commented on her sister's growing coldness. Bian's expression turned somber as Shiwa mentioned the death of their eldest sister. She stood silently under the dark sky, the memory stirring unresolved grief. Without further words, she left the area, her presence fading as footsteps echoed behind. Left alone, Shiwa regretted her words and wondered if she had gone too far. Just then, Sayera approached, delivering the information Shiwa had requested about Baik Uziel. It was an assignment Uziel submitted, containing personal reflections and a glimpse into his background. Shiwa opened the paper, surprised to find it titled "To My Mother." Amused at first, she chuckled at his emotional tone, dismissing it as childish however. Within moments, her mood shifted. She turned silent as the words sank in deeply. Shewa lowered the paper, holding back tears as she processed Uziel's emotional writing. She mentioned a simple detail from the letter: his mother's dislike for noodles, using it to mask her feelings. As she turned away, she admitted to herself that she had never seriously considered the reality of poverty. Looking back at the letter, she realized Uziel endured hardship while still believing in honor. Her thoughts turned to his past, particularly the fall of his hometown to dark mages. Though aware of Bion's feelings, Shiwa couldn't help but grow more interested in Uziel. At the academy, students assembled on the field for Persona Gate training. Instructors ordered them to enter the gate as the dark portal pulsed in the air. Uziel stepped forward, preparing himself as the moment to act had finally come. Baik Uziel reviewed his stats through his glasses after finishing the academic episode. The gate analysis was already active. He reflected on his progress, thinking the repeated simulations had prepared him enough, confidence mixed with uncertainty. As the instructor opened the gate, Uziel followed with the other cadets. These would be his companions. He observed the group, noting most were first years of average skill. Stronger allies were absent. Flame and Bion's presence balanced the team. The gate allowed only 16 members inside. Uziel's goal was simple: retrieve the enchanting tree petal. A hidden objective, they arrived in a ballroom, not a battlefield. Confusion flickered across his face. A system message welcomed them to Chinaran's ball. The group advanced slowly. Bion turned, greeting them formally. The test had begun. A maid offered Bion a dress. She hesitated, confused by the setting. No gate event ever included a ballroom. Suspicion grew. She checked the gate's formula, trying to decode its meaning. Another maid urged her to hurry. Bion questioned her behavior. NPCs shouldn't act independently. This one responded naturally. Realization struck. Something was deeply wrong with this gate. A maid asked if something was wrong, but Bion dismissed the concern and requested the dress. Though she outwardly complied, her expression hinted at unease while observing her surroundings. She couldn't shake the feeling something about this training scenario felt off and unnatural. Dressed in formal shoes and a gown, Birion stepped into the hall with hesitant grace. The room shimmered with roses and warm lights as her transformation completed silently. From a distance, Uziel noticed her entrance, both now dressed formally within the strange setting. Uziel gave a quiet compliment to himself, noticing the unusual atmosphere around them. Bion remained expressionless as an aide handed her a document linked to Uziel. The paper was said to contain details of his past, something she hadn't expected at all. While watching Uziel, her thoughts wandered. He felt different now, more refined than before. To overcome a difficult past and still walk Stella's path impressed her quietly. Caught staring, she grew flustered. Uziel teased her, but she denied any strange thoughts. Another maid approached, announcing the next phase. Duchess Iharan's ball was about to begin. She pointed toward 4 corridors leading underground, each linked to hidden challenges and traps. With nights closing in behind, the cadets would need to rely solely on intuition. Uziel answered confidently, drawing a compliment from the red-haired instructor who praised his presence. As they parted, nearby cadets whispered in confusion, questioning how realistic the NPCs seemed. Bion rejoined Uziel, and together they moved forward toward the next stage of the trial. He hesitated, unsure of how to proceed in the unfamiliar, glowing ballroom corridor. One of them stopped, sensing something off about the training environment's mood. Turning around, they saw another cadet voicing the same concern. They weren't the only ones doubting. The students discussed how the scenario felt too advanced for first years, and the NPCs too lifelike. They agreed the logic behind the gate's design didn't align with known practice levels. Flame questioned their suspicions, skeptical that this gate could be anything other than a test. She reasoned the difficulty was likely deliberate, simulating real combat where not all is predictable. She believed the professors planned this, doubting an actual gate could exist unnoticed in Stella. Despite her logic, another cadet feared the gate might be real and too dangerous for them. Visions of 3 students loomed, one destined to fall into darkness no matter the choices. Uziel wondered if fate could change, even if Flame was present to resist it. Ignoring warnings, Jackie chose to act alone, determined to move forward despite the risks. Flame insisted the situation must have been crafted by the professors and urged calm response. Jackie walked into the glowing gate, ignoring hesitation from the others around her. One cadet decided to follow, claiming he had mentally prepared for such trials. Yuseol quietly observed the chaos and noted how uncoordinated everyone was acting. Though frustrated, he accepted the situation and stopped waiting for a team response. With no better option, he resolved to enter the gate alone and move forward. He passed through the threshold, eyes alert and posture steady for what lay ahead. Around him, golden light faded into darkness, and the atmosphere shifted ominously. Yuseol disappeared into the gate, stepping into the unknown as the others hesitated behind. Without hesitation, Jeki charges toward the portal, ignoring the concern of her classmate. She insists the scenario must be part of the professor's test and urges the others to stay calm and act. While others remain unsure, she enters the glowing door confidently, followed soon by another student who claims he's ready. Yuseol observes the situation and criticizes the lack of planning among the students. Deciding there's no value in waiting, he steps forward decisively and moves through the portal. As he proceeds, others begin trailing behind him. Though no one speaks up, they silently choose to follow. Inside the new area, Yuseol walks through a dim corridor filled with strange symbols and energy. He tells himself that in a place like this, nothing really matters. A glowing door appears ahead, marking the next transition in the challenge. Soon he arrives in a grand hall where several others, including Bien, have gathered. Bien, scanning the group, notices that some classmates are missing. She wonders aloud where the rest of them have ended up. Yuseol concludes the group has been deliberately split. He recalls that 16 students were divided into 4 paths with 4 students each. Based on this, he figures Bion likely ended up grouped with Aigel and Flame. To Yuseol's surprise, he found himself on the same team as Bion, which he hadn't expected. When she caught his uneasy glance, Bion questioned him directly, though he brushed it off calmly. Silently, he considered it might actually be better that Bion and Aigel were placed in different groups. As they walked ahead, Yuseol suddenly paused, sensing an unusual presence nearby. Illuminated by golden beams, strange lifeless figures began to appear from the shadows. Observing their rigid forms, he concluded they were dolls, most likely part of the test. Bion pointed toward the corner of the chamber, spotting a hidden door inside the room. The team discussed magical options, but none of them had the skill to unlock it. With a smirk, Bion turned to Yuseol, challenging him to explain the gate's secret. Though she doubted his ability, her expression showed curiosity as she waited. Yuseol, after watching the figures carefully, suggested he might understand the pattern rather than random movement. The dolls were all dancing in unison with subtle variations. Recognition flashed in Bion's eyes. It was a famous choreography known as Requiem of the Dead Serena. According to legend, it was the final dance Serena performed before ending her life in grief. When Yuseol asked if she remembered the steps, Bion stood speechless, caught off guard. To Yuseol's surprise, he found himself on the same team as Bion, which he hadn't expected. When she caught his uneasy glance, Bion questioned him directly. Though he brushed it off calmly, silently, he considered it might actually be better that Bion and Aigel were placed in different groups. As they walked ahead, Yuseol suddenly paused, sensing an unusual presence nearby. Illuminated by golden beams, strange lifeless figures began to appear from the shadows. Observing their rigid forms, he concluded they were dolls, most likely part of the test. Bion pointed toward the corner of the chamber, spotting a hidden door inside the room. The team discussed magical options, but none of them had the skill to unlock it. With a smirk, Bion turned to Yuseol, challenging him to explain the gate's secret. Though she doubted his ability, her expression showed curiosity as she waited. Yuseol, after watching the figures carefully, suggested he might understand the pattern. Rather than random movement, the dolls were all dancing in unison with subtle variations. Recognition flashed in Bion's eyes. It was a famous choreography known as Requiem of the Dead Serena. According to legend, it was the final dance Serena performed before ending her life in grief. When Yuseol asked if she remembered the steps, Bion stood speechless. Caught off guard, Bion realizes how exceptional Yuseol's thinking has become, far beyond what she expected from a student. While others struggle to analyze the gate, he solves it effortlessly with sharp precision. His actions show mastery in logic and observation, as if he had faced countless similar trials before. She recalls that Yuseol's village once fell to black mages long before he joined the academy. That remote place constantly fought brutal battles against dark sorcery, shaping him in hardship. Through these memories, Bion understands his combat instincts and strategic mindset better than ever. She concludes Yuseol must have survived endless conflicts, gaining experience unmatched by others. Despite his poor attitude in class, he now displays remarkable focus and discipline. Watching him work tirelessly, Bion begins to wonder what drives him to try so hard. Now, In the dim realm of the Persona Gate, Hong Bian questioned the strange atmosphere, suspecting a deeper reason behind their current situation. Assessing the surroundings while Bian's expression tightened as she connected fragments of understanding. Suddenly, she turned to him, questioning if the gate they were inside was truly real, sensing the danger that might be hidden within. But her gaze locked on Yusale's hinted he knew more. Yusale acknowledged Bian's progress. She had become sharper, no longer blindly clashing with Easel as before. He realized this shift proved she was straying from her original path as a villainess, though others watched from afar, confused. Yusale dismissed the attention and continued forward. He confirmed the realm's reality and warned of the danger failure to clear it could trigger a dimensional event. Determined, he expressed his intent to end the challenge swiftly. Before anyone was harmed, Bian's eyes lit up with conviction, affirming her doubts were valid. Knowing Yusale never acted without purpose, she decided not to rely solely on him. Resolved, she promised herself to escape the danger using her own strength. Elsewhere, another corridor lay strewn with fallen armored figures, suggesting chaos had already begun. Two girls ran through the smoky halls, urgently scanning the surroundings. Spotting Flame in the distance, one called out, signaling the group to regroup in haste. Flame asked if everyone made it through, only to discover that Jeki had mysteriously disappeared, revealing that they had reached this far thanks to Jeki's efforts before she vanished. Another student added that Jeki must have cleared the challenge faster than anyone else without a single scratch. But the girl admitted this wasn't their first time facing such a situation, especially when they noticed Baek Yusale had already arrived. He casually mentioned he got there earlier, prompting Flame to ask if he had seen Jeki, but he hadn't. She lowered her gaze in disappointment, realizing their timing wasn't enough to prevent Jeki's disappearance. Yusale silently reflected that all he could do now was assist the heroines in clearing the stage. Far outside, the scene shifted to Stella Dome, where instructors reacted to the presence of a real Persona Gate. Panic erupted as they questioned how such a gate bypassed Stella's top-tier security. One expert explained the detection system had been reverse-engineered, completely masking the spatial signal. The urgent matter now was identifying who had entered the gate, not how it formed. Captain Arin of the Stella Knights took command, demanding full situational updates. He was told that the gate's risk level had risen from 4 to 5 once students entered. Acknowledging the rarity, the group realized the Persona Gate had immediately responded to the students' presence with increased hostility. Captain Arin requested a list of the students who entered the gate, and the report was handed over immediately. He reviewed the names Baek Yusale, Hong Bian, Flame, Easel, and Lakey, all first-year students. The captain expressed concern, noting that even experienced mages would struggle against a 5-risk Persona Gate, and first years were far too underqualified. In response to the danger, an officer suggested dispatching corpse recovery units, alarming the others. Arin coldly dismissed any hope that inexperienced students could survive, comparing their odds to an ant facing a tiger. Despite the grim outlook, Lee Hanwell still hoped the students would defy expectations and make it out alive. Inside the gate, Easel reunited with the others. Calling out as she approached, she expressed relief at finding the group, finally confirming everyone's location with all members present. Their focus shifted toward the next challenge ahead. Yusale observed the group, satisfied that no one was lost. He turned serious, acknowledging that the final obstacle now awaited them. A looming tower stood before them, marking the beginning of the boss battle. A group of students arrives at a mysterious tower, greeted by a glowing red message in the air, instructing them to follow the stairs down to reach the ballroom, where an event seems to be taking place. The team acknowledges the guidance and prepares to descend the spiral staircase into the unknown. However, a warning appears: a deadly creature called the Blade Spider Captain resides at the tower's top. Classified as an A4 risk, one of the girls analyzes the situation and realizes they can't rely solely on Baek Yusale, whose memories are still uncertain. She resolves to confront the Blade Spider alone, while the others continue with their objective to minimize casualties. As the team agrees and prepares to move, the girl hesitates and senses something amiss. Looking up and detecting danger above them, he instructs the others to go ahead, choosing to stay behind and inspect the source of the threat. The girl reflects on Baek Yusale's uncanny awareness. She's certain he wasn't even aware of the Blade Spider's existence until now. He detected it immediately, something even she finds hard to believe. Dark figures swarm from above, signaling the arrival of a threat. Clicking sound echoing through the air, and instinctively looks up, confirming the worst: the true danger has arrived. Her voice sharp with worry as she noticed Baek Yusale had vanished from the group. Bian's eyes widened in alarm as she called out for the commoner, startled by his sudden absence. Companion's expression shifted with dread, as if she had realized what Baek Yusale was about to do. Above, Bayek Usail clashed with the monstrous blade Spider Captain, delivering a critical strike. He appeared determined, urging the others to move forward while he held the enemy at bay. Despite his confidence, doubt lingered. Could he really defeat such a threat alone? She considered returning to support him, torn between concern and trust. Bien, however, reminded her that reaching the ballroom was their top priority. She affirmed that helping Bayek Usail meant trusting his fight and completing their part. The girls descended into a radiant hall glowing with music and light. Their arrival turned heads as the ballroom's elegance surrounded them. Flame, Bien, and the others stepped forward, captivated by the atmosphere. Golden chandeliers sparkled above as noble guests mingled throughout the grand space. A student whispered in awe at the luxurious scene before them. Yet from the shadows, footsteps echoed, signaling that something or someone was about to arrive. As the girls reached the ballroom floor, Bien noticed a lone figure standing atop the stairs, drawing everyone's attention. Flame quickly assumed the figure was the final boss, Duchess Aharon, and urged the group to stay alert. But to their surprise, a calm voice greeted them from above, catching Flame off guard. Introduced herself as Jackie Aharon, smiling with confidence and poise. The crowd was immediately enamored, praising her beauty and charisma, their cheers filling the hall. Flame grew suspicious. This character wasn't part of the original romance fantasy. They were never meant to exist. Bien realized the impossibility of a real person becoming an NPC in a Persona gate. Even more shocking, Jackie wasn't just any NPC. She was the final boss. That could only mean one thing: Jackie was a Dark One in disguise. Flame understood why Bayek Usail had warned her. Jackie was a true threat, but she wasn't about to retreat. She vowed to bring Usail back safely, no matter what. She pleaded with Jackie to stop before things spiraled out of control, completely enthralled by her presence and charm. Their minds and emotions were overwhelmed. Jackie's influence was growing unnaturally strong. Jackie blushed and smiled eerily, reveling in the power that felt like it was melting into her very soul. Bien calmly explains that Jackie's mind is already taken by dark magic, and the only path now is to clear the gate to restore her. Flame accepts the truth, raising her weapon as she prepares to confront Jackie directly. As energy flares around her, Jackie, now fully corrupted, welcomes the battle with overwhelming power. A monstrous creature descends from above, overwhelming the battlefield with its crushing presence as the boy narrowly dodges its attack. Standing calmly, Usail evaluates the situation, recognizing the monster as an extremely abnormal variant. Recalling data from the game world, he deduces that although it possesses fearsome stats, reacting instantly, he delivers a precise strike infused with explosive energy directly into the creature's exposed chest. Mid-air, he throws down 3 labeled potions: Spark, Oil, and Slippery, timed with incredible accuracy. The combined effect detonates in a surge of lightning, engulfing the beast in a flash of destruction. He maneuvers through the air, launching another piercing strike toward the stunned enemy. The creature's eyes flare as it prepares to retaliate. Knowing this is a hidden method to clear the stage through a specific demonization route, the system activates a Conviction Trace Faith effect, signaling his route's activation. Using that, he overrides normal behavior mechanics to force a reset loop. He charges in again, following a precise method known only to expert players who mastered this obscure path. With a steady gaze, he wonders if his attacks will be effective when needed most. Accepting the risk, he decides to keep striking regardless of certainty. Determined to hit the enemy with every ounce of effort he has, explosions light up the battlefield as Usail's relentless barrage slams into the enemy's form. Despite the impact, the dark beast remains steady, eyes glowing with savage intent. Usail lands, catching his breath, briefly wishing he had backup to even the odds. Before he can react further, the demon charges with terrifying speed. Noticing its aerial angle, Usail narrows his eyes, realizing it is not a random movement. He quickly calculates its descent path, determined to intercept before damage spreads. With precision, he triggers a coordinated strike, launching his spell at the perfect moment. The force halts the demon mid-air, and a system message appears confirming the impact. Darkness fades. Usail's efforts have activated a hidden route known as the Red Summon Fall. Electric red energy bursts across the room, forcing everyone to dive for cover. Allies regroup quickly, and a girl with rose-colored hair rallies herself to fight. Gripping her staff tightly, she declares the enemy is a dark attribute demonic humanoid. A new attacker emerges, her fire spell tearing through the air with violent force. From behind the flames, the red-haired girl scowls and calls the enemy's efforts useless. Without delay, she summons a massive artifact, signaling her intent to finish the battle. A series of spells are unleashed as mages coordinate their attacks with elemental force. Despite the elegant formation, none of their magic penetrates the enemy's crimson barrier. The group reels back in shock as a surge of red lightning erupts. Another summoning is about to begin. Bien stands still, overwhelmed by the chaos, eyes fixed on the rising glow ahead. As her focus returns, she draws a deep breath and silently lifts her skirt. With a deliberate step, she begins a gentle, graceful dance, magic weaving around her rhythm. From across the hall, another student questions her sudden behavior mid-battle. Without a word, the dancer continues, her movements fueling a radiant golden spell. The barrier flickers, disrupted by the unusual magic response linked to her dancing. Realization dawns: this isn't just a magic battle. It is a stage of rhythm-based combat. Bien urges the others to follow the rhythm, declaring that their magic must sync with the dance. A contrasting performance begins, mirroring the Dark Duchess's tango with a new style. She leads with solemn elegance, commanding the stage through coordinated footwork. Her rival responds in kind, matching her pace with flowing, serena grace. Two more girls join in unison, transforming the battlefield into a magical waltz. A burst of dual-colored energy is released as the blonde girl channels opposing magic forces in perfect rhythm. With sharp focus, she raises her fan and prepares to counter the advancing pressure. The clash erupts violently, sending shockwaves through the hall as her attack collides with the others mid-dance. A woman channels power through her fingers, summoning a piercing flash that cuts across the room. The intense burst strikes Easel head-on, engulfing the stage in a blinding explosion emerging from the smoke. Easel checks for damage, confused by the strange musical notes rising around her. Abruptly, the tempo of the music accelerates, filling the area with tension. Spectators gasp and point as a red mist begins to take shape in the distance. Through the haze, Jackie appears, her figure now altered with an unnatural pair of extra legs. Each step Jackie takes resounds like thunder, her movements synchronized with the rhythm. A magical circle forms beneath her feet, glowing intensely with dark energy. Grinning with excitement, she declares it's time to truly begin the battle. Flame shouts a warning, trying to stop Jackie from unleashing further chaos. Above the crowd, Jackie hovers in red lightning, ignoring everyone below. Meanwhile, her enchanted fans cheer her on, praising her performance blindly. In a memory, a girl confronts another, accusing her of being cruel and possessive. Nearby, a silver-haired boy protects someone while a beast charges from the shadows. Another student watches with a smile, silently observing the tension unfold. A chilling determination burned in Jackie's eyes as she refused to release the thrill of power. Spotting the surge, Bien immediately issued a warning to prepare for the incoming strike. Without delay, red beams of energy rained down, testing the strength of their combined defense. Easel flinched as she braced herself, the red glow nearing her position. For a moment, silence followed. She opened her eyes, realizing the impact hadn't reached her. In front of her, a blazing firewall had formed, shielding them from further harm. Bien barked out commands, snapping the team into an organized defensive stance. Taking her role seriously, Easel focused her attention on intercepting lightning spells. Meanwhile, Flame stood at a distance, unsure of how to contribute effectively. Memories of the original battle path surfaced in Flame's mind. Easel had once faltered here. This time, though, Easel moved with sharp coordination, executing her task cleanly together. She and Bien launched a synchronized counterattack, forcing their opponent back. Determined not to fall behind, Flame charged forward with magic surging around her. Light spiraled outward as she unleashed her strongest spell into the enemy formation. Despite her efforts, the barrier remained intact, leaving her momentarily stunned and silent. A towering column of golden light surged upward, shaking the entire hall with its brilliance. A dense curtain of smoke rolled across the battlefield, swallowing all visibility. From the shadows, Flame cautiously leaned forward, questioning if the clash had finally ended. They narrowed their eyes, struggling to identify the ominous silhouette stepping through the haze. At last, Jackie reappeared, twisted and monstrous, seated atop a grotesque red beast. A distorted voice echoed in the air, accusing Flame of resenting Jackie's happiness. Gripped by pain, Jackie screamed into the void, asking why she couldn't be left alone. Flame reached out with desperation, her voice trembling as she pleaded with Jackie to wake up. Instead of responding, Jackie conjured a massive layered magic circle beneath her altered form. Realization hit Bien hard. The danger had escalated to at least a level 5 threat. In disbelief, Flame stepped back, struggling to find any effective strategy against Jackie's power. A distinct sound cut through the chaos, prompting them to turn toward Baek Yuseol, shifted their attention to the approaching figure, uncertain of his intentions. Bien speculated there might be a link between Jackie's unstable state and the massive spider behind her. Meanwhile, Flame questioned whether Yuseol had anticipated this outcome and deliberately stayed behind to counter it, let out a furious scream as crimson light erupted around her, shaking the battlefield. A surge of power launched upward, her rage triggering an overwhelming magical reaction. Bien, eyes wide and focused, recognized the moment and shouted the signal to act. A destructive clash unfolds as spells of flame and frost collide midair. Their force radiates outward, shaking the entire arena. Shards of ice erupt beneath Jackie's feet, launching her backward before she can react. The impact engulfs her in fire, followed by a deafening blast that consumes the area in a brilliant explosion. Furious, Jackie unleashes a scream that echoes through the chamber. Her rage intensifies the swirling mana around her. With a surge of energy, the floor cracks open, revealing a massive beast clawing its way to the surface. Nearby students recoil in confusion, unsure of what has been awakened. Recognition flashes across one student's eyes as the beast rises from the dust. It's the Knife-Blade Spider's leader, a monster feared throughout the academy. Shock spreads as someone reveals that first-year UCL defeated it single-handedly. Smoke lingers as silence returns. The crowd stares in awe at the wreckage. Flame steps forward with calm resolve, her movements steady and deliberate. At her feet, Jackie lies wounded, watching Flames approach with disbelief. Jackie growls, vowing not to forgive her. Her words are filled with bitterness, accusing Flame of petty jealousy. Yet Flame's expression remains unchanged, unmoved by the outburst. Jackie, visibly shaken, questions why Flame is looking at her so intensely. Suspicion flashes in her eyes. Flame calmly asks Azel to summon an ice mirror with a nod. Azel agrees. Confidently, Jackie scoffs and declares her superiority in beauty until the summoned mirror reveals her reflection. As Jackie stares into the mirror, her smugness vanishes. The face staring back fills her with disbelief. She stumbles backward in shock, unable to accept what she sees. "This can't be me," she mutters. Nearby, confused students recover from the earlier chaos, while Jackie insists the reflection must be fake. Dark thoughts begin to echo in Jackie's mind, disgusting, repeating endlessly. Losing control, she screams and lashes out, her self-image fracturing along with her composure. Others watch silently as Jackie spirals, her illusion of beauty completely shattered. Desperation overtakes her pride. Jackie crawls and begs Flame to help her. But madness takes hold. Her face twists in rage as she suddenly attacks again. Fueled by hatred, Jackie screams her final threat die. Flame, as a blood-red aura erupts. A memory surfaces Hei Wanyang, someone from Jackie's past, watching silently. Meanwhile, Flame stands resolute within the inferno, her calm presence undisturbed from the sidelines. Azel and another girl observe quietly, their expressions unreadable. Flame looks down solemnly at Jackie's motionless body. Her voice is quiet as she whispers an apology. Another girl echoes the sentiment, her expression filled with sorrow. The air is thick with regret. A system message appears. Duchess Aharon's story has ended. She sought beauty above all and paid the price. Outside the facility, an update is given. Groups A6 and B3 have completed their training safely. Officials instruct the staff to evacuate the students. Orders are relayed quickly. With a firm tone, one officer notes that only Group C7 remains. Suddenly, a rift pulses with unstable red energy. A vortex begins to form. The team prepares as wave patterns shift. The atmosphere grows tense. Without hesitation, the lead officer enters the glowing portal, eyes fixed forward. The group emerges victorious. A whisper spreads the ant has defeated the tiger. Onlookers express disbelief that students survived a level 5 persona gate unaided. Curiosity rises. Was the boy in front their leader? A withdrawal is ordered. The mission is complete. UCL steps forward, reporting their success. He holds a token representing the cleared gate of 16. One did not return. The casualty is confirmed, and silence follows. A senior mage praises the group's performance and promises immediate medical support for their injuries. Suddenly, someone notices an unfamiliar figure approaching, sensing something unusual has occurred. The returning man calmly asks for an explanation, his gaze fixed on the silent student. At Stella's first main tower, UCL approached the grand entrance, summoned for an unexpected private meeting. Inside the dim corridor, he walked beside a silent companion, footsteps echoing as tension settled in. He sighed internally, knowing the meeting with Elkin awaited another burden of leadership he hadn't asked for. The group debated who should be leader and report their mission outcome before leaving. Names were proposed, but Acel rejected the idea with defiance, citing her injured state as reason. One by one, others declined responsibility. UCL realized none were willing to take the role seriously, though he tried to avoid it. The decision shifted suddenly, placing the unwanted leader's role on him. He recalled the face before him. Elkin's words hinted at a previous encounter long forgotten. Elkin remembered UCL from years ago, surprised by how much he had grown. In the past, UCL wandered a snowy field, exhausted and alone. Struggling through the cold, Elkin had appeared. Then, intrigued by UCL's unique skill and perseverance, he offered a recommendation and bonus points to take Stella's entrance exam. Back in the present, Elkin began explaining why he had called UCL in private. He wanted the incident kept quiet and praised UCL's contribution in resolving it discreetly. Finally, Elkin's expression turned serious. He had one last question. A sudden chill ran down UCL's spine as Elkin's intense gaze locked onto him without warning. In a calm tone, Elkin brought up the dark demon erosion, referring to a past student named Jackie. Without lingering on sorrow, he smoothly shifted focus, mentioning that no drink had been offered yet. Offering hospitality, Elkin asked whether UCL preferred coffee, tea, or something more suited to younger tastes. After a moment of hesitation, UCL requested lilt tea, an unusual and rarely mentioned beverage. Amused by the choice, Elkin repeated the name as if testing the sound of it. Soon after, a steaming cup was placed before UCL, the rich scent of lilt tea rising gently, forcing back a reaction as the taste proved as strange as expected. Unlike common drinks, this tea was likened to fermented durian, offensive to some, addictive to others. Mages in the past revered it, believing it sharpened their focus and enhanced spell control. But greed led to its extinction. The tribe and the knowledge behind lilt tea vanished completely. UCL expressed surprise, only for Elkin to calmly state he still remembered the original recipe. The cup they shared was among the few remaining in the world. Not many had the means or knowledge to prepare it anymore except him. With a subtle smile, he revealed the secret he kept. The full lilt tea recipe remained with him. Surprised by Elkin's claim, UCL instinctively leaned forward, questioning how he obtained the rare recipe, though uncertain how to explain. He admitted the knowledge didn't come from the usual game sources. Recalling the past, he shared that his late mother had taught it to him without context. Rather than pressing further, Elkin apologized for the personal question out of respect. Eager to acquire the recipe, Elkin offered to buy it with a generous payment. Instead of money, UCL stated his price clearly: guidance in magical engineering enchantment. He requested assistance just once, valuing knowledge over monetary gain. Elkin, taken aback, argued that the recipe's worth far outweighed his obsolete craft. Without backing down, UCL affirmed his understanding and stood by his unusual request. Reflecting on UCL's resolve, Elkin acknowledged how rare such genuine interest in magic engineering was. For UCL, the pursuit of enchantment meant more than any material reward. Moved by that conviction, Elkin finally accepted, agreeing to a deal based on shared values. In the main tower of the academy, Vice Principal Ackerton sat calmly at his desk, evaluating recent events. Layden entered the room, reporting that the Persona Gate experiment had failed. Concerned, he mentioned the Order leader's likely anger. Ackerton dismissed Layden's concern as weakness, stating there were alternative methods despite the failure. Layden remained silent, sensing the tension. Ackerton coldly suggested that without more to report, Layden should leave. As Layden exited, he reflected on the gate's deeper purpose, revealing a hidden agenda behind its activation. The real goal had been to assess students with potential to join the upcoming Ullin seminar. Despite the risk, top students like Flame, ABL, Adalibet, and UCL had been expected to endure it safely. Layden looked outside, dismissing the mishap as merely an unexpected incident. A meeting followed between Layden and another young man who challenged Layden's cold demeanor. He hinted at recent harm to his allies and suspected manipulation behind recent events. Layden cautioned him to show respect when speaking of the Order leader. Anger flared in the young man as he accused Layden of changing entirely. He unleashed a powerful aura, forcing Layden to brace himself, struggling under pressure. Layden realized the confrontation had only just begun. Power surged as the young man radiated menace, warning Layden to tread carefully. With a twisted smile, he expressed growing irritation toward those meddling in his path. He vanished abruptly, leaving Layden collapsed and breathless, overwhelmed by pressure. Elsewhere, a group of students gathered around Princess Bian, relieved at her safe return. They whispered about the wrongly formed Persona Gate, rumors spreading among unaware students. Bian remained quiet, acknowledging the secrecy and watching a figure approach from behind. A third-year student, Yuma Atalek, greeted her, breaking the formal air with ease. He insisted on a casual tone, though Bian upheld the hierarchy with precision. Atalek expressed relief at her condition, but his smile hinted at deeper intentions. Doubt flickered in Bian's eyes as she questioned his motives. Visions of political power played out. Atalek's family sought control through marriage. Becoming queen through such manipulation was a path she never desired. Feigning interest, She agreed to a game of chess, masking her discomfort. His hand on her shoulder unsettled her, but she endured with restraint. Internally, frustration boiled. Reliance on someone like him to reach the throne was unbearable. Bian contemplated alternative power, someone equal to the Adalec Duchy or greater. Her thoughts drifted to Baek Yusil, who appeared outside, catching her attention. Before she could act, Atalek called her back, prompting a silent, uncertain glance. Reluctantly, she replied and followed him, though her gaze lingered elsewhere. Unnoticed, she dropped a petal, and Yuzail, now alone, picked it up. With curiosity, he activated a display revealing his current stats and progress. The results impressed him. The reward notification from the constellation system appeared. Next, grateful for his gains, he pondered how to invest it wisely for future growth. Considering options, he asked for American's pendant and received confirmation of availability. The item materialized, an enchanted pendant offering one-time resurrection protection. He clipped it on, knowing it would be essential in the battles ahead. Aware that the 8th episode involved a clash with Mason, he felt prepared. Later, Yuzail arrived at the International Alchemy Association branch to seek support. The receptionist informed him the alchemist he sought, Atelica, was unavailable. With a calm smile, Yuzail presented a formal invitation, catching her by surprise. Yuzail was led toward Atelica's chamber as the receptionist announced his arrival. As they entered, an ominous pressure surged, catching Yuzail off guard. A sudden burst of energy exploded from within, confirming something was terribly wrong. A massive explosion shakes the structure, sending debris and magical flames outward. Dense smoke fills the air, obscuring vision as the last of the fire pulses out. The explosion has clearly devastated part of the building. Yuzail steps forward unharmed, smirking lightly as he remarks on the close call. Brushing off dust from his uniform, he walks across the rubble-strewn floor, approaching someone behind the smoke curtain, concerned for the assistant professor who was likely caught in the blast. The professor recognizes Yuzail and greets him, relieved, but surprised by his sudden appearance. A female professor welcomes everyone and begins demonstrating a new magical item to another instructor. Bian reveals a bracelet capable of generating a powerful shield. Yuzail listens attentively as the bracelet is activated. The instructor enthusiastically explains its advanced defense, inviting reactions from the group. Praising the invention, they suggest Yuzail join the alchemist team given his involvement. However, he declines, revealing he cannot survive as an alchemist due to a rare physical condition. Yuzail explains his inability to absorb mana, shocking those around him. He confirms his condition is severe, comparing it to a terminal illness. Despite this, he assures them he's not giving up and intends to find a solution. Shifting the topic, Yuzail politely requests to inspect the shield bracelet himself. Closely examines the prototype bracelet, noting its flaws and inconsistencies. He requests a mana welding pen to make adjustments. The tool is handed over without hesitation. Though curiosity builds among the observers, the professor watches with growing interest. As Yuzail begins modifying the artifact in silence, focused entirely on the task, he connects the mana pen to the surface of the bracelet, guiding magical inscriptions across it. A bright glow envelops the object as the energy stabilizes, signifying the completion of his changes. Yuzail announces the task is finished, revealing the bracelet now fully enhanced and active. Shock spreads across the room. The upgraded bracelet functions beyond expectations, surpassing original specs. The professor eagerly invites Yuzail to collaborate, but Yuzail politely declines, explaining his focus lies elsewhere. He requests help crafting a custom item, handing over a mysterious core. Yuzail clarifies the item must be enchanted with space magic and notes Stella's headmaster has agreed to assist him. The professor expresses concern, admitting the enchantment is unfamiliar territory. Smiling, Yuzail encourages her to take time learning, confident it can be done in a few months. A classroom door creaks open, revealing a girl struggling with her studies. She sighs over a difficult task, unsure how to proceed. Spotting Yuzail nearby, she hesitates before whispering a single word under her breath, commoner. Yuzail is approached by Hong Bian, who requests a moment for a private conversation. Ezel silently observes from a distance. Though caught off guard, Ezel accepts the situation with a composed response, agreeing to let them talk. However, as they leave together, a storm brews within her thoughts, and she suppresses rising emotions. Ezel tries to brush off her feelings, but questions her own unease as she watches them walk side by side. Yuzail directly asks what Bian wishes to discuss. She reveals the release of a significant breakthrough in alchemy magic engineering. Tied to the alchemy castle, he connects the dots and realizes she's referencing the paper he co-authored. Yuzail questions whether she wants to use him for business ties. Bien clarifies that while the item matters, her relationship with him is even more important. Caught off guard, Yuseo reflects on how much her attitude has changed from what he remembered. A thought strikes him. Maybe, just maybe, he could prevent her future death this time. Before he can speak, Bien nervously asks if he'd like to have a meal together. Their moment is interrupted by another student who confronts them with a forced smile. He reveals he was supposed to eat with Bien but was pushed aside because of Yuseo. Jealousy flares beneath his polite tone as he scorns Yuseo for being a mere commoner, masking his anger with a chilling grin. Surrounded by tense silence, Yuseo faced Bien and Ednak. Sensing the weight of their presence, a sudden realization crossed his mind this wasn't their first encounter. In the game's storyline, Ednak had played a key role in Bion's tragic ending. Judging by his aura and poise, Ednak wasn't someone to underestimate. Meanwhile, Bion disclosed her plan to use him as a bridge to contact the famed alchemist Alethusia rather than seek assistance. She warned Yuseo not to interfere with her approach. Smirking, Ednak belittled Yuseo, questioning his value as a commoner. Though the insult hit, Yuseo showed no reaction long used to such scorn. Confused by his quiet, Bion demanded an explanation for his restraint. After a moment of thought, Yuseo calmly dismissed the conversation. That response stunned Bion while Ednak smugly believed he had won. Before leaving, Yuseo delivered a sharp blow-cutting trade with Ednak's duchy. Laughter masked Ednak's threat about defying the school's social order. Unbothered, Yuseo stated plainly that ranks held no meaning for him. Turning his back on them both, he walked away without hesitation. Ednak smirked darkly, amused by Yuseo's defiance as a mere first year. Intent on retaliation, he silently vowed to make Yuseo's academy life more difficult. Meanwhile, Yuseo walked away with quiet determination, reflecting on the danger ahead, resolving to change Bion's fate. He knew Ednak had to be removed from her path. He wasn't seeking glory, only a future where Bion wouldn't need to submit to someone like Ednak. As he passed others in the corridor, Bion lingered in silence, questioning her next move. A thought crossed her mind, depending on Yuseo might be her best option. Regret settled and she wondered if she had lost her chance to act independently. Then, something Yuseo said replayed in her head, sparking sudden realization. Still processing his earlier remark, Bion began to suspect there was more to him. That night, Yuseo received a delivery new items created by Alethusia. He admired the prototypes, impressed by their quality and function. Testing the gear, he noted the impressive stats of both ring and bracelet. His plan in motion, he prepared to send Alethusia feedback with everything ready. Yuseo confirmed even the professor had been informed. Inside the exam hall, students were briefed on the two-part format, theory and practical. Each participant would be evaluated based on their specific elemental attribute. Lightning magic users were tested on destructive potential and control, while others faced tailored criteria. From wind to ice magic, every element had its own testing standards. However, fire magic stood out as the most volatile, demanding intense focus. With tension building, Yuseo positioned himself as his trial commenced. Observers quietly marveled at how cleanly he used blink without lag. The instructor ended the test shortly after, satisfied with Yuseo's performance. He acknowledged his results but reminded himself the written exam still mattered. While exiting, a voice stopped him. Another student called out his name. A group of upperclassmen circled around, mocking his reputation and actions. He realized quickly they were Ednak's underlings, sent to provoke him. One stepped forward, demanding Yuseo stop glaring and show submission. Though he expected pushback, the humiliation stirred old resentment within him. Rather than back down, he held his gaze steady, refusing to be broken. In the academy courtyard, Edmund approaches Yuseo with a smug expression, using his height to assert dominance. Leaning closer, he mocks Yuseo's posture, demanding submission with clear disdain. Despite the insult about his status as a parentless commoner, Yuseo shows no reaction, maintaining a calm stare. Suddenly, Diane intervenes from across the hall, warning Edmund with a sharp voice. Students nearby take notice of the disturbance, some recognizing Edmund immediately. Among them, one recalls Yuseo as the mysterious first year seen previously at Martev Cemetery. Marching forward, Diane demands an explanation for the confrontation. Edmund brushes her off, claiming he is merely fulfilling his duty by disciplining a disrespectful junior. Yuseo, still silent, questions internally why he restrained himself, knowing his strength surpasses most. For a brief moment, Diane wonders if Yuseo was about to kneel. Edmund scoffs at the situation until Diane states that it's no minor issue. She explains that in a combat unit, this level of disobedience would be treated as rebellion. With growing hostility, Edmund suggests a formal disciplinary session. Though council approval is required, Diane assures everyone she'll secure it herself. A sinister smile spreads across Edmund's face, excited by the challenge ahead. Diane steps beside Usil and apologizes, explaining she only stepped in because she feared the others wouldn't allow him to act. Usil listens quietly as Diane suggests he endured the insult to create a moment for strategic revenge. She deduces his actions weren't random. Someone strong enough to defeat a necromancer wouldn't stay silent without reason. According to Diane, Usil sought to break the rigid hierarchy embedded in Stella Academy. She reveals that many students follow Edmund not by choice but because of personal or family circumstances. Wanting to support Usil's stand, Diane offers to gain approval for an official duel through the student council. Students taking the challenging magic protocol analysis exam under glowing arcane projections. Usil reads through the complex papers, but classmates struggle to make sense of the material. Whispers fill the room as doubts arise about whether they can even complete the exam on time. Unexpectedly, Usil walks forward and calmly submits his completed paper after only 20 minutes. Surprised questions his early submission, assuming he gave up. Usil states that he finished everything, leaving the teacher in stunned disbelief. Gasps ripple through the room. Students can't believe what they just witnessed, expressing relief despite not studying for the test. Gossip spreads quickly. His name, Bike Usil, is now tied to rebellion and genius, stirring interest across campus. Ira's special education session is announced with clear rules. Defeat earns promotion, while failure risks expulsion. Usil learns that the duel's terms are harsh: either defeat Edmund or be expelled, making the stakes life-changing. Despite the pressure, he accepts the reality of the challenge and prepares himself to face it head-on. Later, Usil discovers a mysterious stuffed doll in a box, likely part of his upcoming test. He remarks that if he can't avoid what is ahead, he might as well enjoy it. Hidden inside is a classified document labeled with Miryuan's name, catching his attention. Dayan meets Miryuan, requesting official permission to hold the duel targeting Usil. Though skeptical, Miryuan questions her motives, noting her usual disdain for rigid hierarchies. Dayan answers plainly she supports the duel because she opposes those same systems. Ryuan warns that experience still matters, doubting Usil could match a second year's skill. Confident in her decision, tells him to come watch the duel himself. As they talk, a professor arrives with a thesis written by a student, requesting Ryuan's review. Ryuan examines the paper and realizes it's an advanced mana circuit plan far beyond expectations. Impressed, he learns it was authored by Bike Usil, the very first year being challenged. He rushes to deliver the report to the vice principal. Usil's name now gaining serious attention. A document recommending Bake Usil lands on Professor Gerald's desk, triggering his shocked reaction. He raises an eyebrow, questioning why someone like Usil would be suggested for the prestigious Aslan seminar. Although his colleague attempts to explain, Gerald firmly interrupts, making his disapproval clear, clarifying the rules. Gerald reminds that only 2 students per Chul are eligible unless they hold noble status. Disapproval sharpens his tone as he challenges the idea of sending a magicless student. Refusing to compromise, he states Bike Usil has no place among Aslan's chosen. He emphasizes the importance of selecting truly exceptional candidates for limited slots. Doubt fills his voice as he questions how a non-magical warrior could represent their academy. Issuing a final verdict, Gerald dismisses the proposal without hesitation. Left in silence, he reflects with clear disdain. Crushing the paper tightly, he curses the audacity behind the recommendation. He rejects the idea outright, convinced it's absurd, standing before the results board. Bake Usil scans the rankings. His eyes move slowly, searching through the long list. Upon spotting his name at 419th place, he quietly acknowledges his position, while reflecting on his own low rank. Usil notes how several top students performed flawlessly on the exam. He spots familiar names in the top ranks and wonders about the changes compared to what he remembers. Seeing Ma Yusong at the top, he questions why others like Hei Wansang have fallen in ranking. Usil considers how alternate events may have impacted these students' paths. A voice from behind asks if he's intentionally lowering his rank. Turning around, he finds a girl with white hair observing him closely, pointing out that he already stands out. Her sudden comment catches him off guard as she continues speaking. She brings up the upcoming school competition and his eligibility due to entering the top 500. He tries to process her words while noticing her strange behavior. Out of nowhere, the girl slams the desk and looks frustrated. She demands to know why he provoked Edmund, hinting at coming trouble. Worried, she explains that Edmund won't back down and will likely keep targeting Usil. She asks if Usil is ready to deal with Edmund's revenge. After a pause, she admits she wouldn't be able to handle that pressure herself. Yusuo listens silently as she quietly expresses concern about surviving in a harsh environment. She pauses before asking Yusuo what he expects from her in return for his actions. He looks at her seriously, unsure how to explain his intentions clearly. Eventually, he admits that his relationship with her holds more value than any gain. Yusuo adds that his help isn't without conditions and she'll owe him afterward. Inna suggests a contract will be needed for the item he'll provide. When she wonders why he insists on her and not another mage, he avoids the real answer, saying he'll explain later. Bien brings up the situation with Edmund and how it might escalate. Yusuo responds that she doesn't need to hold back and should act freely. She blushes and agrees while he reflects that she's trying to protect him in her own way. In class, a spell explodes across the field during a magic exercise. The instructor praises Arshuang for her precise magical control, and she explains that finesse can sometimes outweigh power in battle or stealth missions. Turning to Bien, the instructor criticizes her poor magical output. Jackie reminds Bien that fire magic requires more than destruction, it needs mastery. Calling her ranking undeserved, the instructor demands she try again. Explosions erupt across the training ground, lighting up the academy walls with fiery force. A massive surge of fire magic collides at the center, scattering heat and light in all directions. Among the falling embers, a girl stands exhausted, her breathing heavy after releasing a powerful spell. She lowers her gaze, frustrated by another defeat despite her strong effort. Clenching her fist, she wonders why her dedication isn't enough to secure victory. Alone in the scorched field, she questions her own limits, unable to understand why success keeps slipping away. Diane suddenly remembered the scheduled event happening that day at the academy. She heard others discussing the training session for lower-year students, considering whether to go watch, noticing Baikak Yuseo might be involved. She briefly hesitated, but reminded herself she had her own studies to focus on. Despite her earlier thoughts, Diane found herself attending the event after all. Harlan approached her, teasing her presence with playful curiosity. He mentioned a rumor about Baik Yuseo liking her and joked about them secretly dating, catching Diane off guard. Hearing Baik Yuseo's name made Diane pause in silence, her thoughts unclear. Harlan introduced herself formally, commenting that Diane seemed much kinder than expected. Before they could continue talking, the crowd around them erupted, signaling the start of the event. Baik Yuseo entered the field, surprised at the number of spectators gathering from the sidelines. A senior warned him to go easy, turning the attention toward Yuseo, though Yuseo believed he'd be the one teaching. It became clear the situation was different than expected. Several upperclassmen mocked Yuseo, thinking he was finally being punished for his arrogance. They looked down on him as a mere commoner, confident that the seniors would crush him. A mysterious white-haired girl observed the scene silently, her ominous gaze hinting that things wouldn't go as they expected. Bien glared intensely at the mocking students, her focus locked on Baik Yuseo's presence. Without saying much, she muttered the word commoner, her tone filled with contempt and restrained emotion. Yuseo remained calm, meeting her gaze with steady silence, his expression unreadable. As the match was called, Yuseo faced his opponent, a senior named Caliban Katahum. Caliban approached confidently, boasting about their class rankings, reminding Yuseo of the gap between them. Recognizing the threat, Yuseo decided that a direct confrontation would be unwise and prepared a cautious strategy. An official announced that if 5 minutes passed, either could withdraw to end the match. Suddenly, the duel began, teleporting both participants to a virtual battlefield surrounded by trees. The countdown hit 0 and Caliban charged forward with his weapon ready while Yuseo took a guarded stance. Harlan asked who might win, and Diane responded that logic favored the more experienced senior. Earth attribute gave him strong defense and mastery of field control techniques. She reasoned that Baik Yuseo's attacks likely couldn't overcome Caliban's earth-based barriers. As the battle escalated, Caliban launched a wave of magic aimed at overwhelming the field. Yuseo observed carefully, dodging the attacks without revealing his full ability. Caliban watched in confusion as his spells failed to land a clear hit. His expression slowly shifting, smirked and dashed away from his opponent, surprising everyone watching the match, yelled in confusion as Yuseo fled. Unable to understand the strange tactic, observers questioned his decision, but Diane sensed there might be a deeper reason behind his movement. Running through the forest terrain, Yuseo reflected that escape might be the correct approach for this fight. Growing irritated, shouted angrily and demanded he return, but Yuseo ignored him completely. The senior launched a powerful spell called Stone Pierce, filling the area with lethal projectiles. Yuseo quickly turned his head, detecting the incoming attack and dodging just in time. Explosions erupted behind him, shaking the field as Caliban unleashed his strength. Spectators looked on, confused, while Diane and the white-haired girl observed closely, anticipating what would follow. Caliban smirked, certain his attack had struck its target without fail. However, his confidence wavered when he noticed something unexpected in the trees. A mysterious monkey doll hung upside down, leaving him puzzled by its sudden appearance. As he stared at the odd puppet, confusion overtook him. It wasn't part of the environment. Before he could react, the doll released a burst of magical energy. In a flash of light, a hidden counterattack exploded, catching Caliban completely off guard. Yusel narrowly dodged an explosion as debris scattered across the battlefield. Landing steadily, he adjusted his descent using a calculated application of gravity magic. Despite the tension, he kept his composure and prepared for the next incoming strike. His opponent launched a vicious attack, powering it with green energy and full intent to kill. The skill's slow break activated, releasing a violent burst of magical force in all directions. Confident in his victory, the attacker smiled, unaware Yusel had already vanished from sight. The enemy scanned the area, confused that Yusel had disappeared mid-attack. Assuming his opponent had fled, he mocked his chivalry, calling him a coward. However, his foot suddenly slipped, and he lost control of his movement. His body staggered unnaturally, and panic replaced his smirk. Yusel observed from a nearby bush, silently tracking the enemy's reaction. Seeing Yusel smile infuriated the enemy, who realized this was all part of a plan. Rage erupted as the enemy activated Devil's Might, forcing his power to spike. He launched a strike, missing his target as Yusel slipped away once more. Yelling furiously, he demanded Yusel stop hiding and face him directly. A sudden blast erupted beneath the enemy's feet, sending him flying through the air. The explosion created a dense smoke screen, and a panicked scream echoed through the field. Caught off guard, the attacker dropped to his knees, coughing violently in the chemical haze. Gasping for breath, he stumbled away, struggling to escape the suffocating gas in the audience. Surprise spread as a burst of golden light flashed, accompanied by piercing sound. Two students quickly recognized the phenomenon, identifying it as phosphine, a sensory-blocking attack. Combined with tear gas, the phosphine disoriented the opponent completely, disrupting his coordination from a distant vantage point. A silver-haired observer calmly assessed the battle's direction. She determined that if Yusel kept pressing, the second year wouldn't recover in time. Yusel retrieved another tool and triggered it mid-motion. Drawing everyone's attention again, multiple impacts detonated with precision, shaking the battlefield and forcing the enemy back. Spectators watched as Yusel's strategies, though non-lethal, proved highly effective and tactical. The enemy roared in anger, realizing Yusel had outmaneuvered him repeatedly. From atop a towering spire, Yusel observed silently, refusing to descend. Furious and desperate, the attacker vowed to fight properly and charged with renewed resolve. Yusel activated a high-level stone summoning spell, raising a glowing magic circle above his hand. His opponent stood frozen in disbelief, questioning Yusel's sanity as the power gathered. Massive shards of stone began materializing mid-air, aimed directly at his position. Caliban dashed forward in a final attempt to strike before the spell could land. A bright surge erupted, halting his advance as blinding light consumed the area. Meanwhile, Yusel remained unharmed, his body glowing faintly under protective energy. After witnessing the overwhelming force, Caliban lowered his weapon and declared surrender. Spectators inside the academy watched in shock, struggling to process what just happened, completely thrown off. Caliban demanded clarity, unsure why Yusel suddenly gave up. Inside the arena, both students stood silently as the official judgment was passed. The declaration came swiftly. Yusel forfeited and Caliban was named the victor. Though technically defeated, Yusel smiled faintly, relieved he had endured the match. With the duel concluded, the special education session was officially brought to an end. Yusel walked away from the arena, his back straight but clearly drained. From outside the building, an explosion of loud cheers and reactions erupted from onlookers. At the academy courtyard, students murmured about Bayek Yusel's unusual equipment and strategies during the duel. One student assumed the devices were new item prototypes, though others admitted they didn't fully grasp their purpose. Unlike typical alchemists who adapted on the spot, Yusel had memorized every tool's position across the entire field. Jackie's student approached Bian, noting she had requested the cultivation session and asking about the outcome. Without hesitation, Bian explained that her goal was achieve balance had shifted. Now, second years had to tread carefully, fearing defeat by the first years who had proven themselves. Inside the Red Hawk Club room, A student slammed the table, furious at Caliban's failure. Tension filled the room while others remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, a newspaper highlighted alchemist Alteria's advances in magical engineering. Bian reflected on Usail's fight, realizing he intentionally dragged it out without retaliating. He had the power to win but chose restraint, understanding the implications of a first-year defeating a senior. Watching silently, Bian acknowledged his unpredictability despite being a commoner. Rumors claimed second years were told to discipline Usail, yet none took action. One cadet admitted Usail treated seniors with courtesy and even shared snacks. Suddenly, a servant arrived, informing the young master that a notice had come from the Duke. Edmund answered a sudden call from his father, puzzled by the urgency and location he was asked to go. His father informed him that Alchemy Castle had cut off item deliveries, blaming the Atlusia school's refusal. Alarmed, Edmund questioned the situation, unaware of any involvement from their side. Frustration boiled as Edmund defended himself, insisting he had no connection to the conflict. While nervously pleading his case, a name crossed his mind: Bike Usail. The possibility of Usail being involved shocked him, sending a chill down his spine. He recalled the revolutionary changes happening in magical engineering tied to Atelusia's researchers. This new technology rivaled ancient artifacts, marking a breakthrough in alchemy history. Realizing the scale, he muttered about the Golden Alchemist's deep involvement. A secret meeting hinted at someone collaborating directly with Alchemy Castle through magic circles. Suspicion turned toward Bian, who was quietly approached regarding the incident. She responded calmly, ready to answer whatever was asked of her. Asked to arrange a meeting with Bike Usail, Bian agreed without hesitation. Her expression remained composed, already anticipating what lay ahead far away in the peaceful Howell Plains. Two distant figures stood awaiting the next move. Lady Jiriel stood calmly at the railing, observing the land's growing value with a hint of satisfaction. A man knelt before her, pleading desperately for mercy, clearly overwhelmed by fear. Despite his words, Jiriel's expression remained cold and unreadable as she stared him down. A narration explained the concept of land value as tied to creation, framing it as the source of all wealth. Visions of gold and riches flashed, symbolizing the economic power under Jiriel's control. She questioned the man's financial failure, recalling how she had warned him repeatedly to avoid wasteful investments. Disgusted by his excuses, Jiriel decided he had lost all value and ordered his disposal. Her subordinate followed the order without hesitation, dragging the man away as he screamed. Onlookers shouted her name in shock, but Jiriel didn't flinch. Unfazed by the commotion ladder, she muttered in boredom, disappointed by the weakness shown by others. A knock at the door startled her, and she quickly recognized the voice calling her name. Turning around, she saw her smiling father, who appeared suddenly and greeted her affectionately. Jackie leaps into her father's arms the moment he returns, unable to hide her joy. She eagerly asks about the outcome of his mission, and he tells her it is still ongoing. With calm confidence, he mentions a new invention from Autelica School and offers to show a video demonstration. The display reveals a glowing orb pulsating with vibrant magical energy. He explains that the item was used by a first-year Stella student battle against a second year. Jackie, clearly intrigued, is stunned to learn that a student was involved in its development. Usail appears on the screen, sword in hand, but Jackie can't read his value. She had always seen the values of others, even rulers, without issue. Only two exceptional conditions could cause such interference. One occurs when the subject is someone the observer loves. The other, when that individual's worth transcends measurement. Her father reveals his name: Bike Usail. He advises her to remember him, as they may meet someday. Jackie agrees and invites her father to a game of soul chess. Deep in thought, she locks Usail's name firmly in her memory. Usail stands from his seat after finishing his drink, uninterested in further discussion. Across from him, a blonde student remains seated, clearly uneasy as silence lingers. Before Usail can leave, the student apologizes for his past arrogance toward commoners. Rather than accepting it outright, Usail demands if the student is ready to retract his earlier insults. Though the apology holds little meaning to him, he admits there's strategic value in confronting discrimination. He refuses immediate forgiveness, choosing instead to withhold trust until effort is proven. The blonde boy, unsure how to proceed, nervously asks what he can do. Usail presents a solution, a formal wager sealed with a mana oath. He proposes that they settle the matter through a soul chess match. The terms are sharp. If Usail loses, he'll withdraw his claims and restrict item distribution. Victory, however, means the other must relinquish his spot at the prestigious Aslan seminar. It's a high-stakes gamble few would take lightly. Only elite students present at Aslan earning reputation and recognition. Participation opens doors to power that lasts years. Hesitant but intrigued, The boy confirms the challenge Soul Chess. A faint smirk crosses Edmund's lips as he accepts Uziel's wager without hesitation. Determination flickers in his eyes as he signs the mana oath, sealing their agreement. Uziel watches in silence, already planning his next move before the match begins. By the following day, whispers have spread, and the cafe is packed with curious students. Many murmur about a duel between Edmund and a first-year an event that seems unthinkable. Without hesitation, Uziel steps forward, confirming himself as the challenger, though not by choice. Edmund enters the hall flanked by Princess Hongbian, instantly drawing every gaze. Admiration and curiosity ripple through the crowd as they comment on her striking beauty. Her crimson eyes fix coldly on Uziel, leaving him unsure of her intent. As the game's setup completes, tension thickens between the two opponents. Spectators question why Uziel chose Soul Chess, the very game Edmund excels at. After all, Edmund's mastery honed since childhood earned him the title of prodigy. The audience wonders if Uziel has a strategy or if he's walking into defeat. Across the table, Edmund hides a cruel smile, plotting to shame him before Bien. With a flick of his wrist, he places the first piece and begins the match. At the start of the duel, the noble student confidently arranged the soul chess pieces, determined to shame his opponent. A sinister grin crossed his face as he viewed this public match as an opportunity to embarrass Uziel before Bien. He confirmed the rules and warned Uziel that defying the oath would result in the loss of all mana, revealing he had little mana to begin with and thus nothing to lose. Uziel was given the first move, a decision that revealed his opponent's underestimation. Recognizing the insult, Uziel welcomed the advantage and prepared to play on his own terms. The rules of Soul Chess were laid out, explaining that each piece reflected the player's traits and mana decisions. Strategies involve not just movement, but also manipulating energy to trap or weaken the opponent's spirit. Understanding the deeper layers of the game that his rival dismissed, irritated by the use of Soul Chess for such a challenge, he vowed to crush Uziel completely and erase any arrogance from the commoner. With mystical energy surrounding the chessboard as the first piece moved. Observing Uziel's board, the noble noticed an unusual and calculated arrangement of pieces. He began to realize this wasn't a coincidence. Uziel had mapped out a strategy in advance. Uziel calmly dismantled the rival's assumptions, showing control from the very first turn. Confidently advanced his piece, fully aware of the risk and expecting to provoke a careless response. Across the board, his opponent dismissed the move with a smirk, convinced he was facing a weak player. With swift motion, he captured Uziel's queen, triggering a burst of magical energy on the board. A powerful piece, the speedrun knight, was deployed with explosive force, crashing onto the board with precision. Amused by Uziel's apparent loss, the nobleman believed the game was already his to win. He maintained his confidence as both sides rapidly exchanged calculated moves. The speedrun knights dashed forward, eliminating several of Uziel's key pieces. Laughter escaped the nobleman, finding amusement in what he thought was an easy victory. Unbeknownst to him, Uziel had baited him into revealing his entire strategy. Yumna's typical winning tactic relied on manipulating fire fields and empowering pieces with flame pawn. The core of this setup was the transformation of the pawn into a flaming candle. Under normal circumstances, this would have given Yumna overwhelming control. Instead, a hidden trap was activated as stealth pawn had blocked the entire plan. The speedrun knights were paralyzed, caught in a trap that immobilized them mid-game. Finally realized Uziel had sacrificed his queen intentionally to trigger this outcome. Yumna reassured himself. It would only take 5 turns for his burning land field to activate. He placed a piece, confident his formation would be completed during the current phase. Flames engulfed the board as the field's effect lowered enemy defense and bolstered his fire-aligned units. Uziel made a quiet move that caught Yumna off guard. To Yumna's shock, a second stealth pawn had been lying in wait beneath the fire field. This unexpected piece flipped the terrain, nullifying the active boost and freezing the entire field, replacing the flames with icy spikes that spread rapidly across the board. Because of the flipped terrain's hidden condition, an extra attack was triggered without warning. Yumna stood frozen both literally and figuratively as his entire battle setup was countered in an instant. It was clear he had predicted every move long before they happened. Realizing none of it had been luck, his opponent had mapped out his strategy. Trying to recover, he steadied his next piece and forced himself to regroup. Despite the overwhelming position, Yumna clung to a single thought: he could still turn this around. But that hope began to slip as doubt crept in. He questioned if he'd even get another move. Across from him, Uziel calmly prepared for the next devastating strike. Unaffected by pressure or flame, Uziel sat calmly, reflecting on Edmund's overwhelming strength as a player within this magical game. He acknowledged Edmund's talent, but also noted that true experts had already cracked his strategies long ago. A veteran gamer had written a complete guide after countless simulations, which Usail now followed with clarity. With certainty, Usail activated the Lightning Bishop, perfectly suited to the frozen battlefield. The piece unleashed a high-voltage strike, its attack greatly amplified due to the opponent's frozen state. Crackling energy surged through the board, resulting in a destructive burst that overwhelmed the defense. Edmund froze in place, the impact of the move finally sinking in. He looked down at the devastated board and admitted defeat with a quiet laugh. Facing a calm and composed Usail, Edmund declared his loss, ending the intense soul chess duel. The board shimmered in space like energy as the losing side sat motionless, stunned by the outcome. Surreal visual dissolved as the game's magical projection faded, returning the room to reality. Spectators began murmuring, eyes turned in disbelief toward the table Edmund had lost. Still seated, Edmund lowered his head, silently processing the shock of failure. The reality of his loss weighed down on him. His expression turned somber. For someone proud and skilled, defeat was not easy to accept, especially in front of an audience. He mentally listed the consequences. He had not only lost the soul chess match, but also the item contract and the Aslan's attention. Panic gripped Edmund. His father's expectations loomed. This failure meant disgrace, perhaps punishment. He muttered in disbelief, overwhelmed by the reality of his downfall. In a sudden outburst, he struck the table, drawing everyone's attention. Students nearby moved quickly away, startled by his reaction. Edmund remained seated, fists clenched. He covered his face, asking himself what he could do now. His pride was shattered. A voice called his name, steady and calm. It was Dayan approaching him. Dayan spoke directly, her presence sharp. She offered to intervene and negotiate with the winner. Edmund's eyes widened. He hadn't expected support, let alone from her. Grateful yet confused, he thanked her. Her response was calm debt, leaving him speechless once more. Edmund voiced his ambition with quiet certainty. Someday, he would become king. Rather than mock him, Bian acknowledged the claim, reasoning that aiding her future master was only natural. Without delay, Edmund resolved to meet Bayek Usail himself, still stunned by Bian's use of the word vassal. While walking outside, Usail made a strategic phone call requesting a pause in Edelret's trade operations. Granting the favor, the assistant professor agreed to distribute items solely through the royal family. With the issue settled, Usail raised his arms in relief, uncertain how this would shape future events. Before he could leave, Bian appeared and addressed him in her usual blunt tone. Usail turned at her voice, recognizing her presence as unexpectedly well-timed. Reaching into her sleeve, Bian handed him the contract she had promised to deliver. He informed her of the new arrangement. Only the royal family could manage distribution for a month. No instructions followed. Instead, he left the decision in her hands. As he stepped away, Usail quietly admitted that this time, the favor was hers. Bian gave a simple thank you, her expression softer than usual. For a moment, Usail marveled at hearing gratitude from her. Bringing up their earlier deal, she asked him to name his price, ready to pay her debt. Usail considered the price she asked about, concluding it was clear in his mind. He silently wished for Bian to remain good and walk toward a happier future, even if he couldn't voice it aloud. Instead of saying something heartfelt, he made a light request. He wanted her to buy him food. With a grin, he told her the meal was her treat and emphasized he wanted something hearty. Bian looked stunned by the simplicity of the request, unsure how to react. A soft smile gradually appeared on her face, something rare and genuine. Usail followed as Bian led the way, the two walking toward their destination. They stopped beside a black car, an unusual sight in Aether's magical world. Curious, he noted her determination, half joking that she must be planning to spend a fortune. Arriving at a restaurant, Bian announced their arrival with confidence. Usail stood confused, wondering where the luxurious meal was. His thoughts raced with images of fine dining. But reality turned out differently. She had researched his past and realized expensive meals wouldn't hold meaning for him. What mattered more was a dish tied to his memories, one she had discovered by chance. She ordered black bean noodles and a few side dishes, leaving Usail surprised and speechless. Confused by the large order, Usail questioned why Bian requested 3 bowls. Bian hesitated, surprised that he didn't choose the noodles she thought held sentimental value. A new thought struck her. Perhaps the dish symbolized lingering regret, not fondness. Realization set in that black bean noodles were tied to pain, not comfort. With a lowered head, Bian expressed quiet remorse for bringing up a painful memory. Rather than dwell on it, Usail calmly moved on and lightened the mood by ordering more food. Rumors quickly spread after Edmund Adalek apologized to Bayek Usail in public. The witnesses were stunned, unsure of what had driven a noble like Edmund to humble himself before a mere commoner. The news became gossip material among students. Some questioned Edmund's motives, while others speculated that Usail had done something extraordinary. Whispers suggested a shift in power dynamics within the academy. The unexpected apology reached the ears of high-ranking nobles, causing unrest. In the vice principal's office, dissatisfaction grew. The noble faction found it insulting that a commoner was earning such recognition. The vice principal discussed the situation with cloaked figures. Though he disliked the current Aslan holder, he considered him easier to target than the Italic family. He ordered surveillance to monitor Usiel. Attention shifted to Mazen, whose unstable black magic remained under control. Temporarily, the familiar contract ceremony was approaching, and the faction worried about its possible impact on their broader plans. The vice principal instructed Layden to assess Mazen's condition. Only by managing this threat could they divert Eltwin, a key protector, when needed. Their strategy hinged on precise timing and careful manipulation. Layden approached a sealed chamber filled with dark energy and eerie sounds. The door creaked open as shadows leaked from inside, hinting at something barely contained within. The room was a wreck, documents scattered, items overturned, as growls echoed from the corners. Black mist swirled unnaturally, thick with magical corruption that defied normal containment. Layden entered, unfazed by the ominous presence. His eyes focused sharply as he confirmed Mazen's deteriorating state. The darkness within was growing restless, a threat waiting to explode. Layden confirmed the severity of the corruption. Mazen had fully succumbed to the dark aura, her form twisted and aggressive. The containment magic barely held as black mist surged around him. Mazen, half-conscious and overwhelmed by demonic influence, accused Layden of coming to suppress her again. Her voice trembled with rage and confusion, haunted by betrayal and false hope. Layden, unmoved by the outburst, coldly dismissed Mazen's worth. He declared that Mazen would be expelled once the plagiarism charges were confirmed. The manipulation was complete. Mazen was no longer useful. Layden revealed that Mazen's erosion by dark magic had reached its limit. Her only value now lay in being used for another purpose, fuel for a greater plan tied to turning her completely. Mazen, realizing she had been kept alive only for this fate, reacted with anger. Layden ordered her to flee instead, suddenly offering him a chance to survive. An unexpected shift in intent. He dropped a mysterious crystal and instructed Mazen to head west toward a place called Paradise. Layden explained that allies awaited in Paradise. If Mazen could endure long enough to meet them, the crystal would sever the demonic control binding him. Despite his earlier coldness, Layden admitted he didn't want to witness his comrade reduced to a tool of destruction. Mazen, shaken, questioned Layden's true intentions but clutched the crystal tightly. With trembling hands and unsteady legs, Mazen began her escape, the weight of survival and betrayal driving each step forward into the unknown. Mazen stumbled through a chamber covered in glowing symbols. The red haze thickened as the darkness inside her stirred violently, reacting to his suppressed rage and the betrayal he endured. Overwhelmed by emotion, she collapsed. Then, gripped by fury, she rose and screamed out. Her corrupted energy exploded outward, igniting her hatred for those who discarded her as disposable. Her voice roared with vengeance, declaring she would destroy those who wronged her. Mazen's power surged uncontrollably, threatening to tear the room and herself apart in one final rampage. Elsewhere, a new day began at Stella Academy. The first-year students were being transported by airship to attend their familiar contract ceremony at the Heavenly Spirit Tree's birthplace. Inside the airship, a group of students gathered for breakfast. Casual conversations flowed, and the topic eventually turned to Baek Useal, who had become a point of intrigue. Rumors spread about Useal's past achievements and secret origins. Some classmates were surprised by his reputation, while others looked at him with newfound respect and curiosity. Isol, quietly listening, showed discomfort as her friends speculated about Useal's relationships. Despite her calm expression, she began to feel a growing emotional distance. She denied any special relationship with Useal, but her subtle reactions revealed conflicted feelings. Mentions of Princess Hong Bian only deepened her unease. Isol sipped her water, attempting to suppress her thoughts. Though unspoken, her concern about Useal's shifting attention lingered heavily in her heart. Flame watched as Isol began coughing uncontrollably after sipping her drink too quickly. Concerned, her friend urged her to slow down, trying to help her regain composure in front of the group. As Isol waved off the concern with an awkward expression, Flame quietly observed her reaction. Something about her behavior felt distant and unsettled. Despite her attempts to appear calm, without a word, Flame left the room, walking away from the group. Her thoughts were clearly occupied by something she hadn't shared with the others. While walking, Flame reflected on how much Isol had changed. She used to spend time alone or argue with Hongbian, but now she seemed more engaged with the others. Flame wondered if Baek Yuseol was the reason behind this shift. She felt left out, unsure of when the changes began or what role she still had in that dynamic. Her thoughts were interrupted when Baek Yuseol approached her unexpectedly, asking to speak. Startled, Flame braced herself, unsure of what question would follow. Yuseol asked Flame to help with a task, growing a unidirectional flower, a rare plant with magical properties. Though confused, she agreed and used her magic to plant it. As she focused, green light swirled gently around her hands. The flower bloomed instantly, its petals glowing brightly, revealing her strong and stable control over nature magic. After the flower bloomed, she asked what it was for. Her curiosity was genuine, but her tone still hinted at the emotional weight she carried inside. Flame hesitated as Yuseol mentioned the dangerous descent to the fourth stratum. His words triggered concern, but she struggled to voice it clearly, masking her worry with sarcasm. She told him to take care of himself, but caught herself before revealing too much. Her voice faltered, unsure whether to express genuine concern or keep her distance. Quickly brushing it off, Flame dismissed her own words. She turned away, hiding the emotion that briefly broke through her usual composure. Yuseol asked if Flame was okay, sensing something was off since their last training session. Flame tried to avoid the topic, visibly flustered by his attention. She deflected the concern, insisting it wasn't a big deal. But her body language contradicted her words, revealing her internal struggle and conflicted feelings. Embarrassed, Flame expressed frustration at Yuseol's concern, even though a hint of warmth reached her face. Her pride clashed with appreciation she couldn't admit aloud. Yuseol responded with a knowing smile. As they walked side by side, he teased her about being secretly grateful, prompting a flustered denial from Flame. From the shadows, Hai Wonrang watched them closely. He clutched his chest, sensing something unsettling as his eyes locked onto the flower in Yuseol's possession. The air grew darker around him as he whispered Flame's name. Unknown to the pair, a sinister force had started to stir in silence. A mysterious magical distortion is discovered by the two agents sent from the magic tower. Kayan, a high-ranking tower officer, identifies the anomaly as something possibly linked to Mazen Tiran, who was previously dispatched to Stella Academy and has now gone missing. Kakin reports that no magic signals or traces have been found since Mazen entered the region. Despite extensive surveillance efforts by the tower, the magical energy remains undetectable and unstable, raising concerns about its origin and purpose. Kaiken concludes that the source may be connected to Mazen and instructs his subordinate to monitor the area closely. As the blue light pulses and fades, the agents teleport back to the surface, preparing for further investigation. Hazen Altakron, a subordinate, questions why the magic tower is so invested in Stella. She suspects their involvement is excessive, given the frequent surveillance of the Academy despite a lack of serious incidents. Kayan explains that Stella often resolves magical issues before they escalate, and sometimes unknown factors prevent disasters before they happen. He admits the tower rarely acts because the Academy handles problems efficiently. Though doubtful, Hazen agrees to comply and follow the mission. They both move quickly across the grassy field, heading back toward the Academy to report and prepare for what may come next. At the Spirit Zone near Gaia's Flower Fairy Garden, students arrive for a special event. The instructor informs them they'll participate in the World Tree's birthday celebration today. After the event, students are told they will begin the familiar contract ceremony the following day. They are granted free time to explore and rest until then. Flame reflects quietly, feeling at peace within the natural surroundings. The serenity of the Spirit Zone calms her thoughts as she prepares for the ceremony ahead. Flame notices Baek Yuseol walking alone through the Spirit Zone. His figure stands out against the others, moving without hesitation, drawing her silent attention. As he walks away from the crowd, Flame quietly recognizes him and wonders about his solitary nature. She questions internally if this behavior is his habit. Still watching from a distance, she continues to observe Baek Yuseol. Despite the surrounding students, he moves without acknowledging anyone, clearly isolated by choice. The Crown Prince approaches Flame with a casual greeting. She's caught off guard by his sudden presence and responds flatly. The Crown Prince notices her expression and comments on how she doesn't show the same reaction to him. His tone remains light but observant. Flame turns her gaze away from the prince. Though she doesn't speak much, her posture suggests she's distracted, likely still thinking about Baek Yuseol's actions. Flame questions the prince's comments. Unsure of his intent, he casually asks if she wants to accompany him somewhere, but she declines without hesitation. Instead of accepting her refusal, the prince steps closer, His smile deepens as he pushes her to reconsider, a shift in his tone making her uneasy. Suddenly, Flame's instincts flare up. Her expression darkens as she realizes something is wrong. A chilling sense surrounds the prince. She sees through the charm. This boy is dangerous. As tension builds, Wanriang steps in between Flame and the crown prince. His presence cuts through the unease, immediately drawing Flame's attention and halting the interaction. With a composed yet firm voice, Wanriang addresses the crown prince, making it clear his behavior is inappropriate. Flame stands silently behind, surprised by the sudden intervention. Wanriang confronts the prince directly, accusing him of being coercive and disrespectful. The prince offers only a smirk and a dismissive response, pretending ignorance. A brief standoff ensues as both boys exchange sharp glares. Flame, caught in the middle, feels the weight of the situation but stays quiet. Observing, the crown prince withdraws, brushing off the confrontation with a smile. He hints that Wanriang misunderstood and chooses to end the conversation for now. He walks away calmly, leaving Flame and Wanriang behind. Flame watches him disappear into the distance, her unease lingering as her thoughts race. Wanriang scolds himself for intervening so boldly, knowing the risks. He warns Flame sternly to be cautious when dealing with the crown prince. He explains that the prince is relentless, using any method to obtain what he desires. Flame listens closely as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Wanriang reveals that she is now the crown prince's primary target. Flame processes his words in silence, uncertain of what's to come, or what the prince truly wants. Wanriang suddenly questions Flame, asking if she truly trusts someone he refuses to name. His sharp tone and sudden shift in behavior catch her off guard. Flame is left confused by the question, unsure who he is referring to. Wanriang quickly retracts his words, realizing his reaction was too impulsive. Trying to brush off the tension, he apologizes and starts walking ahead. Flame, still puzzled, follows after him, sensing something deeper behind his sudden outburst. As Flame presses him to clarify, Wanriang suddenly clutches his head in pain. His body trembles and his expression contorts in visible distress. Flame rushes to his side, concerned by his condition. Despite her worry, he insists he's fine, though it's clear he's barely holding himself together. Without warning, he turns away and walks off in haste. Flame calls out to him, but he doesn't respond. Something is clearly wrong, and she knows it. Flame watches from behind, calling his name again. Her voice is quiet, filled with unease. Wanriang continues walking unsteadily, ignoring her. He stops and clutches his head again. A growing sense of confusion consumes him, as if something is distorting his mind from within. Doubts fill his thoughts as he questions whether he can even participate in the upcoming familiar contract ceremony. Whatever is affecting him, it's getting worse. Wanriang stumbles deeper into the shadows of the academy grounds, where a cloaked figure suddenly appears and addresses him. Caught off guard, Wanriang hesitates to respond. He recognizes the voice and identifies the man as Professor Mason. The professor reveals himself shrouded in a dark cloak and speaks cryptically about seeds and erosion. Mason approaches with unsettling calmness, implying that Wanriang is already affected by something he planted long ago. Wanriang questions him in confusion, unaware of what is happening inside his body. Without warning, Mason initiates a dark ritual. He extends a hand toward Wanriang, commanding him not to resist. Red energy flares around them. Wanriang tries to resist, but his strength fades. Visions flood his mind, images of his friends, his moments with Flame, and fragments of memories blur together. Amidst the chaos, a single image of Flame becomes clear in his thoughts. Her face lingers in his mind, and he reaches toward it mentally. A voice echoes softly, calling her name. In the heart of a serene forest, a grand castle stood, home to the elven royalty. Its high towers and tranquil gardens concealed the quiet tension brewing within its chambers. The elf king's aide, Orenta, approached the queen's private chamber with a sense of urgency. Aware of political pressures, he gently reminded her of her duty to appear at the upcoming ceremonial birthday gathering. Inside the chamber, the queen, Freja Evergarden, stood in shadow. Her reluctance was clear, but so was her awareness of the risks of absence. The upcoming event could shift political influence within the Elven Council. Orenta bowed and departed after the queen acknowledged his words. Alone again, Freja let her formal posture fade, her weariness slowly surfacing as the room darkened around her. Holding official documents close, she reflected on how even the act of leaving her room felt like surrendering her limited freedom. A heavy burden weighed on her shoulders far beyond royal appearances. As moonlight spilled across her gown, she stepped forward hesitantly. She knew that even with disguise and detachment, her presence was expected. Her time among others was measured, tightly controlled, bathed in daylight, Queen Freyja walked among blooming trees, flanked by silent guards. Her mind whispered a silent wish that nothing would go wrong this time. As flower petals scattered, she passed under floral arches, her pace steady but her heart guarded. The peace of the garden masked her unease. Approaching a gathered group of subjects, she composed herself. A flawless mask of royalty concealed the silent hope in her heart, for safety, for peace, and for one quiet, uneventful day. The queen crossed a wooden bridge nearing the sacred waterfall. Trailed by silent guards, it was the final step of the ceremonial walk, one she had done many times before. She approached the cascading waters alone. The surroundings were quiet, and the moment for the royal prayer had come. She stood still, her presence calm. With the prayer complete, she turned to leave, but suddenly a strong magical force surged through the air. The queen winced, sensing a powerful disturbance nearby. A sharp shock of energy struck, startling the queen. Her instincts told her that something unnatural had entered the land, and she braced herself in a space unknown to her. A figure cloaked in darkness stirred. The aura he emitted was dark mana, tainted, powerful, and clearly foreign to this sacred ground. The queen recognized the danger instantly. A demonic force had penetrated the holy territory. Its nature was unmistakable, and its presence could not be ignored. She turned sharply. Her posture alert, the sacred barrier had been breached by dark mana. She scanned the area for signs of its origin. Though her royal duties dictated restraint, this threat demanded immediate action. The Elf King's absence left no room for hesitation. Determined, she clenched her fist and declared her course. No other could act. She would face the disturbance herself. Flame hurried through the academy courtyard, eyes scanning for Hai Wenriang. She had followed him after noticing something strange about his condition earlier that day. She stopped to catch her breath, confused by his sudden disappearance. The area was empty, and she felt the urgency grow stronger in her chest. Just then, a presence emerged behind her. It was Hai Wenriang, silent, shadowed, and exuding a strange energy that immediately put her on guard. Flame turned to face him fully. Though his face seemed familiar, something in his expression had shifted. The dark aura around him intensified. Her instincts confirmed it. He was surrounded by dark mana. It hadn't overtaken him yet, but it was dangerously close to consuming his mind. Despite the threat, she remained calm. There was still time to intervene. The transformation wasn't complete, and she believed she could still bring him back. Flame cautiously approached, trying to reason with Wenriang. She reminded him of his pride and his will, not to lose control to darkness. For a moment, Hai Wenriang hesitated. His body trembled as the dark mana pulsed within him, but his eyes seemed to recognize her presence. Silence fell between them. The tension lingered, yet a faint flicker in his expression suggested her words had reached him, just enough to hold back the darkness. Hai Wenriang confronted Flame directly, demanding an explanation for her recent distance. Flame, caught off guard, struggled to respond clearly to his question. His eyes darkened with uncertainty as her hesitation deepened. Flame looked down, unsure of how to respond. While tension settled between them, before she could explain, Hai Wenriang's thoughts spiraled. Dark mana surged again as his doubts overtook him, questions of trust and rejection boiling inside. The eruption of unstable mana took Flame by surprise. She reached out, trying to stop the growing distortion before it turned violent. A sharp burst of magical energy exploded between them. The surrounding space cracked with pressure as the force of corrupted power intensified. Through the blinding energy, Flame barely shielded herself. But a sudden gust broke the mana's momentum, and she looked up to see someone intervene. Ma Yusong stepped forward, shielding Flame from the aftermath. His presence grounded the situation, forcing the dark mana to momentarily recede. He asked if she was all right, noting the severity of the outburst. Flame avoided eye contact and dismissed the danger, reluctant to talk about it. Yusong questioned her decision not to fight back. As Hai Wenriang stood ahead, consumed by growing darkness, Flame quietly replied. She was still trying to reach him with words. Flame recalled the original story where the scientist Azel had redeemed many dark demonic beings through words alone. That memory sparked a quiet determination in her. She had hoped to follow that same path, to reach Hai Wenriang through conversation and prevent his descent into darkness. But doubt crept in as the aura surrounding him grew heavier. Gazing at the ominous power radiating from him, she questioned her own strength. Perhaps her words were not enough. Perhaps she was not meant to save anyone at all. Ma Yusong stepped forward, urging Flame to shift her approach. If they couldn't talk him down, they would have to fight. For now, Flame steadied herself and raised her staff. She affirmed her resolve with clarity. If she couldn't reach Hai Wenriang peacefully, she would protect him by force. Her gaze sharpened. She wouldn't allow another tragedy like before. This time, she would fight not to destroy, but to save him, no matter the cost. Flame and Mei Yusong prepare for a duel, standing side by side with calm confidence. Their opponent, He Wenriang, steps forward alone, radiating a dark, magical aura. He Wenriang channels a powerful surge of dark energy. His body glows with magic as his hand pulses with shadows. The atmosphere turns tense as his power overwhelms the area. With sharp focus, He Wenriang glares ahead. He activates his spell, lightning magic sparking from his eyes. The ground cracks as he launches himself forward, forcing Flame to react quickly. Ma Yusong, now glowing with electric energy, charges directly toward He Wenriang. His eyes burn with determination as he raises his weapon mid-motion. He Wenriang swiftly dodges, leaping back as a sharp wind slices through his previous location. He stays composed, tracking Yusong's movements closely. Yusong spins in midair, slamming into the ground with force. The impact explodes beneath him. He Wenriang moves behind him, preparing another counter while Yusong regains his stance. Flame launches a high-powered spell from a distance, aiming to disrupt He Wenriang's rhythm. He avoids the attack and dashes forward, energy trails marking his path. Yusong charges again, but this time he's too slow. A sudden flash of energy stuns him, giving He Wenriang the upper hand in the clash. As He Wenriang absorbs the momentum, Flame casts another spell. He grits his teeth, preparing to block. The battle escalates as both sides refuse to fall. Flame prepares her next move, gripping her weapon tightly as her aura intensifies. She readies herself for a direct confrontation, despite the overwhelming threat. He Wenriang is momentarily surprised by Flame's resolve. He hesitates, and Ma Yusong uses this moment to ignite his inner fire. Dashing forward with full force, Yusong strikes with a blazing attack, crashing into Wenriang and sending shockwaves through the area. The explosion forces both sides to break away, but Yusong and Flame remain standing. He Wenriang struggles to his feet, injured from the earlier attack. He breathes heavily, his body showing signs of fatigue and internal strain. Flame senses the danger isn't over. She alerts Yusong as a sudden shift in aura surrounds Wenriang. His energy mutates, growing darker and heavier as darkness spreads around him. He Wenriang's body undergoes transformation. His appearance twists with corruption and his figure becomes more monstrous. Flame realizes the corruption is intensifying. She warns Mei Yusong that the situation is escalating beyond control and urges him to fall back. He Wenriang's corrupted state charges without hesitation. His speed and power increase drastically, catching Yusong off guard mid-action. Yusong is thrown across the battlefield as Flame watches in fear. She clenches her fists, knowing that the next decision may determine their fate. He Wenriang's corrupted form looms over Flame. His red eyes glow with hostility as he approaches her, his presence completely overtaken by darkness. Flame hesitates, her voice trembles as she tries to call out to him. The figure before her barely resembles the He Wenriang she once knew. Before anything else happens, Ma Yusong leaps in from above, wreathed in flames. He descends with a burning strike aimed at Wenriang. Yusong's fiery blow connects, detonating with explosive impact. For a moment, it appears the attack has landed cleanly. Flame watches, hoping the hit might subdue him. But He Wenriang, though shaken, shows no sign of collapse. His expression remains cold. Suddenly, Wenriang grabs Yusong by the throat with a swift counter. The situation reverses as Yusong is held defenselessly in the air. Yusong struggles under Wenriang's grasp. His body is enveloped in dark energy as he gasps for breath. Flame realizes Yusong is in grave danger. She understands that at her current strength, she can't overpower Wenriang alone. As Yusong continues to suffer, Flame clenches her fists, frozen in fear and indecision, unsure of how to stop the corrupted monster before her. He Wenriang, consumed by his dark power, confidently believes he can defeat Ma Yusong. The corruption fuels his certainty, and his focus narrows entirely on winning, though overpowering Yusong physically. Something unsettles Wenriang. Doubt begins to surface as his instincts hint that something is off about the situation. Yusong, even in a disadvantaged position, remains calm. His steady demeanor causes a moment of confusion in Wenriang, who questions the clarity of his victory. From a distance, Flame observes a shift in Wenriang's movements. She senses a brief opening in his stance, a small but critical vulnerability. Determined to act, Flame prepares her next move. Her expression tightens with urgency as she realizes the moment may not come again. As Flame steps forward to intervene, she hesitates upon seeing Yusong still locked in close combat, wondering if he noticed the same opening she did. Yusong speaks firmly, criticizing Wenriang's reliance on corrupted power. His disappointment is clear, cutting deeper than any attack. Wenriang, caught off guard, hesitates. Yu Xiong's words reach beyond combat, striking his pride and shaking the foundation of his will. In silence, Wenriang stares forward, trying to suppress his doubt, though he tells himself he must win. His conviction begins to falter. It is spring of their first year in middle school. Two students, both 14 years old, stand out among their peers. Hao Yang is composed and carries a cold expression, while Ma Yuxiang watches with confusion as tension builds. Without warning, Hao Wenriang challenges Ma Yuxiang directly in front of everyone. Ma Yuxiang is taken aback, unsure why he is suddenly being targeted, especially with such intensity. Hao Wenriang steps closer and demands a fight, making his intentions clear. The confrontation surprises nearby students, but Hao Wenriang seems determined to push this into a public duel. Ma Yuxiang, puzzled, asks if Hao Wenriang is really directing the challenge at him and questions the sudden hostility. The atmosphere becomes heavier as everyone watches. Hao Wenriang declares that he cannot accept being ranked below Ma Yuxiang. His pride drives him to demand a proper ranking match, suggesting this duel is to settle a perceived injustice. Ma Yuxiang absorbs the reasoning and calmly agrees. There's no hesitation as he prepares mentally for what is now an unavoidable clash. The two boys move to an open field, facing each other at a distance. A duel is officially about to begin under the silent gaze of others. Ma Yuxiang draws his wand slowly, showing no fear. He chooses not to strike first, giving He Weng the advantage of the opening move. He Wenrang steps forward confidently. Despite his bravado, his inner thoughts betray his belief. He sees Ma Yuxiang not as an equal, but as a genius he must surpass. He Wenriang had been raised as the heir to a prestigious household of elite mages. From a young age, he studied without fail, aspiring to become the strongest mage in the academy. His discipline was absolute. Never once missing a day, he trained tirelessly to surpass his peers and claim the top student ranking upon entering middle school. But his expectations were shattered when he checked the rankings. Ma Yuxiang was placed first, and he was second. The news stunned him, igniting both disbelief and resentment toward Yuxiang, driven by frustration. Hao Wenriang began to observe Ma Yuxiang. Initially intrigued, he hoped to uncover what kind of brilliant training had elevated his rival above him. To his disappointment, Yuxiang seemed indifferent to studying. He read odd books, avoided lectures, and often lounged around as though none of it mattered. Unable to accept, He Wenriang grew determined to prove the value of his hard work. He challenged Yuxiang to a formal duel, believing his effort would finally be validated. But the result was catastrophic. His attack was cleanly deflected. Standing amidst the ruined ground, He Wenriang stared in disbelief. He had lost, and there was no question about it. Bruised and shaken, he could hardly accept the outcome. His mind reeled as he asked himself how someone like Yuxiang could truly defeat him. Ma Yuxiang stood silently, composed and unwavering. In that moment, He Wenriang realized that raw talent, unseen effort, or something deeper had separated them, and he had been left behind. The duel concluded with Yuxiang's victory. He casually acknowledged his win, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of the match, treating the duel like a game. Yuxiang smiled as he dusted himself off, expressing his excitement over how fun the duel had been. There was no arrogance, only genuine enjoyment from the challenge. He thanked He Wenriang with a cheerful attitude and suggested they duel again in the future. Meanwhile, He Wenriang stood silent, overwhelmed by emotions he couldn't process. Alone with his thoughts, He Wenriang struggled to understand the outcome. He couldn't accept that he had been defeated despite all his years of preparation and focus. He clenched his fist, refusing to admit defeat. He convinced himself that with harder training and more determination, he could still surpass Yuxiang one day from that point on. He Wenriang devoted himself entirely to training, believing it was only a matter of time before he claimed victory. But each loss only deepened his disbelief. Yuxiang remained unreachable. In a later duel, He Wenriang reached out to shake hands once more. Despite losing again, he couldn't ignore the respect Yuxiang extended each time. Yuxiang smiled brightly, noting that this duel had been even more enjoyable than the last. He expressed his hope to face He Wenriang again. Though his pride still stung, He Wenriang looked at Yuxiang differently now. He accepted the handshake, realizing their rivalry was also a connection, one that challenged him to grow. After their duel, Yuxiang extended his hand once again. Hao Wenriang hesitated, recalling their earlier battles, the losses he endured, and his growing frustration. Yuxiang's cheerful demeanor hadn't changed. He called the duel more fun than the last and invited Hao Wenriang to fight again in the future, unshaken by the result. Gripping Yuxiang's hand, He Wenriang forced a nod. Though still bruised by defeat, he promised to win next time. Yusong, as always, smiled and welcomed the challenge. Over time, Hei Wonriang had come to acknowledge the truth. Yusong was a genius, but even so, he never gave up on trying to surpass him. Years passed, and Hei Wonriang trained relentlessly. He vowed to prove that his dedication wasn't meaningless. And now, the moment had come. Yusong stood before him, seemingly in his grasp, convinced this time he could finally win. Hei Wonriang confronted Yusong, but that belief began to shatter as Yusong, calm and powerful, spoke with clarity. He was disappointed. Yusong reminded him of a battle long ago during practical dungeon training where they fought equally. It had left a lasting impression on both of them. That encounter had driven Yusong to train seriously for the first time. Since then, he had always been preparing to face Hei Wonriang again in earnest. Despite all his efforts, Hei Wonriang had never managed to surpass Yusong. With pain and desperation in his voice, he admitted it and in a final cry begged Yusong to end it, offering his life in surrender. Yusong stood calmly, showing no fear even as the situation turned dangerous. His expression stayed steady, as if he was prepared to accept whatever outcome came next. A terrifying figure with pale blue hair appeared, filled with violent intent. The atmosphere changed instantly, and the threat felt far more lethal than a normal duel. Flame holding a staff froze in shock. She watched the confrontation unfold and realized that what was happening was no longer a simple rivalry between students. Hei Wonriang was in critical condition, and the enemy moved as if ready to finish him. Yusong remained in front, refusing to step aside even under pressure. The enemy hesitated, showing that killing was not the only goal. The tension shifted from immediate execution to a cruel test, as if the enemy wanted control over the outcome. Flame gathered her strength and stepped forward, focusing on saving Hei Wonriang. Her decision forced the situation into action, pushing the enemy to respond. A sudden surge of power erupted. The enemy reacted sharply, and Yusong was struck by the force of the attack as the battlefield filled with pressure and noise. Flame struggled to endure the overwhelming energy. Her body shook under the intensity, but she kept control long enough to protect the injured Hei Wonriang. As the clash settled, another figure approached from behind, alert and ready. The newcomer scanned the area and noted that a key person was missing, suggesting the conflict was not over and something worse could still arrive. Flame charges forward into the battlefield, her movements sharp as she supports her ally who struggles to maintain a barrier. The energy surrounding her glows intensely. As the corrupted Hei Wonriang unleashes unstable power, Flame quickly evaluates the spreading magical field. She realizes it is a manifestation of pure instinctual defense, not targeted aggression. Another agent, Hyjin Macaron, calmly observing the event. Flame notes that the vision from their earlier prophecy seems inaccurate. A higher-ranking officer approaches, confirming with a composed tone that the outcome has changed. The dark-haired officer identified as Kasen appears on the scene. His presence is recognized instantly by those nearby. He is the leader of the 13th Eradication Squad. Kayin steps forward without hesitation, standing before the transformed Wonriang. His evaluation is cold and analytical, measuring the extent of magic still active within the opponent's form. Acknowledging the threat, Kayin concludes that the transformation is incomplete but highly unstable. Despite the power still fluctuating, he considers the target dangerous enough to warrant immediate action. Kayin calmly confirms the target's status, Wonriang, and draws his weapon. He issues a direct command to execute the mission on the spot without delay. His tone leaves no room for negotiation. As he moves to strike, both Flame and Yusong react with shock. Their expressions show disbelief at the sudden escalation. The strike is fast and hesitation is no longer possible. Kaiken turns to explain their decision. Acting now ensures minimal risk. Waiting longer could allow the unstable entity to spiral further, potentially destroying everything around it, including the city. Hei Wonriang's unstable energy flares violently as his transformation nears its limit. Some around him argue that ending him now is the safest option. Despite this, Hyjin calmly steps forward and calls for a halt to the attack. Her interruption surprises others, but Ma Yushong soon arrives, showing signs of control over his power. His presence shifts the mood as his body stabilizes, and the chaotic aura around Wonriang starts to weaken. Hyjin studies Yushong's condition and confirms he is stronger than expected. She recognizes him by name and rank, curious that someone so highly placed is still a student. Despite her calm words, Hyjin's expression shifts as she launches a direct attack. Her power intensifies with a dark crimson aura as she rapidly closes the distance. With overwhelming force, she knocks Ma Yusong away and unleashes several strikes, keeping him from interfering further. the area erupts with pressure as she asserts control over the situation. She lands gracefully and mocks Yusong for disrupting her work. With him down, she resumes her focus on the task. Elsewhere, Flame prepares a spell. Despite exhaustion, she pushes her body to activate a last resort technique to support him from afar. As she watches, she realizes that Yusong had just used a forbidden technique. The energy signature matches known forms of dark magic, a dangerous violation of magical laws. Fear creeps in. If Yusong continues using such power, Flame may lose everything he has built. His identity, magic license, and future could be destroyed if anyone confirms what he did. Driven by desperation, Flame forces her weakened limbs to move. He refuses to lose the people he cares about even if her body is near collapse. Kayan, preparing for a lethal strike, steps closer to execute Wonriang. His voice is calm and final as he declares the end of the boy's life. Flame silently watches without protest, ready to let it happen. Suddenly, Wonriang's eyes shift. Despite the pain and magic pressure, he regains a brief moment of clarity. At the same time, Flame internally screams for help, calling out to anyone who can save them. Kayan charges his weapon with electric magic. With a firm expression, he readies the final blow and declares death for the Dark Mage. But then, a voice cuts through the tension. A command from behind tells him to wait. Kanan halts his movement and turns his head slightly, recognizing the person who interrupted him. To his surprise, Baek Yuseol stands firmly behind him, panting from running. Yuseol locks eyes with Kayan. He's arrived just in time, though he's still unsure of what just unfolded. 10 minutes earlier, Yuseol was casually interacting with Academy children. The atmosphere was peaceful, with no signs of crisis. He patted a child's head before leaving the area. But a strange notification appeared before him. His face changed as he read the system alert. A variable had occurred. It disrupted the entire route of the current episode. Realizing something was wrong, Yuseol panicked. The event, called Wonriang's Black Transformation, had already started despite not being part of the expected story route. Yuseol recalls the game's original story route. He remembers that 3 students were corrupted by Maizen's dark mana. Among those, Wonriang's Black Transformation route had the highest difficulty and nearly always led to a bad ending. The memories of how brutal that route was haunt him, though he had cleared it before in-game. Doing it now in reality is another challenge. Even with his knowledge, everything feels unpredictable. Seeing the chaos unfolding, Yuseol realizes something isn't right. Without hesitation, he sprints toward the scene, determined to stop the disaster. Back in the present, Wonriang is still consumed by dark energy. Yusong struggles to hold his staff steady, eyes locked on the collapsing boy while magic pulses dangerously around them. Flame, despite her weakened state, looks up and spots someone approaching from afar. Her expression shifts in surprise and confusion as she recognizes Baek Yuseol. Yuseol finally reaches the scene, spotting Yusong still breathing. He silently expresses relief. He arrived in time, barely. Haijin notices Yuseol's presence and turns to Khan with a calm smirk. She offers to handle the matter herself, showing complete confidence in her strength. Walking forward with her spear, Haijin readies for confrontation. She claims responsibility for the situation and prepares to suppress Yuseol. Her eyes glow ominously with power. Yuseol tightens his expression, realizing Haijin won't back down easily. The clash between them is inevitable. Baek Yuseol and Haijin stand in silence, facing each other. The tension is thick, yet neither makes a move. Their standoff draws curious glances from the others nearby. Haijin's expression breaks first into surprise. Unsure of what to make of Yuseol's calmness, she lowers her weapons slightly. The surrounding squad members relax as well. Kayan watches quietly as Yuseol remains composed. Haijin, now visibly confused, asks why he isn't using any illusion magic. Kayan tells her to stop making assumptions and to observe properly. Haijin defends herself, claiming she's been serious all along. Yuseol reflects silently, knowing he had used an illusion trick earlier that manipulated the opponent's mana flow by distorting gravity perception. He caused enemies to stumble while never directly attacking. He understands now that mere distractions won't work anymore. His opponents have grown sharper. This time, he must step forward without relying on misdirection. Haijin narrows her eyes, realizing something is off. She wonders what kind of strange ability this student possesses. Yuseol meets her gaze firmly, his confidence unwavering. Yuseol stood alert as Haijin narrowed her eyes, recognizing the high-level magic he'd just used. Shocked, she questioned what kind of hidden powers he possessed. Yuseol faced the advancing threat calmly, his uniform torn but his resolve firm. His presence unsettled the group in black uniforms. Kayan stepped forward, coldly commanding the vice captain to step aside. Kayan ordered Uciel to reveal his identity. Uciel calmly responded that he was from Stella Academy. Kayan wasn't satisfied and pressed again, doubting the claim. Uciel insisted, but Kayan only grew more suspicious. Kayan declared that he didn't care why Uciel was at Stella Academy, but made it clear that Uciel should not interfere with their mission. His tone warned of consequences if Uciel got involved. Uciel challenged Kayan, pointing out the obvious. Kayan and his men were planning to kill a student. Despite Kayan's silence at first, he soon confirmed it directly without hesitation. With the order given, Kayan and his unit prepared to eliminate their target. Wanriang with glowing hair and dark aura materialized, indicating the start of a deadly confrontation. Uciel analyzed the threat calmly but grimly. He knew he wouldn't survive more than 5 seconds if he fought them head-on. The power gap was far too great, still he couldn't bring himself to retreat. With determination, he stepped forward. He couldn't allow Wanriang, his classmate, to be killed while he stood by helplessly. Uciel drew his weapon and stood in defiance. Though aware of the danger, he declared that he wouldn't allow his classmates' murder. Kayan coldly warned him, fighting them meant certain death. Uciel observed Kayan's group and realized their anonymity was intentional. Threatening to reveal their presence, he considered drawing attention, even at the cost of his life. With confidence, Uciel made a request. He wanted a chance to try purifying the corrupted student. His tone was firm, not asking for permission but asserting his will to attempt something they deemed impossible. Kankan turned slightly, allowing a view of the corrupted Wanriang in the background, though wary. He questioned Uciel's intention with a brief response. Kankan's eye narrowed. Though skeptical, he listened as Uciel proposed a single attempt. He claimed Flame's magic could reach the emotional core that had been erased by the corruption. Uciel insisted again. He didn't need time or backup. Only one chance. Flame, the mage behind him, stepped forward, preparing her staff. Her power resonated with emotional resonance, not just brute force. Flame, composed and focused, expressed her belief that her magic could restore Wanriang. Uciel reaffirmed his stance. If they failed, he would step aside and not resist their judgment. Kaisen remained silent, then reluctantly agreed. He issued a chilling warning. If Uciel broke his word, death would follow, and no resistance would matter. His commands silenced. The area Haijin, surprised by Kaien's sudden consent, questioned the decision. Kaisen remained pragmatic. If Uciel lied, they would deal with him later. Trust wasn't needed when force was an option. With a smirk and a resigned sigh, Haijin gave in. At Kaisen's command, Hazen stepped forward to remove the illusion around Wanriang. The atmosphere shifted as the chance Uciel requested was about to begin. The corrupted Wanriang had Flame pinned, while Uciel watched helplessly. Despite their efforts, she was overwhelmed, her breathing ragged and body trembling under the strain of resisting him. Flame steadied herself, rising to a seated position. She glanced at Uciel, silently seeking direction. He looked at her calmly, urging her forward with trust. The pressure mounted on both. Uciel reminded her of Wanriang's condition. Though Flame had no confidence in her ability to reverse the corruption, Uciel placed his belief in her without hesitation. She hesitated, doubting her power. A flash of memory struck Uciel, the tragedy with Jackie. He confronted Flame with it, pressing her emotionally. Flame flinched at the reminder and responded that she didn't want it to repeat. Uciel's expression softened. Instead of pushing, he encouraged her with quiet confidence. He believed she could succeed and asked her to try not for him, but for Wanriang. Flame trembled, but grasped her staff firmly. Uciel's words resonated. The moment shifted. She was no longer hesitant. She stood with resolve to try. Flame recalled Uciel's belief in her. His trust carried weight, not just because he was a peer, but because he was a regressor. Standing before Wanriang, she blocked the others from interfering. Kaisen called out for her to step aside, but she stayed in position, her heart racing. Mind focused, haunted by memories of her past failure. Flame pushed forward. This time she wouldn't be a helpless observer. Her body glowed with light as she activated her magic. Flame activated her full power. Golden light surged from her staff as her magic circled around her. With determination in her eyes, she declared her resolve to save Wanriang no matter what. The brilliance of her spell lit the entire area. Kaien and his team observed carefully. One of them noted the unmistakable nature of the magic. Light magic, rare and revered. Kaien confirmed it. However, even he was surprised at its strength. Flame's power, though she wasn't part of the Holy Order, was comparable to the renowned scientist, indicating something extraordinary within her. As Flame continued casting, more observers recalled a rumor. One of the newly admitted students to Stella possessed a rare angelic light attribute. All signs now pointed to Flame being that student. Flame's control over the spell intensified. her expression hardened with purpose. Her divine-like aura grew brighter. The dark aura enveloping Wanyang began to distort under the pressure of her radiant power. A sharp cry rang out as Wanyang screamed in agony. The purification spell struck deeply, overwhelming the corruption. His body convulsed violently under the force of Flame's light. Kayan watched closely, noting the miracle occurring before him. Still, he reminded himself that wielding the power of angels and fully curing a demonized soul were very different feats. Suddenly, Wanyang stirred, light faded, and he collapsed to the ground. Coughing and gasping for air, his body had lost its previous monstrous appearance. As the mist cleared, Wanyang looked around, dazed but alive. The corruption was gone. A gentle smile formed as he realized what had happened. Quietly, he whispered with relief, unsure how, but thankful. He was back. As the light faded, Flame smiled with relief. Wanyang had returned to normal. Her voice trembled with joy, recognizing the success of her magic. The corruption was gone from his eyes. Wanyang, confused but aware, called out Flame's name. Panic struck him as she collapsed from exhaustion. The toll of the purification had drained her completely. Kayan stepped forward. Now expressionless, he calmly stated that he would verify the results himself. Despite the hopeful outcome, caution remained his priority. Kayan stood up, didn't believe that they succeed. While the students stood nearby, ready to assess the results, Haijin watched carefully, noting the importance of this confirmation. After a moment of examination, the results were clear. Wanyang was completely normal. There was no trace of demonization left. His emotions and consciousness had fully returned. Kayan acknowledged that Wanyang's original self had likely resisted internally, which made purification possible. With no further threat, he simply ordered his group to withdraw. Haijin followed, amused by her captain's silence. Reflecting privately, Haijin admitted she once believed hosts corrupted by demonization couldn't be saved. She had killed them before, assuming it was mercy. But that belief had now been shattered. Watching the students gather around Wanyang, she silently acknowledged the truth. Those kids had accomplished what seasoned combatants never could. A new possibility had opened through their actions. With a teasing smile, Haijin called out casually as she left. Though cheerful, her words hinted at deeper thoughts. As she disappeared into the distance, Yuseo grimaced, hoping never to cross paths with her again. Late at night, Flower Saren walked through the quiet, moonlit streets of the academy town. She had been tracking someone, a dark figure she'd sensed before. Her steps were deliberate as she moved across the stone pavement. Each footfall echoed faintly, but the energy she expected to detect had vanished. There was no trace, no residual magic, nothing unnatural in the air. She paused. Puzzled, she was sure she had followed the dark man here, sensing him clearly moments ago. But now, there was no sign of movement, no leftover presence. She called upon the wind, asking it to share the memories it carried. Her voice was calm but urgent, tapping into her magic to sense any lingering traces of the past. Wind magic began to swirl around her, responding to her spell. She focused, drawing the currents toward herself, hoping the surroundings would reveal the truth through the elemental senses. A realization struck her. Someone had deliberately erased the memories from this place. Whatever had happened here was being concealed through advanced magical interference. She extended her hand and addressed the wind once more, this time invoking a deeper layer of detection. The flow of air turned bright, lighting the path in a magical glow. Faint traces emerged, visual fragments locked within elemental particles. A blurred image sharpened into view. A figure appeared. A student, wearing the uniform of Stella Academy. Saren's senses caught something else. A familiar scent that shouldn't be here. Her eyes widened in shock. Someone from Stella had been in this place, and the implications were clear. Flower Saren stood still, her eyes wide with certainty. The lingering scent was unmistakable. It belonged to Iphanal, a presence she had long believed sealed away in eternal slumber. Confusion struck her. Iphanal was not supposed to awaken, not without cause. She wondering if someone had entered the secret garden, a place tied deeply to Iphanal's sealed state. Pain suddenly surged through her head. She clutched her temple, unable to extract any more memories from the scene. Whatever was hidden here had been covered well, and the strain was too great to continue. Our realization dawned. Flower Saren recalled the figure who had trespassed into the secret garden, the one who had stolen Iphanal's heart, both figuratively and literally. If that person had indeed done both acts, then the erased memories made sense. Someone had deliberately cleansed the traces to avoid being tracked. Saren's fist clenched tightly. This was not just a violation of boundaries. It was a personal betrayal. She vowed quietly to herself that she would exact revenge on the one responsible. Morning broke gently over Stella Academy. Inside the infirmary, Wonriang slowly stirred from unconsciousness, the sunlight filtering into the room. As he blinked, the familiar face of Flame appeared by his bedside. She greeted him with relief, surprised to see him awake after everything that happened. Wonriang looked around in confusion. Flame calmly explained he was in the hospital, asking if he remembered anything. He nodded faintly, recalling fragments. Flame sat beside Wonriang and explained the situation. She told him she'd given only a vague explanation to Instructor Hanwol and made sure Baek Yuseol and Ma Yusong stayed silent about the incident. Wonriang remained quiet, listening as Flame brought up the upcoming familiar contract ceremony. She assured him he could attend if he felt ready, but resting would be the wiser option. Acknowledging her advice, Wonriang agreed to rest. It was uncharacteristic for him to comply so easily, and Flame teasingly remarked on how well he was listening for once. Flame smiled, approving his decision. She warned him not to push himself and told him to recover properly. She stood up, preparing to leave the room. As Flame turned, Wonriang called her name softly. She paused and turned around, waiting for him to speak, but he hesitated. After a short silence, he dismissed his thoughts and told her it was nothing. Flame, sensing he was holding something back, didn't press him. She simply responded with a smile. Before leaving, Flame cheerfully reminded Wonriang that he owed her a big meal once he was discharged. She playfully emphasized how much she planned to eat. Wonriang chuckled at her enthusiasm and gave a soft smile, promising to treat her. He told her she could look forward to it. With a bright smile, Flame said goodbye and addressed him by name. Her energy lingered in the room even after she left. Wonriang sat quietly in his hospital bed. The bright sunlight poured through the window, the room felt still, and the untouched plate of food sat silently beside him. The silence in the room deepened as he considered everything he had been through, the attack, the aftermath, and her quiet support. After a pause, he slowly turned away, whispering his farewell. It wasn't directed at anyone in particular, but it carried quiet sincerity. A soft "see you" marked the end of his moment alone. Elsewhere, students had gathered in front of a glowing blue portal deep within the forest. Instructor Hanwol addressed the group, explaining that they would now enter the sacred space beneath the world tree to form contracts with divine beasts. He explained that the space functioned differently from normal reality. The students were permitted to explore up to the third layer, and any attempt to go beyond would be blocked by a powerful barrier placed on the fourth. Wishing them luck, the instructor signaled the start of the ceremony. The students began moving toward the mystical gateway. Inside the sacred space, Baek Yuseol stepped through shimmering light into the glowing realm. Episode 7 of the ceremony had begun, and the vibrant energy of the space surrounded him with awe. He took in the scenery, luminous trees, flowing mana streams, and vast branches overhead. His eyes widened in admiration at the overwhelming natural beauty and magical presence. As he explored, a sudden movement caught his attention. He paused, sensing something nearby. Curiosity rose in his gaze as he stepped forward to investigate the unknown. As the glowing entrance to the world tree pulsed with energy, the instructor standing guard confirmed the last group of students had entered the sacred space. One instructor prepared to activate the barrier to seal the entrance, assuming the process was complete, but the other halted him, sensing an unexpected presence. A cloaked figure emerged from the forest shadows, moving with quiet determination. The unknown person stepped toward the entrance. Their identity hidden, their presence marked an unplanned addition to the ceremony's tightly controlled event. Two cloaked figures stand before a glowing portal surrounded by a mystical forest. Their task is to monitor the gateway into a sealed area where chosen individuals have just entered. As one of the guards suggests sealing the barrier, the other pauses. His instincts are triggered by something approaching in the distance. A faint sound emerges from the forest, stirring tension between them. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak steps out of the shadows. The second guard narrows his gaze, sensing that this individual wasn't part of the original group. Without warning, the newcomer strikes with black and red magic, piercing the first guard's chest. The ambush is sudden, brutal, and silent. The attacker moves quickly to the second guard, using the same corrupt energy to paralyze and weaken him. The portal glows behind them as the second victim begins to fall. The cloaked intruder watches his targets crumble. Dark power gathers around him as he prepares to follow through the gate. A faint smirk forms under his hood, and energy explodes behind him. Inside the enclosed space, students gather on the lush grass. Among them is Princess Bion, calmly observing the surroundings. She notes the tranquil atmosphere, but senses something out of place. She instructs her group to ascend to the next level without delay. They comply quickly. Arshuang, walking behind, slows down. She clutches her head. A strange sensation spreads through her body, unnoticed by the others, hinting at deeper interference. As the group moves deeper into the glowing green zone, Arshuang slows down, clutching her head. A wave of dizziness overtakes her, and her vision becomes unstable. Suddenly, Arshuang stumbles and collapses to her knees. The others turn in alarm as her condition rapidly worsens. Princess Bian quickly notices the abnormality and rushes to assess the situation. Kneeling beside her, Bian and the others realize that Arshuang is in distress. No one expected this sudden breakdown, especially after Arshuang had appeared perfectly fine just moments ago. Bian suspects the energy in this area is overwhelming Arshuang's unstable condition. Her body might be reacting to even minimal exposure to magical forces. Bian suggests a short rest to preserve stamina. Although Arshuang insists she can continue, Bian firmly overrules her, emphasizing the importance of being prepared when it truly matters. With her pride hurt but realizing the logic, Arshuang finally agrees. Her teammate urges her to listen. Bian is royalty, and her orders are not to be ignored, especially in a dangerous zone like this. Sitting under the large tree, Arshuang forces a calm expression. But inside, her body remains in turmoil. Breathing is hard and her chest tightens with each second. She reflects on the significance of this moment. For so long, she had prepared for this day, yet now she finds herself physically crumbling at the edge of her goal. Clenching her fist, Arshuang is overwhelmed by frustration and confusion. Clouds her mind, she cannot understand how her condition betrayed her so suddenly. Arshuang drifts into a memory filled with dim voices and sharp emotion. She recalls words once spoken to her, praise about her extraordinary magical potential, the kind needed to become an archmage. In the memory, cloaked instructors recognize her gift and speak of her future at Stella Academy. They declare that her path to greatness is inevitable. A younger Arshuang beams with hope, but the memory ends with a hidden condition: her rise depends on someone else's absence. That name, obscured in her mind, stirs unease as she awakens. Startled, Arshuang wakes up, sweat on her brow. The memory lingers like a whisper. She regains composure just as the others prepare to move forward. Her moment of vulnerability has passed. They resume their journey through the glowing forest. Arshuang reassures a teammate that she is feeling better. Though still weak, she finds stability in her steps, pushing aside the weight of confusion. The group continues their ascent. Arshuang walks calmly but purposefully, steeling herself. The strange flashback has left her unsettled, but determination now leads her forward. They arrive on the second floor. Fiery heat greets them as a blazing creature. A spiritual beast stands ahead. Arshuang readies herself without hesitation. Feeling restored, Arshuang channels magic smoothly. Her clarity returns, and she begins engaging the creature with practiced movements and focused energy. Spotting another presence, Arshuang points ahead. A red deer, calm and radiant, emerges through the glowing forest, an unexpected yet significant sign in the trial ahead. As the red deer approaches the group, Arshuang recalls a passage about spiritual contracts. If bonded, the red deer can enhance fire-based abilities, possibly boosting magical performance for its contractor. To everyone's surprise, the red deer walks calmly toward Princess Bian. Its gentle pace and relaxed posture suggest trust rather than fear. Arshuang is momentarily surprised. She had hoped the deer would approach her, but instead, it nuzzles gently against Bian. It is a rare moment where a spiritual creature initiates contact willingly. A teammate asks if Bian intends to form a contract, but she declines. Despite the deer's affection, she says it's not the spiritual beast she seeks. The group prepares to move on. The girls comment on how unusual it is for a creature to appear so boldly. They reflect on Bian's calm nature and her affinity with magical beings. As they proceed, Arshuang quietly observes that such behavior may be due to the blessing of fire. This rare gift might explain why the red deer was drawn to Bian specifically. They reach the third floor of the dungeon. The terrain is scorched and unstable. Signs of magical conflict are visible in every direction, suggesting a recent battle or a territorial beast. Bian examines the terrain. She notes the entrance ahead is blocked and that moving directly could be risky. Another path might be needed. Instead of advancing recklessly, she suggests setting up camp nearby. The group agrees, preparing to scout safe routes while resting and planning ahead. Alone in the glowing forest, Arshuang searches for a high-class spirit beast. Determined to prove herself, she recalls that 5th-class creatures reside on this floor and vows to contract one. Horrors pass with no success. Arshuang remains persistent, but every creature she encounters either flees or ignores her presence. Confusion begins to replace her earlier confidence. Despite the rejection, she clings to hope. Watching others succeed, she tells herself not to rush. The opportunity will come, she only needs to wait for the right moment. Arshuang soon spots movement ahead. A massive white wolf slowly steps out of the glowing forest. It radiates calm but powerful spiritual energy. She recognizes it instantly, a fifth-class snow wolf, a rare spirit beast whispered about in magical theory. Its presence is confirmation she's in the right place for a high-level contract. Filled with awe, Arshuang tightens her grip on her staff. This is her chance to prove herself. If she succeeds, she could rise above expectations and carve out her own reputation. The snow wolf pauses in the clearing. Arshuang stands her ground. She forces her nervousness aside and gently calls out to it with a calm greeting, masking her anxiety. She smiles and tries to appear confident. Extending a hand, she attempts to initiate a bond. The moment is tense, uncertain, and full of risk. The distance between them closes slightly. Whether it's curiosity or intent, the wolf does not turn away. Arshuang's chance at success may be closer than she thought. The snow wolf approaches slowly, its gaze fixed on Arshuang. She reaches out, hoping for a peaceful response. Suddenly, the wolf snarls and lunges. Arshuang stumbles back, shocked by the aggression. The bond attempt has failed, confused and shaken. Arshuang watches as the wolf transforms into a darker, more hostile form. She questions why she's being rejected so violently, unable to understand why the creature responds. Out of nowhere, a vicious wolf lunged toward the girl, claws extended and fangs bared. She stumbled backward. Startled, she opened her eyes, expecting pain, but the beast froze mid-air. Confusion overtook her, panic, as she realized something had interrupted the attack. From behind her, a towering dark spirit appeared, its aura flaring with hostility. It stared directly at her. A surge of magical energy exploded nearby, illuminating the field in blinding light. The wave halted the dark spirit's advance momentarily. Turning toward the source, she saw a powerful figure standing between her and the threat. Recognition dawned as a familiar spell pattern shimmered in the air. A large white spiritual beast appeared beside her, growling protectively. The beast stepped forward, pushing its body between the princess and danger. Its presence alone suppressed the dark energy lingering in the air. With wide eyes, the princess watched the creature's calm demeanor. For a moment, fear faded, replaced by quiet awe. The red-haired girl called out in alarm, warning the princess to stay alert, not yet trusting the situation. Seated in stunned silence, the princess observed the massive creature's gentle posture. It had shown her protection without being bound. Rumors had never said a fifth-class spirit could act this way. That such a powerful entity could show affection unsettled her. Another girl, likely its summoner, asked the princess if she would form a contract this time. Refusing quietly, the princess stood tall and turned away. She voiced her intent to find a creature that truly resonated with her will. Apologizing, she dismissed the spirit. It obeyed without resistance and began to leave with its summoner. Left behind, the silver-haired girl laughed bitterly, expressing disbelief that someone could reject what she herself couldn't even approach. Arshuang's emotions destabilized as she witnessed the princess standing unshaken. A surge of energy began radiating from her body. Frustration overwhelmed her thoughts. Red energy formed around her limbs, signaling a violent magical response triggered by emotional imbalance. The dark aura intensified as her rage peaked. Her body trembled, not from weakness, but from the pressure of compressed power reaching its limit. Suddenly, corrupted energy erupted outward, propelling Arshuang forward with destructive force. She lost control as power engulfed her, forming chaotic patterns in the air. Her figure twisted mid-air under the weight of unstable magic. The princess responded immediately, countering the spread with light magic. Energy collided in a burst of opposing forces. After the collision, the field was scorched and cracked. Residual energy lingered in the air, marking the scale of the outburst. The princess observed the scene in silence, her gaze lowered briefly to assess the glowing remnant embedded in her uniform. Her attention turned to Arshuang. The dark traces around her confirmed a dangerous transformation had already begun. The princess quickly evaluated the risk. Arshuang's condition was unstable, and continued combat would worsen the erosion. The barrier surrounding the area limited movement. Reckless action could damage the structure and escalate the situation further. She stepped forward cautiously. Direct combat was no longer the priority. Containment and delay became necessary to avoid irreversible harm. Arshuang's stance shifted to hostility. Her expression remained tense, and the corruption continued to spread through her magic circuits. Resentment shaped her posture. She stood firm, unwilling to retreat or accept intervention. The imbalance between them had pushed her to this point. The princess paused, her demeanor shifted slightly as she prepared to de-escalate, recognizing that Arshuang had not yet passed the point of no return. Arshuang explained the cruel tradition of her bloodline. As a princess, her survival depended on the death of her siblings, a rule instilled since childhood. She reflected on the early realization of this truth at the age of 7. That moment stripped away any illusion of a normal life. While recalling another's warm upbringing, she admitted her own lacked affection or expectations, even from her mother, reinforcing her emotional isolation. The princess stood composed, questioning how far her own hardships had brought her. Her upbringing hadn't shielded her from suffering. She described a life molded by fire rather than privilege. Every part of her development was forged through trials of pain. Images of her past training revealed exposure to burning conditions. Her skin bore constant pain, and even basic needs like water intensified her suffering. The lingering effects of her training had removed her ability to taste. Her body adapted unnaturally to a life consumed by flame. She stated that fire had become her strength. It was not only her weapon, but also a barrier others feared to cross. Arshuang remained unconvinced. Her expression turned sharp, accusing the princess of lying to gain sympathy. Doubt took hold. Arshuang rejected the possibility that anyone could endure such torment and survive unbroken. The princess calmly summoned a flame in her hand. Without hesitation, she guided it toward her mouth. Arshuang's confusion grew. She observed the action closely, uncertain of the reason behind the display. The fire was swallowed without hesitation. Arshuang's immediate reaction was panic, assuming it was self-destructive. Shock froze her as no harm followed. The princess remained still, unaffected by the burning energy. She observed closely, stunned by the result. The princess's body showed no signs of injury. She was completely fine. The princess questioned Arshuang's belief in blessings. Her voice carried the weight of her past, revealing the harsh reality behind her strength. She recalled years of painful training, forced upon her from childhood. Arshuang stood in silence, no longer able to argue. The princess reminded her that such pain was hidden behind the power she once envied. Turning away, Arshuang reflected on her earlier thoughts. Regret replaced her anger as she considered what she had failed to understand. She realized that she had judged the princess's life without knowing the cost. Everything once seen as privilege now appeared as survival. Memories of the princess's past surfaced, isolated training, expectations, and sacrifice. Arshuang understood for the first time how little she truly knew. Lowering her head, Arshuang expressed remorse. Her resentment faded as her misunderstanding came to light. She stepped forward slowly, showing her sincerity. The weight of her apology lingered in the quiet moment between them. The princess gave a soft, accepting response. With that, the conflict between them began to dissolve into mutual understanding. The white-haired princess stands in a quiet hall, recalling how she once believed everything around her was simple and obvious, unaware of the hidden dangers surrounding the academy. A sudden shift breaks the calm as a sharp red slash cuts across the night field, followed by a distant explosion that forces the students to realize something has gone terribly wrong. In the aftermath, the red-haired girl lowers her head and apologizes with visible guilt, while the princess faces her in silence, measuring her sincerity rather than reacting with anger. A faint smile forms on the princess's face, signaling acceptance, and her composed expression eases the tension that had gripped the group moments earlier. Another blast echoes from afar, and the students quickly scan their surroundings as confusion spreads across the glowing battlefield. Energy ripples through the area, hinting that a dark entity is still active, and the princess observes the situation carefully instead of rushing forward. A memory surfaces of a past confrontation where attacking recklessly would have been her first choice, revealing how much she has changed. She concludes that this restraint is influenced by someone unexpected, acknowledging that her judgment is no longer ruled by pride alone. Turning back to the red-haired girl, the princess decides to postpone punishment and orders others to ensure Arshuang's safety instead. Calmly, she states that talent alone does not justify harsh discipline, though forgiveness will not come easily. Loyalty and apology become the conditions she sets, establishing authority while giving the red-haired girl a path to redemption. With the matter settled for now, the princess shifts focus and instructs the group to resume searching for remaining threats. A strange vertical rift tears open in the luminous sky, distorting the colorful surroundings with violent force. The red-haired girl senses danger and calls out urgently as dark energy gathers at the center of the rupture. Standing beneath the spreading void, the princess faces the descending darkness directly, prepared to confront whatever emerges next. On the third floor, glowing branches and pale blossoms spread across a quiet forest chamber, their light reflecting off the stone walls and signaling the presence of a rare spiritual entity. The brown-haired girl steps forward with a confident smile, having already located the twinkle flower, a creature known for its gentle nature and low risk. Watching the small, luminous flower sway near the cliff's edge, she confirms it is suitable for a safe contract and prepares to approach carefully. A subtle smirk crosses her face as she calculates the benefits, knowing that a C-class spirit can still enhance casting speed and magical output. Measured steps carry her along the glowing path while she reflects that, although it will not grant full summoning freedom, the agreement remains worthwhile. Satisfied with her earlier decision, she relaxes slightly and intends to enjoy the remaining time on this floor. Suddenly, she notices two familiar students seated beneath a radiant tree, their presence interrupting her solitary plan. Surprise briefly appears on her face as she recognizes Ma Yusong and Acel, both seemingly at ease despite the competitive setting. The unexpected meeting shifts her focus, and she reassesses the situation while standing before them. Curiosity leads her to question their reason for being there, while one claims coincidence and the other appears unconcerned. After observing them, she concludes that forming contracts with spirits may not be simple for everyone present. Before she can continue, a violent burst of crimson energy erupts nearby, forcing all three to turn toward the disturbance. Hazel senses the abnormal aura first, identifying it as dark mana spreading through the illuminated forest. Tension tightens the brown-haired girl's expression as she realizes the unfolding event mirrors dangerous developments described in the original story. Without hesitation, Ma Yusong launches himself forward toward the source of the corruption, leaving her watching as the crisis rapidly escalates. Ma Yusong clenches his teeth as tension rises, while the brown-haired girl realizes the dark disturbances have occurred more than once, confirming a repeated anomaly within the barrier. Determination replaces hesitation as she calls Azel to move, both deciding to confront the source instead of waiting for instructors. A violent shockwave erupts ahead, and debris scatters across the glowing forest floor as two figures are thrown down by the impact. Through the settling dust, the white-haired princess struggles upright, bruised yet alert, immediately searching for Arshuang beside her. She finds the red-haired girl collapse on the ground, blood staining the grass, and urgency overtakes her calm composure. Sensing the atmosphere carefully, the princess identifies dark mana leaking from inside the barrier itself, confirming the corruption has taken root within. Her gaze sharpens as she recognizes the creature emerging from the distortion, identifying it as a frost-flame dolphin twisted by black energy. Analyzing the situation, she concludes the spiritual beast has been forced out of control by an external influence. Understanding the danger, she decides that if left unchecked, the unstable spirit will detonate and endanger every student nearby. Rising steadily, the princess grips her staff and prepares to suppress the rampaging creature before it collapses in a destructive burst. Suddenly, multiple strikes slash across the corrupted dolphin, chains of energy binding its body mid-charge. The beast shrieks as explosive light engulfs it, scattering flames and fragments across the forest. Amid the fading blast, Ma Yusong steps forward from the smoke, having intercepted the attack without hesitation. The princess watches him closely, confused by his sudden arrival in a situation that should not have involved him. As the battlefield quiets, uncertainty lingers in her red eyes, questioning why events continue to deviate from what she expected. A blinding golden surge spreads across the forest, as warm energy surrounds the corrupted spirit, interrupting the violent flow of dark mana within its body. Under the steady control of concentrated magic, the unstable aura gradually separates from the frost-flame dolphin, restoring its original pure form. With the purification complete, the white dolphin descends calmly toward the ground, no longer consumed by corruption or destructive impulses. The brown-haired girl lowers her hand after finishing the treatment, confirming that the spiritual creature has stabilized and poses no further threat, floating gently above the glowing trees. The restored dolphin circles once in the air while the gathered students observe the unexpected outcome. Confusion spreads among them as they struggle to understand how the situation resolves so quickly. Despite the earlier chaos standing before the others, the white-haired princess explains that a massive explosion caused the fourth floor's barrier to collapse moments earlier. Through the fractured gap, a spirit infected with dark mana entered this floor, which led to the recent disturbance and injuries. Alarm intensifies as the group senses a new presence approaching, far more deliberate than the rampaging creature before. A tall figure wrapped in dense dark energy steps forward from the forest shadows, calmly acknowledging the familiar faces gathered there. Recognition dawns on the princess as she identifies the intruder as Professor Mason, though his aura feels entirely different from before. Surrounded by swirling black mana, the professor reveals hostile intent, turning the already fragile situation into a direct confrontation. A shoe steps onto ground soaked in dark mana, sending ripples through the cracked surface. Red energy stains the clearing while broken branches and scattered bodies lie across the forest floor. Several students stare toward the center of the disturbance, recognizing familiar classmates among the fallen. At the center stands Professor Mason, wrapped in violent crimson aura. Dark mana coils around his body and rises into the air like smoke. A white-haired girl focuses on the professor, disbelief evident in her expression. The identity of the enemy unsettles the group more than the power itself. Baek Yusail studies the density of energy flooding the forest. Suspicion forms as he considers how a stellar professor could wield demonic power of that scale. Suddenly, the professor releases another surge of mana that distorts the air and shakes the trees. The crimson aura intensifies, signaling his readiness to fight. Dark energy swirls endlessly around Mason, forming jagged shapes that stretch toward the sky. The clearing turns into a domain ruled entirely by corrupted force. His stance shows complete confidence. Yusail steps forward, placing himself between the professor and his classmates. Protecting Class A becomes his priority, despite the overwhelming gap in strength. Determination steadies his thoughts. The professor accepts the confrontation as mana lashes outward like a storm. The clash is about to begin. Meanwhile, days earlier, Yusail prepared to move beyond the fourth floor inside a radiant spiritual garden. Golden light surrounded him as he considered the risks ahead. Confidence in his spiritual affinity encouraged him to proceed carefully. He extended his hand toward the bright path. Light engulfed him as he stepped forward, entering the next trial. A peaceful pink forest appeared before him on the fourth floor. Calm surroundings hid an unseen threat. Glowing red eyes emerged from the petals as a massive demonic beast charged forward. The illusion of safety vanished instantly. Facing the creature without retreat, Yusail prepared for battle. The trial tested the same resolve he now needed against Mason. On the fourth floor, Yusail realizes the monsters possess strength far beyond normal levels. A sharp motion follows as his blade slices through a charging beast before it can reach him. Without hesitation, he shifts his footing and delivers another precise strike. The creature collapses instantly, its body fading into fragments of light. Recalling that direction becomes distorted on this floor, he activates flames designed to burn only toward the west. Blossoms drift quietly as he advances, following the controlled flames. The serene landscape conceals a presence observing him from beyond the trees. A faint sound breaks the silence, confirming he has reached his destination. His expression tightens as he prepares for an encounter beyond ordinary spirits. Before him stands a tall fox-eared spirit clothed in white. Radiating authority, she is one of the 12 dominant beings within the Aether world. The spirit questions the presence of a human in her domain. Soft pink mana gathers around her, quietly measuring his strength. Yusail steadies himself and studies the flow of energy surrounding her. He recognizes the display as controlled intimidation rather than full hostility. Concluding that her manifestation is limited, he prepares to endure the strain. Confidence slowly returns as logic overrides fear. Mana begins invading his body, testing his limits. He decides to expel the excess energy before it overwhelms him. Channeling the power into the enchanted box, he forces the unstable mana outward. Heat flares around him while his unique physique delays internal damage. Flames surge briefly before stabilizing under his control. Determination hardens his expression as he withstands the pressure. Golden light erupts from his body, signaling regained balance. The surrounding blossoms tremble from the release. Clarity returns to his eyes as the invading mana disperses. The spirit continues observing him in silence. Standing firm within the pink forest, he proves he can endure her power. The true negotiation is about to begin. Pink mana surges violently as the fox-eared spirit releases a wave of pressure toward Yusail. The force distorts the air and shakes the ground beneath them. Crimson crystal-like fragments rise around the clearing as her power settles into a controlled domain. She observes him closely, testing whether his mind will collapse under the strain. Yusail lowers his gaze briefly, confirming that he is no longer being charmed or mentally suppressed. The spirit studies him with narrowed eyes, aware that he understands her identity. Authority fills her calm expression as she questions his purpose within her forest. Standing at a respectful distance, Yusail states his objective without aggression. He seeks a spiritual creature's heart not through slaughter, but by claiming one hidden deeper within the sacred structure of this floor. Her single-word inquiry presses him for a reason. Silence lingers before he chooses his answer carefully. He raises a small floral circlet as proof of sincerity. The item carries faint spiritual traces connected to a higher being. Its presence shifts her expression slightly. Yusail declares his intent is to save someone important rather than pursue power. Determination reflects in his steady posture as he avoids unnecessary explanations. Recognition dawns in her eyes as she senses divine energy lingering on him, suspicion remains, but curiosity replaces hostility. A vision reveals her true stature as one of the 12 protector of spiritual creatures and creator of this floor. Ancient power surrounds her elegant form. Yuseol reasons that if she values life, she may grant a single heart willingly. His argument rests on preservation rather than conquest. She softens briefly, intrigued by his connection to a deity, yet her expression quickly turns guarded again. Past betrayals weigh heavily on her judgment of humans. Trust does not come easily after repeated deception. Yuseol remains silent, understanding that promises alone will not persuade her. His composure reflects patience instead of desperation. As petals drift between them, an invisible wall stands firm in her heart. The negotiation has only begun. The fox spirit explains that defeating a 12 divine alone would grant Yuseol a chance to make a wish. Yet she clarifies that her authority over this floor follows different rules. Yuseol quickly understands that force will not persuade her. He lowers his posture and admits that his goal was never conquest, but obtaining a single heart to save someone precious. With steady eyes, he reveals that his friend is dying and that time is limited. The sincerity in his expression replaces calculation. She questions whether he truly qualifies as a friend to spiritual beings. Doubt lingers in her gaze as she evaluates his worth beyond words. Yuseol asks how he can prove his sincerity, maintaining composure despite the pressure. The spirit proposes a simple yet severe condition that tests the value he places on life. Her demand requires him to risk his own life for a spiritual creature. Silence follows as the weight of that condition settles heavily on him. Conflict appears in his expression as he weighs survival against sacrifice. Self-preservation remains his primary goal in this dangerous place. The spirit observes his hesitation without emotion. She states her refusal to offer a heart to humans easily. Her reasoning reflects long history where greed led to betrayal. Distrust shapes her final stance. Yuseol analyzes her words, realizing her duty centers on protection. Strategy replaces hesitation in his thoughts. Suddenly, warning messages manifest before him, signaling unexpected interference. The floor's difficulty escalates sharply. Shock flashes across his face as the situation shifts beyond negotiation. The trial transforms into something far more dangerous. Baek Yuseol reflects that spiritual creatures who consume humans eventually lose their sanity. His expression remains controlled, but his eyes show concern as he considers the danger spreading through the academy. He decides that if persuasion fails, he will obtain the heart by another method. Resolve settles in, and he prepares himself to interfere with the story's intended flow. A red system warning abruptly appears, announcing a large butterfly effect caused by his actions. The episode Dark Demon Erosion merges with the current event, and the difficulty rises sharply, catching him off guard. Another alert confirms that the entrance ceremony now overlaps with the Dark Demon Erosion. Yuseol stiffens, realizing the scenario has escalated beyond what he expected. Not far away, a white-haired spirit with long ears senses the disturbance. Dark energy gathers behind her as she determines the threat has reached at least risk level 6. Purple-black power coils upward, forming the presence of a new dark demon. The spirit watches carefully, understanding the erosion has already begun. She concludes the source is on the 3rd floor, clenching her fist in frustration. Limited power prevents her from blocking the invasion directly. The rules of the Pink Spring ceremony bind her to the 4th floor to protect the spiritual creatures. Threads of light surround her, restricting her movement. Screams echo in her awareness as corrupted spirits fall under demonic influence. Worry deepens as she senses her children suffering. Alarm flashes across her face as she demands the exact location. Anxiety replaces her earlier calm. Yuseol urgently asks for direction, admitting he cannot pinpoint it himself. Tension rises as the crisis worsens. He insists she cannot block the enemy at her current level and stresses that there is no time to waste. Surprise crosses her violet eyes as she studies his determination. Silence lingers briefly. After concentrating, she identifies the path and quietly signals the direction. Her arm extends to point the way, and Yuseol immediately dashes forward while she remains behind, bound by duty as the danger spreads. Baek Yuseol runs through a forest dyed in pink light, urging himself not to be late as twisted energy spreads ahead. The scene shifts to a quiet clearing where 2 students lie collapsed on the ground surrounded by faintly glowing crystals. Yuseol drops to one knee, coughing up blood as exhaustion overtakes him. Even so, he forces himself upright. From the shadows, a dark-cloaked figure steps forward and observes the injured teenagers with amusement. A smirk spreads across the figure's face while praising their talent and youth. Anticipation gleams in his eyes, revealing a desire to claim their power. Raising one hand, he gathers red lightning that coils around his fingers. The energy thickens, forming a pulsing mass aimed toward the fallen students. The attack launches in a violent surge, tearing through the clearing with explosive force. Crimson arcs slash across the ground, heading straight for the white-haired spirit. She attempts to move, but realizes her strength is nearly gone. Her body trembles as the attack closes in, leaving her unable to lift even a finger. Despair flickers across her face as she questions whether this is the end. The red energy engulfs her vision. A sudden blue system notification activates, announcing the release of sealed potential beyond first-class magic. Light erupts between the attacker and his target. A brilliant beam collides with the red lightning, shattering it apart in a burst of white and blue radiance. The clearing is swallowed by blinding light. As the glow fades, the cloaked figure looks forward with narrowed eyes, realizing someone has interfered. Baek Yuseol stands between the spirit and the enemy, his body still trembling from overexertion. Blood stains his collar, yet his expression remains steady. The spirit weakly questions his late arrival while gripping a thin necklace in her hand. Relief and fatigue mix in her gaze. Yuseol lowers his head slightly, eyes sharpening with resolve as he prepares to face the dark figure. The confrontation is no longer avoidable. The clearing remains covered in drifting petals and fading light as injured students lie scattered across the ground. His golden eyes harden with self-reproach as he accepts that no external help will arrive. The situation has escalated beyond control, leaving only those still standing to resolve it. A cold conclusion forms in his mind. Survival here requires killing the enemy before she kills them. Footsteps approach from behind, interrupting his thoughts as another ally calls his name. Ma Yusong steps forward, bruised but conscious, asking if he is still able to fight despite visible injuries. He steadies himself, acknowledging that only the two of them can act now. Both boys stand amid swirling mist and fractured ground, quickly assessing their disadvantage. Facing the enemy head-on would only hasten defeat. Silence lingers between them as they search for an alternative. The battlefield feels unstable, as if waiting for their next move. Yuseol's gaze shifts to a fallen bag nearby, and an idea takes shape. He admits there is a single opportunity, but failure would end everything. Holding a slender branch-like item, he activates a special feature called Resentment-Filled Branch, a technique that magnifies hostility to empower an attack under strict conditions. Sweat trails down his face as he explains the plan, offering to create an opening. Confidence masks the risk he is about to take. Before they can move, a distant voice identifies the magic used earlier. The enemy recognizes Baek Yuseol as the one who interfered. Mist parts across the clearing, revealing the cloaked figure approaching with controlled steps. The atmosphere tightens as the confrontation becomes direct. She questions his interruption with a calm yet mocking tone, asserting dominance over the space. Dark energy coils around her as she laughs softly, satisfied that her intended target has revealed himself. Her single glowing eye sharpens with lethal intent. The killing blow gathers rapidly in her palm. In a flash of red and violet force, the attack surges toward Yuseol. He braces himself, realizing the true battle has finally begun. Ma Yuseong suddenly charges forward, pushing past Baek Yuseol as crimson energy floods the clearing. His movement is decisive. A violent explosion of red lightning crashes down, tearing through the ground and scattering debris in every direction. After the blast, Yuseol shields his eyes from the fading sparks and drifting dust. He quickly searches through the smoke, trying to confirm what happened to his ally. Through the dim haze, Yuseol narrows his gaze, sensing a shift in the surrounding mana. The atmosphere grows tense as unfamiliar energy gathers nearby. Purple currents begin to coil around an outstretched hand, crackling with controlled intensity. The power stabilizes instead of collapsing, signaling resistance rather than defeat. Ma Yusong stands upright within the fading storm, his body wrapped in dark violet energy. A sudden burst of pink light erupts behind the fleeing figure, forcing him to twist his body mid-step as another student watches from behind. Blinding energy surges forward in a concentrated beam, carving a path through trees and earth alike. The impact sends shockwaves outward. Amid the fading glare, the brown-haired student shields his eyes and steadies his breath. Purple lightning wraps around his uniform as he extends his hand with controlled precision. Dark energy thickens along his fingertips before releasing in a straight, piercing strike. The condensed projectile slams into the ground at a distance, erupting in a sharp explosion that fractures the terrain. The recoil fades, and he lowers his arms slightly while observing the aftermath. His expression remains tense, aware that the opponent has not yet fallen. Realization crosses his face as he recognizes the transformation taking place. The enemy's mana shifts into something heavier and far more sinister. A split image reveals the duality of the transformed figure, half human and half demonic, bathed in contrasting blue and violet hues. High above the forest, the demonic presence hovers with unnatural stability. The situation makes it clear that restraint will only invite defeat. Wrapped in flowing crimson energy, the horned opponent spreads dark power across the battlefield. His confidence is evident as black tendrils ripple outward. Without hesitation, he unleashes a sweeping red slash that races along the ground. The attack tears through space in a direct line toward his target. A twisted smile forms on his face as he presses the assault, raising a condensed sphere of blood-colored energy to strike at close range. In response, the young mage channels dark violet mana into his arm, reinforcing his stance against the incoming blow. Energy gathers with sharp intensity around his hand. The clash erupts in a violent collision of red and purple light, sending fragments of mana scattering like sparks. As the dust settles, he stands firm despite visible strain, evaluating the enemy who remains airborne. Surrounded by violent violet flames, Ma Yusong stands at the center of the clearing as dark demonic energy coils around his body. Thick smoke rolls across the shattered ground as a red blast detonates nearby, signaling Maizen's counterattack through the haze. Sharp eyes lock forward in alarm as the shockwave reaches him. The pressure of the attack forces him to reassess the danger immediately. High above, Maizen descends with enormous crimson wings unfurled, dark mana pulsing from her transformed body. A massive red arc crashes into the forest floor, tearing open the earth in a single sweeping motion. His expression hardens as he calculates the risks, understanding that evasion is the only safe option. The overwhelming brutality of her assault leaves no room for hesitation. A single branch floats against a swirling blue background, representing accumulated resentment stored within it. Maizen lunges forward with a furious cry, crimson blades extending from her wings as she accelerates toward her target. Her killing intent saturates the air. He coughs and slides backward across cracked stone, barely avoiding the descending strike. The decision forms in his mind to use the branch personally while Ma Yusong draws attention. Red slashes streak past as Maizen relentlessly presses forward, refusing to allow distance. Even Ma Yusong would struggle to approach her under such conditions. A determined gaze meets the chaos as he prepares to intervene directly. The urgency of the situation forces him to step into the line of attack. With a swift motion, he swings his weapon and redirects the incoming force, colored light scattering across the battlefield. The strike lands cleanly against Maizen's torso, splintering her crimson aura and drawing a sharp reaction. Dark fragments scatter from the point of impact. Blood traces down her face as disbelief replaces confidence. The injury disrupts the dominance she displayed moments earlier. Standing firm despite visible strain, he locks eyes with her and maintains a defiant posture. Behind his resolve lies a clear intention to distract her long enough for Ma Yusong to act. A thin smile spreads across Maizen's blood-streaked lips as she tilts her head, her purple eyes gleaming with irritation rather than pain. Dark wings flare wider behind her while she mocks his attempt to provoke her, recalling how he once fell before Assistant Professor Alatilia. Crimson energy surges violently from her body, erupting outward in layered arcs that tear through the clearing. Golden circles flash beneath Baek Yuseol's feet as he activates Blink repeatedly, vanishing and reappearing along fractured ground. Red slashes chase afterimages where he once stood. Explosions ripple across the forest floor as Maizen's sweeping attacks carve deep trenches in pursuit. From a distance, Ma Yusong watches the pattern unfold in silence. Ma Yusong's eyes narrow as he understands the intention behind the reckless movements. The distraction is deliberate. A trembling fist tightens as Ma Yusong realizes he is being given time. The earlier failure to activate dark demonic domination weighs heavily on him. Purple-black mana coils around his hands once more, thicker and more controlled than before. Determination replaces hesitation as he commits to succeeding this time. His red eyes glow beneath the rising aura, signaling that the transformation is stabilizing. Energy gathers steadily without dispersing. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseol staggers as multiple crimson arcs close in from different angles. One strike grazes him, forcing a strained breath from his chest. Blood traces along his hand as he calculates the strain on his mind, knowing that constant blink usage makes each dodge harder than the last. Another massive red blade sweeps toward him mid-air, leaving little room to evade. Fatigue threatens to slow his reaction. In a swift motion, he draws a short blue blade, channeling mana into its edge. The weapon hums as it aligns with the incoming strike. He thrusts forward, meeting the crimson arc head-on. Blue and red forces collide, sending sparks and shockwaves across the clearing. The clash explodes in a burst of light as he holds his ground, barely deflecting the attack. Even so, he remains standing. Baek Yuseol realizes he cannot fully block Maizen's descending attack as red energy overwhelms his defense. Maizen advances with certainty, convinced the prolonged assault has secured victory. crimson power surges toward him in a final decisive strike. Before the blow can finish him, dark purple energy erupts from below as Ma Yusong intervenes. Dark energy bursts across the shattered ground as Yuseol's calculated interference disrupts Maizen's spreading demonic influence, forcing the corrupted power to recoil violently. Fragments of blackened aura scatter into the air while Yuseol steadies himself, realizing his gamble to redirect the domination spell has partially succeeded. Before he can recover, Maizen closes the distance instantly, purple-black magic surging around his arm as he launches a direct counterattack. A crimson glow ignites within Maizen's eyes, signaling the full activation of dark demonic domination as the surrounding atmosphere thickens under oppressive force. Invisible pressure crashes onto Yuseol's body, locking his muscles in place while distorted energy coils tightly around his limbs. Suspended helplessly in midair, he struggles to comprehend why his body refuses to respond despite his mind remaining clear. Determined to escape before the control deepens, Yuseol forces mana through his circuits, attempting to reach the breach point in the spell. Maizen approaches calmly and seizes him by the throat, lifting him with effortless strength as dark aura pulses outward. Recognition flashes in Yuseol's fading focus when he sees Maizen's red eyes observing him with cold certainty. Maizen's grip tightens, while crimson energy condenses around his arm, reinforcing the domination rather than allowing it to collapse. A violent surge erupts from Maizen's core, spreading jagged waves of red-black power across the battlefield and tearing through the ground. The backlash races outward uncontrollably, yet Maizen remains upright at the center of the expanding storm. Yuseol twists his body at the last instant, narrowly evading a descending strike that carves through the space beside him. Landing unsteadily, he gathers his remaining strength as pale energy begins to swirl upward in defiance of the domination. With a sudden burst, Yuseol unleashes a counterforce that shatters the oppressive aura around him, signaling that the struggle is far from over. Yuseol observes that although Maizen activated dark demonic domination rapidly, the overwhelming pressure distorts the flow of her attacks, creating slight delays in movement. Recognizing the reduced speed compared to earlier exchanges, he analyzes the unstable rhythm of her slashing strikes as red energy tears through the air. Judging that the domination is incomplete yet still effective, Yuseol lowers his stance and prepares to advance through the narrow opening. Maizen's body tilts forward as blackened aura spreads from her shoulders, forming elongated crimson blades that crash down in repeated arcs. Yuseol dashes between the descending strikes, only to realize mid-charge that the distance closes faster than expected. A sudden surge of red power splits the ground around him, forcing him to halt as shock ripples through his balance. Maizen's expression twists with fierce intensity while the demonic influence stabilizes, reinforcing her control rather than weakening it. System messages flash before Yuseol's vision, signaling accelerated processing and enhanced physical response activating within his body. Green energy ignites around his limbs as he redirects mana output, compressing it to amplify short-range movement. With explosive force, Yuseol propels himself upward in a straight line, cutting through the oppressive field before Maizen can adjust. Maizen reacts a fraction too late, startled by the abrupt spike in his speed that breaks past her calculated threshold. Emerging within striking distance, Yuseol steadies his breathing and focuses entirely on ending the confrontation. Before he can deliver the decisive blow, jagged crimson spikes erupt and bind his limbs in midair. Maizen's distorted laughter echoes as she tightens the restraints, believing the immobilization guarantees her victory. Suspended above the fractured battlefield, Yuseol gathers his concentration and silently prepares to invoke Blink once more. Yuseol closes the remaining distance and drives his hand forward, striking Maizen at the precise point where the domination's core is concentrated. A notification manifests before his eyes, confirming that he has established direct contact with the target of resentment. As their energies collide, the domination's structure fractures violently, and the backlash erupts outward in a burst of dark light. Maizen's confident expression falters as the spell destabilizes, cracks of violet energy splitting across her aura. Rage replaces her shock, and she attempts to retaliate despite the disintegration spreading through her power. Yuseol remains steady, absorbing the final shockwave as the demonic field collapses around them. Fragments of corrupted energy scatter and fade, leaving only fractured earth and silence in the aftermath. System messages announce the successful resolution of the encounter and the restoration of disrupted influence. Standing alone amid the fading glow, Yuseol exhales as the tension drains from his shoulders. His strength finally gives out, and he falls onto the cracked ground, staring upward as the sky regains its calm hue. Through blurred vision, he senses a gentle presence approaching across the battlefield. A white-haired woman with fox-like ears appears before him, her expression composed as petals drift around her. She kneels beside him and studies his injuries, acknowledging the stubborn resolve that drove him into danger. Yusuke lowers his gaze, reflecting silently on his earlier hesitation and the doubts he failed to overcome. Under the soft glow of falling petals, he accepts that the battle has ended, though its meaning will linger beyond the field. The white-haired guardian regards Yusuke with quiet gratitude, acknowledging the sacrifice he made to protect the spirits bound to the forest. A crimson spiritual heart forms within her palm, offered as repayment while warning that the demonic threat may someday return. Petals drift through the clearing as her presence fades, leaving Yusuke beneath the blooming tree holding newfound strength and responsibility.